Besides, you'd be astonished the lengths people go to get a child back. People miss children. But your average, run-of-the-mill hero, they're easy to catch, easy to train. Plus, they're all egomaniacs, so they're natural performers. Why not capture heroes?
The Ringmaster coming to you soon! You guys ready for a new hero? I'm left here thinking, in honor of North America, of course they would add a hero for a circus. It has to be representative of our entire region. My friend, you know the question that's in everyone's mind. What kind of hero is it? We got a support, we got an offlane, we got a mid, we got a carry. What's happening?
It looked like it has some kind of catch, so I would say like a support, like a position 4.
Okay, traps. The Dota community kind of has a troubled history with heroes that make traps. You miss old techies at all?
Not at all. I hate old tendencies. Yeah, I really hate old tendencies.
How about?
Is it Puppet Master? What was that? Did I take over heroes? That was sick as hell. What do you fit? You're playing a literal game right now. This guy's playing Dota Underlords. What the hell? What do you think about that hero reveal?
What?
The hero! You were playing Underlords. Did you even see it?
Yeah, they Dota Underlords.
Okay, great. Thank you. What do you guys think about the new hero? Look, yeah. Thank you. That looks hype as hell. Good lord, baby. The circus is canon. It's canon. Thank you, Tsunami.
What is with you and the lore, Slacks? Were you gonna do another loregasm for this hero? Ringmaster loregasm?
No self-advertisement on the stream. Thank you very much for watching.
Very generous of you. All right. We can revel in that, but we got a grand finals to get to. We've got a little bit of time for it. What do you think of that lower bracket final, my friend?
It's gonna be amazing, but I hope Quinn doesn't win.
Boo this man. Listen. He's trying to improve his entire image right now, all right? We know we all had troubled past. Do you not believe in second chances?
It's been a while and his persona has been the same, so I don't know if he's gonna recover from that mentality or not, but...
What's on your mind, friend?
Quinn will win! Yay!
You think being a TI winner will change someone's personality for the better or for the worse?
Better?
I mean, you can talk to S4 after that. It doesn't get much better than that. Who are your expectations as we look forward to this grand final?
Just a good final. I don't care who wins, I just want good Dota.
Who doesn't want some good Dota? But before we get to the grand finals, we have a little bit of another treat for you guys. Obviously, in the grand finals, you got some champions. Let me show you some champions on the floor.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. The enjoyment, the content never stopped. And I have one of the most decorated panels I think I've ever seen in my eyes. We're just going to enjoy the cheers for a while. Jerax, you're joining us. Aoi, Fia, Dendi, you guys all have one massive thing in common. You guys have won a TI. 2 TIs in some cases, maybe different ways too. And there's 10 players sitting out the back right now. They're about to come on stage. They're about to have their grand final and hopefully win a TI, whichever team it is. I want to start all the way down the end with Dendi. You were at the beginning of this. You won your TI so many years ago. Did you expect TI 12 to happen, to be in Seattle, to have a crowd like this and the history and the legacy that it would create?
Oh, of course not. Like, it's hard to expect something like this. But yeah, back in my days, it was a long time ago, and different stories were around. Overall, I love it. Like, this TI is great. Competition is super high level. Watching those teams is amazing. Good feelings.
Do you think you'd have nerves if you were going into this grand final, either as Gaimin Gladiators or Team Spirit with the crowd?
No nerves at all. Come on, look at this crowd. What kind of nerves can it be? No way. Everyone is cheerful, so yeah, it's easy peasy.
For sure. Jerax, we'll move up here because 2-time TI winner, Team Spirit, going into the grand finals, they could be joining you in the ranks of a 2-time TI winner. You're like, oh, I don't want to share that title with anyone, or are you hoping that another team is able to do it too?
I think there's some anxiety about it, but in the end of the day, I feel like we're all cheering for the best Dota, and if that happens here, then it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Were you more nervous the second time round when heading into the grand finals? You're like, no one else has done this, no one's won too, or was it more, we've been here before and we've done it, we can win a grand finals?
I think the emotion that I had the most is, I think we kind of ran out of the game, so that was frustrating, I would say. Because the first time we just went through the open qualifiers all the way, and I think as a player, you really cherish these moments when you really get to play on the highest competitive environment, and yeah, maybe frustrated.
Oh, that's an interesting emotion to feel. But Aoi, you've been in 2 grand finals as well. One as a coach, one as a player. Is it hard being a coach, seeing the grand finals? Like, what would Silent and CY be feeling out there, seeing their 5 players about to walk on?
I think as a coach at this point, you're mostly just proud of what your players have done, what they've come through. You've watched them work hard for so long. And I think mostly what you want is for them to be able to enjoy the moment. The best Dota's played when you're having fun.
Yep. And Fia, you shared your win with Aoi. Do you want to, any stories, any feelings that you had? Because you're a very stoic man.
I think any, like finals experience is gonna be different for everyone, right? But when I went into it most, I was thinking there's always gonna be nerves, of course. But what I always told myself going into it is just like, as long as I choke less than the other team or less nervous than the other team, that's good enough. You know what I mean? Because every single time you're gonna be a little bit nervous.
What was the main feeling then? Jerax, you were saying frustrated. Was that the second time round or the first time you were saying?
That was the second time, so just the lack of games. I feel like when it goes really fast, then you don't really get to prove yourself as to the same level. I don't know.
I think that's fair. That's a very valid thing to be able to say. Yeah, of course.
I know, that's how I felt.
So the first win meant just a little bit more, even though
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What was your main feeling, Aoi?
For TI 11?
Either one, you can tell me.
I mean, I think TI 5 is definitely more nervous, like as a player than a coach. I think it's just so much happening. You feel the vibration of the crowd. You don't really know what's going on. I hadn't really experienced anything like that before. For TI 11, it's a lot more calm. We worked a lot on like controlling our emotions to make sure that we were in the best performance shape. I think it was honestly sort of similar to Jerax. Like, we wanted to show off our Dota, and I mean, TI 11 may be similar to TI 9, not the best for that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't really speak for you, but that's my own experience, yeah.
Mm-hmm. What advice would you give to those 10 players out there right now? What is something that you wish you had have heard when you were in the tunnels, when you were building up to walk out, when you either had the lower bracket 1 hour wait, or when you were coming in from the upper bracket? If you want to start, Dendi.
Sure. Simple advice. Play the best Dota of your life.
I think that's the sort of advice the crowd would give as well.
I mean, it's going to be similar for me. Like, you just don't get this opportunity very often. Who knows the next time you'll be in this position? This is like going to be your opportunity to potentially win a TI, in Spirit's case, win another TI against Laurels first. Cherish it and take advantage of this moment and do the best you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, same for me. I think just make sure that like the main thing you have here is making these memories. I think that's the most important thing. No matter what happens, win or lose, you want to be proud of what you've accomplished in Dota.
Personally, for me, I feel when the nerves really get to you, you start to really look outside. But I think if you really tune into yourself and give opportunities to those thoughts of like, okay, we have this crazy idea, we don't really feel like pulling it here in the TI finals. But I think if you commit to that, I think that goes very well.
How much internal pressure did you guys place on yourself, and who was trying to help you pull that out of you, that you weren't getting too caught up in your head?
Is that for me?
Yeah, all of you guys.
Johan was the very big part of our energy, our flower. I definitely felt that I was very supported in the team. And if that wasn't the case, I don't think I would have enjoyed as much.
Okay.
I think honestly during Tier 5 it was Fear. Like he was always a solid rock. I feel like Fear actually has a Dota superpower. Like he makes all his teammates feel super comfortable and able to play at their best because he's so reliable. And at TI 11 it was supposed to be me, I think, but just I don't know.
Just a little bit of all of you.
It was more chill, you know. Yeah.
I mean, I say that about Fear for panels as well. He definitely calms the nerves for all of us.
Well, I guess for me, then I kind of felt like on EG there it was an unspoken rule that everyone kind of just had to play their part, you know, and just be confident in what we're doing and just believe. And I didn't really feel like anyone looked up to anyone, personally speaking. And I thought we just like were just going at it together, and we all knew what we needed to do and just had to get it done.
I had an amazing team, and I was very unconfident coming to the TI actually, but they all cheered me up through the entire tournament. And coming to the grand finals, I had the feeling we cannot lose. That's the feeling I got. It's very weird. I don't know if I would ever repeat.
Wait, okay, well, when was the shift for each of you then that you felt you cannot lose this? At what point in the tournament, if you were coming in nervous, what point was that changing?
I mean,
moment?
for me, it's if Curtis ever got techies or Naga. I just knew we couldn't lose, you know. It was a guaranteed win.
So yours was in the draft. All right, I see.
I mean, we were so confident that we even picked, like, in one of the games we picked Patch just because we wanted to have some fun, you know, like to play it. Yeah. So it was kind of crazy back in the days.
Yeah, honestly, I think as soon as like Boba found out they don't play Leshrac.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, and Sumail was like, okay, free win. That was good.
I didn't really think if we gonna win or lose. I really just played. I don't know. I just had a lot of fun myself. I didn't really get to think that if we're gonna win or lose. I didn't. Yeah.
Do you guys want to show off your rings, by the way? I don't know if everyone in the audience has seen these before, but I mean, you got two, Jarak, so we'll start with you. We'll show off both of yours. Do you wear it often? What was the feeling when you picked it up as well? Because there's going to be 5 players and a coach getting to pick up theirs in, you know, after this one.
I think they're getting dusty most of the time. And I guess I don't really have a place to show them except this. Yeah.
You come to TI and you're like, oh, hey guys, check out the rings, by the way.
I don't really live off right now. I wish I could do that, but I don't seem to do that very well.
All right. Do you guys want to quickly answer? Because I know there's some more questions circulating around the arena.
No, I don't leave home without it.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I've seen you all the time, Fear. He's polishing it in the back room, in the green room. He's just making sure that that is shiny as. We've got Slacks in the crowd. We wanted to ask some more questions out there. There's going to be some fan questions. Hey, Slacks, give us the first one.
Yes, I've spent a lot of time finding someone with a real question that was not trolling. Thank you. One person in this entire area, but we did get a motion in.
Sahil.
All right, fantastic. What would you like to ask these folks?
For all our Archon, Heralds, and Crusaders out here, what does it take to be a TI champion?
What does it take, TI champions, to be a TI champion besides just being one of these Archon, Herald, Crusader scrubs? No offense to 90% of the audience.
Do you want to go first, Jerax? Because you've had to do it twice in 2 very different ways.
A lot of emotional damage in your public matchmaking.
But that's the solid advice to be a TI champion. All right.
I don't think you can make the step from being Archon Herald to TI champion. That can be your dream, your aspirations, but I think the only advice I can give is just play a lot of Dota. Just keep playing, and eventually you'll play with better players, and then you'll play with pros, and then from there you'll get on teams, and then it's a slow process, but it'll happen.
Yeah. How you were saying the other day that it's a lot of luck, a lot of things kind of falling into place for you.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of luck, honestly, but I think you have to like put yourself in the position to get lucky. I think if, as Fear said, like if you just keep grinding at it, like that's gonna open the opportunities for you.
Do you want to add anything else, Danny?
Oh yeah, I completely agree to that. You need to love the game and try to not get frustrated in your pub games, which is not as simple.
Wish somebody told me that before.
Yeah, then maybe not so much emotional damage would have occurred for poor Jarax here. Tsunami's also out there. Here's another fan with another question.
That's right. My friend, introduce yourself.
My name is Seth.
And you got a question for one of our panelists.
Of course, for Fear. So my friends got inspired to play Dota 2 because the North American representation. So how does it feel, Fear, to be the North American representative of Dota 2? Free to play, I mean, you were the main guy for us. How does that feel?
I just feel honored to give them the opportunity to like be represented in free to play. Like they could have chose a lot of different people. They chose me. I just love Dota overall, and I'm just very fortunate. I feel blessed that I was just given this opportunity, and I just will run with it for as long as I can because I just love Dota. So I'm just happy to be here.
They're going to give you a big round of applause there. That's also made me think about another question is at the end of the grand finals, I'm sure you guys had a lot of elation, a lot of joy, maybe even relief, but when did it really set in? Where were you like, oh, I wish I had spent more time in the moment? Was it a couple months after, or it still really hasn't? Every time you come back to TI, you're taking it back to what has happened in your past, in your history.
I think thinking years back, I feel like now it's maybe coming more than before. Personally, after especially the first TI, I think it took me like 2 weeks to even understand what happened. Because I was so much in the moment, and I guess that kind of carried over, that you're just not really thinking what had happened.
Oh.
Yeah, honestly, I think the same. Like when you're there, like there's just lights everywhere, there's fireworks, you're just like...
The confetti coming down,
you don't know what's happening.
You're like, oh, I guess we lifted this now.
But I think as soon as you have some time and you think about, like, these are the memories you'll never forget. Like, you always remember these moments.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, it took a very long time for me as well. Like, there's a lot of people cheering for you. You win, there's confetti you talk about. You get back home, and I'm like, all I've been doing is playing Dota for years and years. So what did I do when I got back home? I just queued it up and just played more Dota. So it just felt like nothing happened. I was just back on it, and later on,
emotional damage.
Once you start playing less Dota, you're not playing as competitive anymore, then you really look back and how special these moments really are.
I had euphoria for like a week, I think, and I was looking in the sky and like, oh my God, so good. That happened a lot of times through that week, and trying to work through the information in my head. We actually won TI. Wow. Yeah, after a week, I get back to normal and just keep going.
Such a surreal feeling that sometimes it's like it never really will set in, but we're going to keep asking some more questions. We got Slacks out there, another fan, another question. Let's hear what it is.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I did have a question, by the way. I managed to catch up with a guy who has an ORT sign earlier, and I said, what the hell is that? And he said, quote, I don't know, I just think it's funny. So thanks a lot. All day this guy is about ORT. He's a goddamn madman. Anyway, a real question. What's your name?
Dylan.
Dylan, what do you have for these legends of Dota 2?
Legends of Dota 2, what advice would you give to the teams that have been vanquished from TI? Do you disband? Do you reform? How do you move forward as an org?
Yeah, good luck with this one, Howie.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a tough question even when you do win TI, what you do with the roster after that one.
I don't know. I think, honestly, if you attend a TI, you watch the finals, you watch them win, and it doesn't motivate you, then maybe you take a break. But I think for like 99% of Dota players, they watch that, like, this is the fire that burns. This is what keeps you going through the emotional damage and trauma. So, yeah, just keep going.
It's tough being a spectator at an event that you were a part of. You wanted to win. You had that drive, motivation, and passion, but you just couldn't get there in the end. Then you're not in your head.
Yeah, it's very tough sometimes, but it's good to live in the moment and enjoy, because this is also a great experience to watch it from crowd and have a lot of fun, for sure.
Do you want to add fear, Jarax?
Advice for teams that have gotten knocked out?
Yeah, you're pretty normally brutally honest.
Sure, I mean, for a lot of the teams that have got knocked out, they're still young. Like, I didn't even win until I was 27, so just keep at it, keep grinding. Like, it's good to feel sad, in my opinion. It's good to feel, that's motivation, right? So as long as you don't give up and you still have the passion, as long as you think you can still win and just don't give up entirely, that's good enough.
Did you know you're not the oldest TI winner anymore?
I know snaking is by a few months.
By a few months. Were you devastated when you heard the news?
I mean, he's taken everything from me. That's all I had left.
That was it. That's the only thing that was keeping you going, was being the oldest TI winner. Look, I'm going to move on to another question. I do know Tsunami has one out there, so let's quickly hear what it is.
That's right, my friend. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Abhishek, and I've been playing Dota for around 5 years. Yeah.
And you have some specific fond memories from Jerax specifically. What were you hoping to ask him?
I've been like astonished with the tiny lands in the TI. It's so good. And I just wanted to know, like, what's your reaction when Samuel did the tiny lands to the RTG in the base?
Wait,
and yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Yeah.
Tsunami, can you please repeat it?
Whenever, you know, obviously you're very famous for some Tiny Airlines plays, Jerax. You're tiny in general. Does it ever warm your heart a little to see that play be pulled off on a high-stakes stage, such as previous TIs, when maybe Sumail did it to RTZ or something?
Yeah, sure. Make a trend, you know.
I'm going to have to start getting all the clips and then just put hashtag Jerax Tiny Airlines next to it instead.
I'm happy to see it anytime. So.
I love it. Look, we're nearing the grand finals now, okay? We're only a couple minutes away, so I want to go back to the teams that we want to focus on. Team Spirit, Gaimin, Gladiators here. Fear and Jerax, this is mainly for you two because they're such similar things, and actually you as well, Aoi, because that TI5 win for you both, it was, you were in the upper bracket, you came to that lower bracket, and one day you had to go lower bracket into grand finals, and you won it. So your advice for Gaimin Gladiators right now, what would it be? How do you contain these emotions, and how do you persevere through a potential best of 5?
I guess I'll start, I suppose. Yeah. So we got knocked down by C-Deck and went into the lower bracket. We won that match 2-0, I believe, and then we went in. I think we just, sure, we lost to the team beforehand, but we knew we were better. We just had to make a couple adjustments, and if we just made those adjustments, we knew we had to take to win. So it was just confidence, really, and good preparation.
Do you have anything else that you want to add on into that one, Aoi?
No, not really. I think that sounds right. Like, you just go in. I think Gladiators, they had a long run this TI. You know, they started lower bracket after losing to Talon. They've come all this way. I think it's time, like, you put all this work in, you got all this experience in the tournament, they've grown a lot. If they feel confident, they can just execute that. They should feel really good about the series.
So there weren't actually that many nerves for you both when you were about to walk out after even having played a series earlier. Do you think the earlier series actually helped you and could help Gaimin Gladiators?
I thought it was good to play, honestly. Like, you're all warmed up, you have the momentum going. I feel like as long as it's not like some, I don't know, like 2 80-minute games that you just played, it's going to be really good for you.
That's true, where it's more as the 40 minutes that we just previously saw. It's a bit better.
Yeah, I'd like it. This is where I say like every finals is going to be different for everyone because we had a unique situation where we scrimmed C-Deck a lot. We always beat them. We lost them that one time, and then we had the right strategy. We had this one idea that we went into, and it worked, and from there it just felt easy.
Okay. And my one for you, Jerax, is around Team Spirit, winning it a second time. I already asked you how you felt. There was that little bit of frustration when you went through the upper bracket. So do you think their drive right now is going to be higher than it was in any other day to be able to win Dota right now?
I would imagine it's actually harder to have drive now. And I think it's because the first time it just feels so much more. And I think if they can really tune into what they felt back then and try to like channel that same kind of environment as a team, I think that's what you're looking for here.
Just put it out of your mind. Just think this is a redo of TI10 if you're Team Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, just repeat.
That's pretty much it. Then for you as well, I like that you're very aware of everything else that's going around you, of this environment, of the arena, of the crowd. I know that you love it. I know that they love you. So for Gaimin Gladiators and Team Spirit, again, I ask you, what would you want to hear if you were back there, if you were going to be in front of this massive arena and this crowd, knowing everyone was watching?
I think sticking to your game plan, sticking to your confidence, to your comfort, like just give it all in your games. So I don't think I need to hear much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guys know their stuff too, what we're going to do. We're pretty focused on what it's coming up to. Yeah.
Look, it's building up. I want to show the rings again for you guys. I want to thank you guys for coming on. It was so invaluable to have you all talking about. I like it. It is a bit cringe, but it happens. We got our grand finals. We're building it up. Our teams, Gaimin, Gladiators, and Team Spirit. Let's enjoy the grand finals.
Look at all that fresh meat. Sorry, I got carried away. Okay. Who's that handsome devil? Trick question, it's me. I'm that handsome devil. But I want to remind you of one thing. There are many Earths, but only one Earth Shaker. Okay, I gotta stop screwing around, get to work. Okay. Welcome, Dota fans, from around the house, around the town, around the block, and around the world, to the International Grand Finals! This is the ultimate proving ground. And together we bear witness as the Aegis of Champions hangs in the balance. Please welcome to the stage our worthy contenders, battling all the way through the lower bracket. Gaimin Gladiators! Welcome, Duracho! Give it up one more time for Gaimin Gladiators! And continuing their march through the upper bracket, Team Spirit! remain standing. Only one can claim immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The final battle begins! The final proving ground, where 16 teams once stood. All but 2 have fallen. Both have outlasted the finest adversaries the world could offer.
Buybacks now from Liquid's side. Mega creeps in their favor, and now it's a 5 versus 3.
It in! Toronto, Tokyo, ends the game! And with that, bet boom! Oh, Azure Ray takes them down bit by bit, building by building.
Both have fans still eager for one more reason to cheer. One will join a pantheon of greatness. The other can hope for better luck next year. The final showdown for the Aegis is upon us. 2 teams remain standing. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
The grand finals of the International 2023 just moments away from happening here in the Climate Pledge Arena, and I am so ready for this best of 5 together with my panel. I'm joined by Lacoste, by T-Golf, by Effie, and I gotta say it, Effie, he did it again. TI10, he did it. We see it right now as well. Yatoro has sacrificed his hair for the Dota gods.
Dude, the second I saw him walk out, I got chills. He shaved his head. He sacrificed his hair. That is how he won TI10. He started the trend of going bald for TI, and he came to win today. I would be worried if I were Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, others have tried to copy him. Others have tried to go bald to win a TI. They failed. But this morning, when I was leaving the hotel, I saw him, and I just looked. I was like, bald? And he just gave me that cheeky little look, and I was like, oh, this is a guy who wants to win this TI.
Oh, and they have done it before. Slight change, of course, with now Lara on the middle lane, but they're looking so good. Their opponents look fantastic as well, though. The whole year, Lacoste, Gaimin Gladiators, they've had a fantastic one.
Absolutely. This is the team that got the top 12 in the previous year. Something was missing. 2 missing pieces were Quinn and CY, their coach. I think we got to give them huge credit for what they managed to do with the team, because they managed to win 3 majors, all upper bracket runs, and suddenly they're in the lower bracket. And we had an interview yesterday with Celery, who talked about the importance of the series, the seeding match against Talon, how much they learned from it. And ever since that, they're just speeding things up. This is the team that can beat you in 19 minutes. We saw a flawless performance yesterday against Azure Ray. They were playing turbo mode pretty much.
Yeah, they really, really were. And we must not forget, a grand finals like these is not a crowning of a tournament, not even of the year. It is a crown of a career, and we have seen most of these faces lift the Aegis already. T, for Lar will be the first time, but they have tried so many times.
They have, and for Lar at least, last year he played on BetBoom, he came last place, and now this time around he's in the grand finals, of course surrounded by 4 TI winners as well. If they are to lift this Aegis, first time for Lar, second attempt, 2-time winners potentially for the other 4 players. It is incredibly storyline, and of course for Poshko, he's attempted this 8 times already. Sure, he's lifted the Aegis once, but Ace as well, he's attempted 8 times, but yet to lift the Aegis. Can he do it himself this time?
And Quinn, let's not forget to talk about Quinn. 7 attempts, 5 TI attempts. Everyone thought that Quinn, was just hanging around the NA Dota scene, wasn't going to make it very far, but he joined Gaimin Gladiators. Something clicked, and he proved to the world the kind of caliber of player he is. He is world class. He has been destroying everyone in his way, and he's here for the Aegis lift.
He is here for it. We'll see which team will come out victorious. Of course, on one side, we have a chance of 4 fresh, 2-time champions on the side of Team Spirit. But Gaimin Gladiators, they could be having 2 crowning achievements in their finals if they were to lift the Aegis. First one coming all the way, starting off in the lower bracket T.
Yeah, I think so. TI9 Liquid, they got all the way to the finals, but weren't able to win it. But if Gaimin Gladiators are to win this TI, it'll be the first time a team starts in the lower bracket and lifts the Aegis. That's 6 lower bracket games that they have to win back time and time again and not drop a single one. And they could do it. That's an incredible. And then also the fact they won 3 majors, like that's so many things going their way. Whew.
Yeah, I think because we've heard a lot about the majors, and they all went through the upper bracket, and people are like, well, I wonder how they fare in the lower bracket. Everything's different over there. There's so much more pressure. But this team, they thrive under it.
Absolutely. This is the team that powered up the most, I would say, throughout the whole tournament, because this team is not really familiar with the lower bracket, especially when it comes down to the DPC and the tournament. So really glad that they're showing what they're really made of. They're going to their own, like how they started to dominate the year with these strength heroes, these aura buyers, grouping up as 5, and just complete domination from start to finish. I think coming into this, because they just played 2 games, I think they have advantage.
And let's not forget, Gaimin Gladiators, because of their dominance this year, they are the team that shaped the meta. They are the team that got the meta nerfed and changed to the way that it is today. So when the initial patch happened, they were the team that was hit the hardest by it, and it took them so long to adjust. Everyone thought that, okay, it's the TI curse. If you're dominant the entire year, there's no way you win. There's no way you get this far. But they said, what meta? We are the meta. And they proved to everybody that they're not just a patch team.
Yes.
Strong. They're a strong team, and they're here to compete.
And they have played the most games out of everybody here going through the lower bracket. So it's not like they're saving strats. Everybody knows what's coming. The question is, how are you going to answer that if you're Team Spirit? I hope they have something very special cooked up for this. And this series, there's a little bit of a change compared to all the series we saw before. It's a best of 5. And normally you've got one team coming in thinking, oh, maybe they don't have a lot of experience with best of 5s and actually taking them in the end. But both of these teams, have shown that the adaptation that is needed in a series like this, they got it.
Yeah, and not only do they have the adaptation, but the kind of play styles mirror it as well. Like Spirit, they're a team that have been behind quite a lot to come back into their games. And then for Gaimin Gladiators, you mentioned that they played the most games, 24 games. Their average win time is 36 minutes. That's 10 minutes quicker than Team Spirit. So it really feels like this whole series will be, can Spirit survive the onslaught of Gaimin? Can they find those moments of collapsed brilliance to get back into their games and then close it out? Like, this is just 2 so different teams. It's like a beautiful finals.
2 different styles, because Gaimin Gladiators, they've been so dominating, and everybody was focused on them starting from the laning stage, one of the best. Everybody was also talking about the Bet Boom as a strong laning stage team. But Team Spirit, when it comes down to late game decision making, the way they're making their plays, they're just top notch. I think when it comes down to super late game, Team Spirit is the best team in the world.
But they gotta get there first, though. A lot of teams have failed to do so against Gaimin Gladiators. I think that one thing that I've noticed over the last few days is that there has been a lot of talk about the offlaners, Effie. I feel like we're seeing them be put in the role to be the star player for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Gaimin Gladiators offlaner, Ace, he is the rock of this team. He is their stable player. He is the one that they can depend on, the one that they build around. He's the player that enables Duraccio to play in the hyper-aggressive, sometimes very risky, sometimes very dangerous way that he plays, but he makes it work because their offlane, the offlane of Tofu plus Ace, is so strong. They're dominant. He picks heroes that rallies his team into the game, and he never disappoints. I've hardly ever seen Ace have a bad game. Whereas Collapse, he also fits that role in a similar way, where he is the playmaker of this team, and him and Mira have been playing together for as long as Tofu and Ace have.
Yeah.
But The special thing to me about Collapse is, regardless of what situation you put him in, even if he has a bad net worth lead, even if his lane goes poorly, he finds the initiation. I mean, I think Collapse is the best initiator Dota 2 has ever seen.
Yeah, Collapse has been showing fantastic work. He brought the Magnus out again. I think it must be, it's at this point, T, it's a mental story for the Magnus to be played by Collapse.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see Collapse at least once in this finals. I want to see at least one Axe in this finals.
Mars.
The unpicked still? Yeah,
it's unpicked, but it has been banned a couple times.
If we get to see that as well. But like, there's so many specialties, and I think that Effie mentioned is beautiful. It's like Collapse is the initiator. He's the one that always needs to start the fight. But Ace, he plays quite different in his offlane style, where he wants people to group around him. So he's not starting the fight through literally initiating. It's just more like, I'm going to be in the position where I'll force the fight. And that kind of differences could be something that they try to exploit between the two offlaners in this series.
Yeah, and in this series, we're going to see Gaimin Gladiators go up against Team Spirit, and that means that throughout this entire series, we wanna learn more and more about all 10 players and their coaches on stage, and we're going to start right now by learning a little bit more about Team Spirit.
Team Spirit versus Gaimin Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 1.
It's big brain time, everybody. Welcome to the draft panel for the grand finals. You heard AUI, you heard Dendi, you heard Fear earlier talk about, previous experience with TI finals. Now it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of this one. You guys, you've been there before, you know what the stakes are, you know what to do, so let's get going. These two teams have had very different styles, as was pointed out by the panel going into this, this grand finals. What are you guys looking for? Who's going to throw the first curveball?
That's a good question. I think the one thing that you do really have to look out for is going to be the Magnus, right? It's Collapse Magnus. He only just showed it yesterday, his first time playing it, and this is what they won TI-10 off. This is something you've got to be afraid of. Do you have the confidence, if you're Gaimin Gladiators, to leave it in the pool? That's what I'm mainly looking for in this series.
I'm looking at how both styles gonna collide and meet each other in terms of like Gaimin Gladiators, where we apply a lot of pressure on all stages of game, especially starting from early. We have very strong lanes, very tempo drafts, and as panel said, like Team Spirit, we have longer games when we win. So I'm curious if we come up with some ideas, some plan how to stop it, how we're gonna deal with
ban Collapse apparently.
Yeah, on lanes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, they have a lot of info on Gaimin Gladiators. They watch so many of the games. They have a lot of data there. I think, honestly, going into the best of 5, you have a lot of games. You have some room for, not experimentation, but to test your limits. I think they should sort of try to pick a Gaimin Gladiator strategy that they want to play against, where it's Ents, Chen, Pangolier, Necro, and they should try to break that early in the best of 5. I think that's what gives them the best shot of, like, sort of getting a draft advantage in the series.
It sounds like a lot of the heroes you're talking about overlap with are healing-based. Ancient Apparition still in the pool. Is that a potential overall first pick for Team Spirit? Do you think that's an angle to try to target what Gaimin Gladiators have been running?
I would really like the A. I think Maposhko was actually the first player to start playing A. I think he was playing a bit before Riyadh in pubs, and they even ran a couple of officials. They actually go with the Weaver, which...
Wow.
I mean, it's a bit flexible, but honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I thought this Weaver, it's a bit weaker into sort of Gaimin Gladiators ball, but what it can do is it can break down the laning stage a lot. If you get ahead of these ball lineups in the lanes, oftentimes they can't group up in this way that they want to.
Yeah, the way I look at this Weaver a little bit is Team Spirit's, they're playing against Gaimin Gladiators, right? And what I've noticed a lot from Gaimin Gladiators right now is you want Dyrachyo on the CK or Weaver, so they ban the CK, they take the Weaver away, and Dyrachyo's, he's really good, but he's really good at playing these aggressive style carries. That's mainly because we see Ace playing a little bit greedy too, right? So Dyrachyo can play a little bit faster, so I think this is very targeted to just take it away from Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, both teams have very similar three cores idea, which all three cores getting big, but compared, for example, to Gaimin Gladiators, Dyrachyo is doing the more space creating stuff, and in Team Spirit it's Laurel, so it's a little bit different for both teams. So it's very interesting that Team Spirit is stealing this Weaver away, like from Gladiators, and Yatoro played an amazing Weaver like a few days ago, like it was very strong.
I think we might be seeing Yatoro on the Weaver. Cubano heroes like Bloodseeker. I think the support Weaver, like, I mean, you care about Rupture, but then you're just rupturing a support. I think you would only ban this type of hero if you want to play the Weaver on core. Tofu is also getting like his 89th Morta game of the tournament, so I think that's, like, Gaimin Gladiators, they should actually feel really comfortable right now with this opening.
I guess another thing about the Bloodseeker ban is that it kind of feeds into Gaimin Gladiators' general approach to the game in terms of pace, right? This is a very aggressive carry that wants to fight and bring that pressure early. It doesn't mind diving towers, which I would say Gaimin Gladiators have done more than any team this tournament. So it's very clear here that the teams are targeting different players. You pointed out you're banning carries when you're Spirit here and you're stealing one away, whereas as Denny was talking about, Laurel is playing more of the aggressive style for Team Spirit. Do you think Gaimin Gladiators would be wise to try to match that idea, so to speak, by targeting Laurel as much as Spirit are targeting Dyrachyo here?
I think the best idea would be to pick extremely strong laner for Queen, which usually Gaimin Gladiators do in every game, and it's working perfectly because Queen is one of the best laners out there for sure, without doubt. So I think this is a part of the plan, which should be to lock down a little bit on Laurel so he doesn't have a good game. Yeah.
I think if they go with that plan, they can probably look for the Enchantress here. I'm honestly surprised that they're giving it to Gladiators on the second phase. I think both Ench and Chen are two heroes that, if you have the winning mid, you can snowball the matchup really hard.
Yeah, it's one of the best heroes to rotate for 5 minutes siege and create insane amount of pressure. And we saw how Gaimin Gladiators took taking towers from their enemies. Like if you look almost every game, like minute 10, 12, there is no tier 1 towers on all 3 lanes. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I think just going to the series in general, Gaimin Gladiators, they like Tofu playing this Morta because it gives Ace a good game. They can get the Enchantress you mentioned, that way they can snowball the game. And it's very clear how Gaimin wants to play. They're going to want to play fast. If you be greedy, they want to punish it right away. And Team Spirit, they seem a bit more flexible in what they want to do in their draft, and they kind of want to just take strategies away, and they're versatile enough to do it.
This is quite the curveball, right? Picking
yeah.
Pango in this slot is very early on in the draft. As much as I'm sure all the meme enjoyers out there are happy to see Quinn play the Pango for the nth time this tournament. You're effectively offering Team Spirit the possibility of truly counterpicking mid here. We've seen Laurel and a hero such as Dazzle destroy mid melee heroes. Is that a good matchup against Pango, or is he one of the heroes that can kind of float that lane?
It's pretty good. Dazzle is destroying almost every melee hero on lane, but I don't think that Team Spirit want to go for that path because that will switch them from the more of a comfort strategy. Even though I'm pretty sure they can make it, but yeah, like they putting Laurel in a situation where I think we will need to decide with more limited hero pool against this Pango, because you want to punish this hero, but at the same time, what kind of heroes left here to punish it from the Laurel comfort zone?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different because, like, if I'm Weaver in this situation, I don't find Pango to be an issue for me, right? Like, you can get away
Weaver should be good versus Pango for sure.
Yeah, and then now you get the tree to lock down the Pango in these earlier fights, and also you get a counter pick in the laning stage, so it's already not a good Pango game by any means, but they're just showing that Quinn is just super confident on this hero, and that's about it for me on this pick.
Okay, here I can talk a lot, or I can just be quiet. I played around 80 games last month of PUC, and I enjoy this hero a lot, and I really like how Laro played. Even thought he have a bit different, interesting ideas on it. Like he's switching to physical carry later, and it's actually a pretty good answer to Pango, because for PUC you cannot win your lane, but if you do 50-50, you're very happy, and Pango one of those heroes that you can do actually 50-50 nowadays. So I believe it's a great answer, in addition to against Pango. Against Muerte it's tricky, but yeah.
Honestly, I'm a bit worried for the lane. I feel like Quinn has played this matchup like every single pub since he picks Pango every single game. But I think PUC, he has like 0 armor, right? Once you get level 3 on Pango, you start spamming him. I think it's a very, very skill-dependent matchup. And Team Spirit strat, what I'm looking for from them is, I think they watched the Liquid series that Gladiators played, and that's the series where Gladiators looked the most vulnerable. And Liquid's strategy coming into that was picking as strong a safe lane as you can. So that's why they picked the Treant. This Weaver might be carry. I'm not too sure the matchup against Lone Druid at all, but I assume it's fine for Weaver. Lone Druid's sort of a scary laner. But I'm not too sure if like PUC fits into that well, because if you're shutting down the safe lane, generally like, I don't know, like I'm not the biggest fan of the PUC hero. I think he sort of lacks some damage, and I feel like he's a hero that can actually get run over on mid.
Absolutely, that can happen. This hero is not very effective into helping side lanes, so you really need to make sure your side lanes are extremely strong, because he's just getting bigger himself. And actually PUC is getting strong now more late game, so I also agree with it's kind of like might be a problem to stop Gaimin Gladiators like pressure with a PUC, because it's not a hero that's stopping pressure for sure.
So for a lot of teams, I feel like this Lone Druid could be considered a flex here between carry and offlane. I don't think we've seen Dyrachyo play Lone Druid this tournament at all, right?
No, not
right in saying that. So does that mean, what angle could Team Spirit take here? Are you trying to now specifically counter an offlane Lone Druid because you could put the Weaver on support like AUI was pointing out, or are you kind of committed at this point to putting a carry? Because in reality, is there a safe lane hero that can truly challenge Lone Druid in the lane together with Treant? Is that possible?
I think Weaver's fine, and I think you just pick the strongest offlaner here, most likely, because they're going to target it next. So like the Weaver tree matchup versus Lone Druid, it should be perfectly fine, because one rotation, or if you manage to get on top of the Lone Druid's real hero and you Sakuchi in with bugs, he could die pretty easily. But Lone Druid, no one's gonna like just straight out CS this hero. That's why he's so strong in the laning stage. But there's definitely a threat to kill him, and Weaver doesn't have problems like CSing, because you have the Gymnade attack, you also have like the Sakuchi. You're gonna get CSing just fine against the Lone Druid, at least go even, with kill threat, so I think it should be good enough.
Where did this hero go? He was pretty much top tier a couple of weeks ago, and we've barely seen him on the main stage at all. So what makes this a good Beastmaster game?
And the hero got some pretty significant nerfs. I think the Hawk, especially level 1, it used to be completely OP and now it's sort of pathetic early. I think it's a really good pick here though. I think generally when if you just look at Gladiators lineups in general, but also this one, a lot of times you can run out of damage. We've heard from the Quinn clips, like something they talk a lot about is like keeping the formation. And when you play Dota in that style, the enemy tends to, you try to burst one guy, they save him, and then you run out of damage, you don't have enough to keep going. But Beastmaster is sort of like one of those unlimited damage heroes. You can keep the fight going, you keep throwing these axes, your damage keeps ramping up, you have summons. It's also like sort of a classic counter to Silencer, just because if you get to the levels on Beastmaster, Silencer doesn't really do anything to your summons. Curse doesn't do much damage, it's too much mana, and once you kick out a sort of weak laner like Silencer and Beastmaster, it's one of the offlaners that really snowball really hard, take over the map.
I think Willow would Phoenix be a good ban here too? I know Silencer's good versus Phoenix, but I know Lone Druid hates playing versus that hero. And I think Spirit's looking for position 4 here as well to lane with that Beastmaster most likely.
Do you even feel like part of the Silencer pick here was a protection pick, so to speak, against a potential Phoenix coming out when they picked it on Gaimin?
Hard to say, because yeah, you can silence them, but at the same time, you could buy ways to get out of it, and you don't have a good way to kill Egg, because Pango's just rolling, he can't attack. Lone Druid Bear is ineffective versus the Egg. Morta can sort of do it, but that's going to be your support most likely, so I don't think they have enough, but they're going to leave it anyway, so we'll see what Team Spirit wants to pick up here.
I feel like Team Spirit need a partner for PUC to make some plays on the map, because with Trent it's going to be complicated and they will need something to be happening for sure. Maybe we don't need to do anything and Gladiators just going to run at them and we're going to just
like
take
a Skywrath maybe?
I can see Skywrath working. I think the #1 priority for Team Spirit right now is making sure that Beastmaster is a good lane. If Beastmaster does not have a good lane against Silencer, then oftentimes it can be hard to fight into, especially versus Pangolier, another matchup where, yes, you can roar his role, but if you cannot like burst him in that, then Pangolin becomes very good against Beastmaster in the fights. So I think the lane comes first, and then they can look at options after that.
Yeah, for sure. We're aiming some good carries against Beastmaster right now too, like with 1 terabyte. And this looks interesting.
I guess we'll see if the Weaver will be on that position 4 or not here, if they're going to go for a carry, because that option does still exist if they want to go it.
I wouldn't mind a Weaver carry at all. I think the lane would be pretty strong for Silencer. Weaver doesn't have to like commit. I mean, I think it might depend what carry they're predicting Gladiators to pick, but I'm just not too sure like what carry they're looking at. Honestly, in my head, I'm like some Drow Ranger, but that hero's not very strong right now. I just see Yatoro, you know, and I'm like, oh, TI, Yatoro, Drow Ranger, it might come back.
Nobody's been picking that hero though, right? But it is a really good game for it.
Unpicked.
It's super good for Spango. It's so annoying for Lone Druid.
I feel like it's probably not good enough of a hero, but if they were to pick a new carry, like I want something like that with really high damage.
Oh, toss.
Oh, okay. Is this?
I think they're just punishing the Silencer, right? In the laning stage.
On Team Spirit, I think they've been playing Nebushka on the Tusk more so than Mira, if I'm not mistaken. Is there a world that this is a 4 Treant, or do you think you just have to put the Tusk 4 here with Beastmaster? And how good is that lane against what you're supposedly facing here, especially considering it's a blind carry so far?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a Treant 4. I think, like, honestly, committing really hard into the Beastmaster's lane, making sure he secures it and he can take over the game is a good idea. But I think most likely, ooh, Gyrocopter.
That's an old Weaver.
Really good for Beastmaster too.
Yeah.
His summons just die, the Hawk is free, golden EXP.
Double melee versus double range. That's scary.
Don't you guys just love when you go into the finals and there's like multiple heroes that you haven't seen for a week that come out in the very first game? Amazing stuff. So yeah, Beast and Gyro. Dare I say it's their first appearances on the main stage? I think so.
Probably haven't seen Gyro on the main stage since TI5.
He's back. Awesome. What do you guys make of this overall? Like, do you feel like there's any sort of advantage that you can infer from specific lanes, or what you've seen from the team so far in the tournament that makes you lean one way or the other?
I think this game's going to be completely decided in Spirit safe lane. Like, I think they picked this Weaver and Treant just to be strong, and Lone Druid is honestly sort of the same. Like, this hero really wants to win his lane. Depending on which way that lane goes, I think he'll determine the tempo for the post-lane phase.
I also feel the same about Gaimin Gladiators safe lane as well. If it doesn't go well and Gyro doesn't have a good laning stage and Collapse can manage to get kills with Mira, that could change Spirit's momentum a lot with this Beast.
Yeah, very, very depending on lanes right now. How the lanes go will decide a lot in this game.
So how's the mid lane matchup going to go, Dendy?
To me, it's maybe a little bit favorable for Pango, but it's still a pretty good game for Puck. But it's pretty risky in my eyes to pick Puck so early. Like, usually you want to see more heroes. There's still 2 silences, so you want to buy a defensive item, which slows down other like aggressive items that you might go for. So yeah, a bit scary for Puck.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really worried for a lot of this game. I feel like the ganks from Tofu can come in. Lone Druid's a hero, he can just pull away with his bear. You can sort of leave him alone. And hopefully, like, that's why I feel like if they don't win the Yatoro Matoshka lane, it's going to like bleed really hard into mid. They can't keep the Morta there.
What do you guys make of the Tusk here that Spirit ended up going for into Silencer, who's notoriously a really good anti-save hero, and a big part of the Tusk is saving allies with Snowball? Do you think that's maybe a little bit on the risky side, or?
I think he wants to kill the Silencer.
Yeah,
I think this is a hero that can just like get on him and kill him right away. It's going to be more of an aggressive Tusk team instead of a defensive one.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to double jump with Puck. That's where we're going to be their target number 1.
All right. Thank you guys very much for your insights. We are ready to get into the game, but before that, we're going to a coach's interview with Silent from Team Spirit.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Silent of Team Spirit as we get ready for this grand final, a best-of-5 grand final. Not many teams get the privilege of playing best-of-5s, but you've been to many of them. So to you, is there any difference between best-of-3 Dota versus best-of-5 Dota?
For me, you have more chances to do a mistake. Best-of-3, you can really don't figure out how to play against your enemy and what might cost you serious. But here, lucky it's best of 5 because Gladiators have some. We play way too fast, and I think we need to adapt somehow for that. That's the point.
All right. Well, we got to get that data with a game number 1. So Seattle, are you ready to start grand finals? That's what I like to hear. Let's get into it with game number 1.
That's right, it's time to make our grand finals head underway. On one side, we have a team that is absolutely the best team of the year, but on the other side, the strongest team of the tournament. On one side, we have 3-time major winners, and on the other side, TI winners, but only one can claim the Aegis.
I've seen a lot of TIs, Cap. We are going back 12 editions of this right now. We have seen lower bracket runs, we've seen upper bracket runs, we have seen First Bloods, we have seen Roshans, but one thing is absolutely clear to me right now at TI 12, in the heart of Dota in Seattle, these two teams are undoubtedly the best two teams in the world right now, and both of them are absolutely terrifying.
And that's exactly why Gaimin Gladiators stacked the bounty runes, but they failed to be able to claim the first blood. They wanted to be able to get that early momentum over a team that is so scary. I mean, Team Spirit have demolished every team that has stood in their way. Gaimin Gladiators, though, have had to make the long run through the lower bracket, and there's something special about that lower bracket momentum.
You cannot underestimate how much this team has gone through, especially going to their 4th Valve event grand final of the year. No team has made a complete sweep, and usually the team that is favored in that sense can't even make that type of run, so this team cannot be underestimated. At the same time, all of us here watching, when you see Yatoro come out of that player walkway with a shaved head, the amount of fear that instills into you, the amount this man is willing to sacrifice to claim a second Aegis and join that limited pantheon of 2-time TI winners, you can't not help but be a little afraid of what he's willing to do here. In a best of 5, both these teams are capable of anything. The greatest question, however, if you've watched this lower bracket run from Gaimin, is can Team Spirit put a stop to the speed and the tempo in which they are playing these games? Because right now, nobody across all of those series has been able to do it. Now, a lot of these games have not gone past the 25-minute mark, so you need to slow it down, you need to play your game, or at least take it back to them. And if there is one team in the world that can accomplish that, it is Team Spirit, who have shown that they are no slouches when it comes to the first 10 minutes, particularly the laning phase.
Yes, this laning phase is going to be the ultimate test for this best of 5. It's going to be a long journey to get through this finals, and who walks away winning this laning phase could just end up winning the entire thing, as Maposhka will end up going down. Tofu finally claims first blood for Gaimin Gladiators.
And this is a familiar story. Acceleration for Ace on the off-lane lone Drew. This is a hero that has demolished the lower bracket along with all the buildings in those series. A scary hero to give a lead off to here, especially when once more Gaimin have a lot of tempo that can just go with Ace, go through these objectives, play with that Bear's timings. But I like what Spirit have brought out here in game 1, right? These are a lot of heroes that are not afraid to skirmish early and take it straight back to you.
Death against Tofu will end up helping to get the kill onto Tofu, but will end up falling into the end. Ace is gladly going to be able to dive a bit more onto Maposhka. They are definitely winning this lane. They're walking away with it a bit.
And that's going to be fast over corrosion for the Bear. That's going to give him a lot of chase down potential in this lane.
He's still going to find it. Maposhka, he has that extra little bit of heal. They will end up dying the Bear. That's going to be 300 gold over to Yatoro, but Ace can keep up that pressure with a fresh resub.
Big turnaround for Yatoro, honestly. This lane was looking a little grim if you get Ace to that fast over corrosion, which has just taken over a lot of these lanes. All of a sudden you get a Bear kill back. A lot of golden XP for Yatoro. He can start to regain momentum in this lane. This is a very strong lane for Team Spirit. Tree Weaver, there's not much that beats this, so this just shows how strong this off lane is for Gaimin as well. They're combating
it would be such a massive win if they could actually bring down Ace, but Yatoro's going to have to try and go for Tofu instead, who gave up his own life to be able to kill the bug on Ace to protect his core. He does die, but if Yatoro gets caught by an entangle here, it's going to be a heavy punish, but not afraid, turns around, battles back against that Bear, knowing Ace still has some time before he has another resummon available.
Still a lot of gold going to Yatoro here as he takes a net worth lead. Good sign for Team Spirit is, I mean, Weaver has to be one of the fastest carries in this meta. I think CK is the other one that I had point to. Of course, Bristleback, he's a pseudo carry getting banned out. This is a hero that Team Spirit first picked for a reason. If they get him to a good position, he can go and defend all these towers. You can take every single fight with this carry hero, try and match Duracio's pace, where I almost feel like it doesn't matter what hero Duracio's playing. This guy is gonna run at you. He's gonna join all the skirmishes with Quinn. You have to be ready for the 5-man collapse at a certain point. Either get some trades, be ready to defend them at the towers. This Beastmaster can trade on the map. That's another objective that Team Spirit can look for as this game progresses.
I feel like out of all the players on Gaimin Gladiators, it's definitely Duraccio.
That's a resummon.
Yeah, it is. Ace, he'll lose yet another Bear, and Yatoro's just climbing up the network chart now. A laning phase that started off a bit bad for them, but now they've got a full 20-second window with no Bear, so they should easily be able to get most of the CS. And also, the bounty. Man, he is sitting at 3K net worth already, way ahead of anybody else in this game.
It adds up real fast. These bears are worth a lot. It's also extra damage going into Ace. You're not healing while the bear's on cooldown. There's a lot going wrong in this offlane for Gaimin right now for the hero that's supposed to give them that lead, at least comparatively to those other games, right? This is still a very even game, but if you watched any of these series yesterday, particularly the Azure one, I guess if you're not down 5K at the 5-minute mark, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, seriously, you cannot let Gaimin Gladiators run away with the laning phase. And that, when we were talking about it backstage, and so many other people that we talked to backstage, everybody was saying, Team Spirit is not going to get run over the laning phase. They won't let that happen. You can make these kind of rotations, pick up on the snowball. They have 3 heroes to all bang onto the Jarcopter, but it's not quite good enough. Tofu protecting them nicely. They'll get some damage in return, but Team Spirit are going to remain relatively healthy.
Nice missile dodge on the snowball. Mira, he's going to be able to make some really nice plays this game. This Tusk is a hero that can not only give him the physical burst to go through the bear at the later stages, but the snowball dodge on heroes like Gyro and Pango that have to throw out their spells at the start of the fight. It can get you your core BKBs off. It can stall out the fight, get you a roar off of, Collapse coming back out of it. Something that could be really instrumental as this game progresses here. And once more, Spirit making the first moves here. Mopochka has been really active in this laning phase, trying to skew it as much as possible to Team Spirit's advantage. Give them that breathing room. And of course, this is a Tree and Protector lineup. We're talking about these objectives, something Gaimin's focused on. If you can keep your towers up, living armor.
The double slows are going to help here, and Quinn's going to come back into this play. Sees an opportunity, but so is Laurel. The 2 supports are already dead, though, and there's no way for this puck to change the matchup now.
+2 int on the board for Celery. Glaive's already getting some extra work done. We'll leave solo lanes on these sides, so Yatoro going to try and make the most of it. He gets rooted. Oof. Oh, he wanted another bear kill on this lane, man. He has been taking it to Ace. Level advantage already going Yatoro's way. And it'll look like it'll just be the Dragonlance. So defensive-oriented build here from Yatoro. Get the high HP up. Don't get bursted in this game. Man, he is just chunking Ace down. This is a roam opportunity up here, right? Like, this is a great hero for Team Spirit to roam on if you can keep chipping Ace's HP pool, because every time you kill this bear, he has to resummon. He's susceptible again, and you don't really take the ult too early.
Laurel, he's going to try and bait it out here by using the Illusion Rune. The first power rune was an Illusion Rune. Not necessarily one that you feel the best about, but he's going to try and bait it out by showing his Illusion mid and seeing if they can catch something in this top lane. Tofu, he's going to be marked there. Couldn't get there in time to snag away the Wisdom Rune, but they can get this 1 kill. Ace is around. Laurel, he'll back away. So will Ace. He's ready for the push that's coming in. In fact, he knows he's kind of surrounded by heroes, so he wants to play defensively. But Laurel already back to the mid lane, doesn't want to miss out on too much of his CS.
Nice heads up smoke by Spirit. They are a team that will happily smoke to any of these Wisdom Runes. And if you study them, you know it's coming. The 7, the 14, the 21 especially is one of their big power moves. They really want this XP advantage. And again, rotating to Ace's lane, I think, is a recipe for success. The other move you're going to make is to collapse when that helm is up to try and push this tower or kick Dirachi out of the lane. But I feel like every time you make one of these aggressive moves on Gaimin in the early game, you're pretty happy with it, right? Because it means they're not going to Ace, they're not pushing your tower, and then things like this can start to happen where another kill for Yatoro. He is absolutely out of control.
Oh, and their carry's going to be in trouble as well. Both cores in big trouble here on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and no TP rotations coming in. So they're just going to run down Dirachi. Do they dive the tower, though? It's a bit scary, and they've run out of resources. So Dirachi lives, but only on the sliver of HP, and it's not doing him much good either, because he's going to have to make a run back to the fountain, very likely.
You can see the side lane pressure here. This is another thing that's causing Gaimin some issues right now because they want to rotate towards mid, play around Quinn. So every time you bring supports off the side lanes, it's up to Spirit to recreate the pressure there and not let Quinn get away with these skirmishes with the power runes. However, Gaimin rotating supports mid will secure that power rune for Quinn. Now it's a question of what he can do with it here. I mean, can you rotate into Yatoro's lane? Is this Weaver killable in the very early game? Calling plus some roots, it's doable. And in fact, they're just going to bring everybody up here. Try and go on Ace again. This is when the Lone Druid is susceptible.
Perfect opportunity with the bear now being put on cooldown. They have done serious damage to Ace, killing him so many times, and even maybe catching Tofu here. Celery's going to try and slow him down, but that's 2 supports without a real stun. They're just going to back away, though. Bottom lane, that was the rotation coming out from Quinn. Mira left a bit alone here as the Beastmaster went for the Lotus instead. Good separation there with Shard, and Quinn doesn't feel like diving too deep.
And this is the helm coming out finished for Collapse. So now you have a second pressure point on the map if you're Team Spirit. You've gone through this early game in a pretty decent spot. Yatoro well ahead of the pack. So if he wants to rotate, play with Collapse, start pushing some of these towers, you can start to take Gaimin's game plan against them here. as they are still struggling to keep Ace in that off lane. This bear has just been exploited in the early game. So much extra golden XP. Try and make the rotation.
Gets back to the safety of the trees. Gaimin Gladiators are here in force, but fortunately the Pango versus the Beastmasters doesn't necessarily leave you the most options. Can't really put to use that Rolling Thunder super well. He's going to try for it anyway, perhaps. Going to force out the Primal Roar. Collapse now going to try and back away with that extra bit of movement speed. Does get hit by the Gyrocopter ultimate. That's going to slow him down enough. Good snowball pickup from Mira. That buys him a couple of seconds, but Quinn is going to follow that ball. He is perfectly matched to be able to hit them both. The Swashbuckle isn't enough, though. And Dyrachyo and Quinn are now in trouble. Caught by the coil. Laurel going to lock him down, and there's not much these supports can do to stop it. In fact, they're just going to feed right alongside the other two of Gaimin Gladiators as Team Spirit in a 5-man move sweep over Gaimin Gladiators, run them down underneath their towers, and even through the portal, Tofu will be denied that exit. Instead, he'll head back to the fountain after a triple kill for Yatoro.
And Yatoro straight back to the top lane, doesn't miss a beat. The downside of all that off lane going wrong for Gaimin is Ace didn't even have a bear during all that, so you cannot bring the numbers to that fight. Just an overextension on Collapse that Yatoro was happy to join and get the big swarm turnaround kill. Of course, Laurel with a beautiful coil, just lock him in place, let the Weaver do the damage here. This is very deep.
Yeah, this is
almost, it feels like a forced play. Yeah, forced play, if anything, right? And you know the snowball save is going to come out here. This is what I'm saying. You disjoint the missile, you disjoint some of the gyro damage. That turnaround is deadly. Triumph's going to give you sustain to just push through a lot of this poke damage. You're also missing the support ults. Like, Warta and Silencer are not too strong when they don't.
Oh, got the first silence on him. If they can keep him in place, the dead shot moves him back in. They have to use the global, but it will get the job done. A huge kill streak going the way of Ace. His net worth just shot right back up as he got 587 gold for just himself off that kill.
I mean, we're 11 minutes in the game, and Yatoro already had a 6x streak. So Ace absolutely happy to pick that up. That's the power of the global versus the Weaver before he has any sort of dispel item, which looks like it's going to become very late in this game as Yatoro's opted for a Deso build-up. Another reason that kill was pretty valuable, right? You slow down the Deso, limit the charges you can get in these early exchanges. The slower it is, the worse it's going to be because his pace is very strong right now. And of course, Dyrachyo, we have not seen Gyro too much this tournament, but the big upside for this hero is the stacking, right? It's not something we've seen Gaimin go back to a lot as the game's been very fast. But this triangle is getting stacked and is waiting for Gyro to come and collect. The other Ancients are also doubled up right now. So this is a lot of golden XP sitting in the bank for Gaimin if they can move Dyrachyo over there, start to clear through with the max flat cannon. Something that Team Spirit might think about contesting depending on how fast they can push these towers down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that in this game, it's funny, but I feel like the game plan is kind of swamped where Team Spirit want to be able to run over Gaimin Gladiators, take these outer towers so they can disrupt that ancient farming. They're going to go straight to it. No hesitancy whatsoever. Immediate coil put onto Quinn, but they don't really have the strength to be able to bring him down just yet. Protected by all of Gaimin Gladiators who, again, they saw Team Spirit in the bottom lane show up as 5. They will do the same here in the mid lane. Quinn looks to find his mark, looks to see if he can drive right on through and straight to Maposhka. He'll find him here in the corner, clear out most of the trees, but Laurel is actually going to bounce back in here.
They're going to retake the fight.
But Poshka's going to stand and fight as best he can, but they pick off Ace immediately. Laurel trying to make his way out, and oh, the silence. Maybe he gets clipped again. He's dead. Couldn't jump to his orb in time. Yeah, they get Ace, but it does cost them quite a bit as Laurel was a big piece of the momentum for Team Spirit here.
Tofu coming up big. Calling is just going to be their biggest way to deal with puck in these team fights. If you can land it, it's probably a dead puck. You dead shot him back into it. It's an extended duration here. Once more, that fight got dragged out. Really nice disengage from Spirit. Draw them back up the ramp, waste this Rolling Thunder, chasing Maposhka on the cliff. Yatoro gets another pretty good angle. You can see the aggressiveness they're trying to play with this Beastmaster right now. They're taking the push to Gaimin, not playing defensive at all. And once more, the aggression continues. No Rolling Thunder for Quinn right here.
Global sounds to try and protect him. Another Swashbuckle up in a second. He's actually going to turn and fight as best as possible, but the puck is going to be the end of Quinn. I thought he was going to Swashbuckle down and away from the trees. Maybe that was an error.
Now, this is looking all Spirit in this first 50 minutes here. They're getting a lot for their Beast, the start for Yatoro, and now it's just going to have to come back down to the flat cannon, clearing through the Ancients to put Dyrachyo in a spot where he can start to take these fights. This is a position we've not seen Gaimin in a while, right? In this tournament especially. They are usually the ones with a very strong lead going into this 15-20 minute mid-game period. All of a sudden they're on the back foot. Double damage definitely going to help accelerate Dyrachyo here. But we talked about the resiliency of this team, right? There's a reason they're here in this grand finals. There's a reason they've been in a lot of them too. This is not a team that can only play from ahead. They're gonna have to show some resiliency here and playing a little bit from behind, particularly with, I mean, maybe Ace's timings, but honestly, he's found a lot given his start. I'm surprised at how rich he is.
Yeah, he's got 3 deaths. I think his bear has died like 5 different times in this game, but still second in the network chart. Still though, Spirit clearly holding the tempo control of this game. They're up by 3K. They've got to be feeling pretty good about it. Even if they couldn't stop the gyrocopter from clearing out stacks, they don't have to do it the first time around. Just taking these outer towers and trying to scrunch in the map a little bit.
Yeah, take advantage of the fact that Durachio's not ready, and it is dead even. That would have been my prediction before this series as well.
Goes to show.
I mean, respecting the Ace timing as well, too.
Yes.
Like this Radiance on the Bear, we have seen them do an incredible amount of work with it, and it's coming soon.
I think Team Spirit really want to finish off this mid tower before those timings reach the Aghanim Scepter on Durachio, the Radiance on Ace here.
And these are acceleration items. That's the thing. If you give Gaimin time to get to their big farm items in the Radiance and the Aghanim Scepter on Durachio, those items let you fight, but they also let you just clear the map. So holding these tower-ups, if you can limit the space they can use these farming items on in terms of the sides of the map, that's going to feel really nice with this Stream Protector lineup. Maposhka did not go for living armor points early, hasn't even needed them at this point, and all 3 tier 1s are up. Another aggressive foil play.
Tofu with the calling, trying to protect Mira just outside of that silence, uses the snowball, trying to get some distance. Nice dead shot though, actually hit Laurel in the background.
Yeah, but the exchange on the other side of the map, Ace going down to Yatoro again with this Desolator. Instant reveal, gets 2 charges on it, plus a bear kill as he was just pushing towards that Radiance. 700 off. And this tower dies. This is an influential tower for what Gaimin want to do on the map, because now both Ancients are exposed, and Yatoro straight in there. He would have liked to have found that stack, but he will be happy to take the net worth away from Durachio, a hero that just needs these camps up.
Now you're going to have to need a bit of a backup plan if you're Gaimin Gladiators. You no longer have that good control over the double Ancient stacks like you're talking about.
And look at this fast shard for Yatoro too.
Yeah.
This is where Weaver's just absolutely terrifying. You're getting the extra Gemini hit off the Sakuchi, going through everybody with an early Desolator. These heroes just don't have the armor to deal with this right now.
Now,
if you don't burst him.
He wants to play super aggressive and get on top of people, which against these kind of silences could play against them. That's why it's very important for them to get this Aegis, get this second life. It gives them time to get the BKB up on Yatoro, so he can't get punished just yet.
I mean, this man has absolutely no chill. He's not here to win an Aegis. He's here to take it away from you. And right now, he is controlling the tempo of this game. It's going to force Gaimin into a smoke that yields nothing, right? They are nowhere here in time, and still missing those big core items to take the fight anyway. You're still 300 gold off this Radiance for Ace. That's your big 5v5 timing. Just an awkward point. Yatoro playing this game way too fast right now, and the Beastmaster from Collapse speeding everything up. Helm of the Overlord is already done, by the way, so this map pressure is going to escalate.
Gaimin Gladiators really not able to do much besides just kind of make sure Durachio doesn't get smoke ganked. Playing around him heavily. Here comes the pressure from Team Spirit, though.
Radiant's done. This is a good point to get it done if you want to defend this tier 1 mid.
A really fast time lapse there. You could realize Yatoro, I think, felt like he was overextended there. He gets caught once by the silences. There are chances he just dies behind the tower, and then that Aegis may be useless. He may just die twice in a row.
And that's why this build is starting to come together for the Aegis, right? Because Yatoro still doesn't have a defensive item. The Global's still very effective here against Spirit. Laurel also considering a BKB this game on Puck early just to deal with the calling and the global silence that's coming out. Gaimin have a lot of tools to lock down these mobility heroes if they can find them. Right now, Maposhka just doing some scouting.
2 minutes to spot Maposhka, but there's nowhere for him to really run. He knows it too. He's definitely been caught, but he got some good information that'll lead to the pickoff on Ace. He saw all those heroes and he said, guys, this lone druid is alone in the top lane again. Kill him.
The single target physical burst is way too fast for this true form to even be considered in terms of casting it. They just had Ace's number. Radiance reveal down the drain as his timings are going to get prolonged yet again. And I mean, Collapse, he's just farming it up. He's not too worried about playing on game inside of the map right now. Just wants to hit his own BKB. It looks like Team Spirit, they're just going to work towards a triple BKB timing eventually. look towards that second Roshan with it, get the spell and debuff immunity up for the silences that are causing them problems in the fight. Then you're not too worried about anything as Quinn is getting shredded by the death
Yeah,
throw.
even if you get out the Rolling Thunder, the physical damage from Yutoro is too much for him to handle. Tofu was kind of desperate, wanted to be able to get that kill on Mira, maybe trying to take away the Aegis, but frankly, he doesn't do nearly enough damage right now to deal with this carry, even on low HP like this. Missed the dead shot on Mira. Managed to sidestep that one, and they'll dive Tofu pretty easily. Yutoro does manage to get off the timeline server so barely. Meanwhile, Celery's picked off in mid. Team Spirit, they are absolutely outplaying Gaimin Gladiators right now on the map. They just know all of these heroes are getting picked apart. There just seems to be no response whatsoever from these Gladiators.
I mean, there's nowhere to run, right? You need to combine the damage here on Gaimin to get anything done right now, and instead it's just Team Spirit going on you on multiple lanes so you can't group up. Age is still up for 2 minutes here. 8 Deso charges already done for Yutoro as he is just slowly claiming your soul. This is going to escalate fast. This is a scaling lineup too with all the auras they can bring to the table. The Swarm's going to go through. You have Tusk physical damage to pour in on top of it all, and a Chrysalis for Yutoro. I mean, how many aggressive items does he need in this game?
I love the fact that he's like, yeah, I don't need that BKB yet. Still have the Aegis for another minute and a half. And considering the pace of game right now, it does kind of feel like he's going to get that BKB once the Aegis expires, because this is going to be another team fight and perhaps another objective taken. 21-minute Wisdom Rune coming up. Tormentor, an object as well. Silence already going out. They're trying to lock down this Weaver, trying to stop him from killing anybody. It gets off the time lapse though. Forces a little bit of a resources out of Gaimin Gladiators. They're just throwing some damage around. Laurel looking at that back line.
You got to be careful of giving Duracho these good flak targets up front, as they're going to trade a bunch of the Bears HP.
They're still looking for Poshko over here. They don't have the detection to catch him out.
Something is going wrong with the detection on this tree, and for sure, he's just getting way too much information, way too deep right now. Team Spirit will play it safe, play it slow. Aegis out in 50 seconds, so you have to think about the timer here.
Look at that burst damage. Quinn caught by the coil and instantly killed by Yutoro. And you can feel it. Yutoro seeing an opportunity. They're going to be able to cut down Celery, and now he goes in for the kill. The Aegis does expire, but the rest of his team provides the disable. So as the second life comes back up, he's going to shred through Ace. Looks over to Tofu next. Now, last left, perhaps Duracho trying to run him down. Duracho doing his best he can, but up against 3 different cores, he can't actually fight back. He has to run away. Oh, missing out on the dead shot. Yutoro is unstoppable. He's just diving to the base like it's nothing.
He was thinking about it again. 30 HP is the only thing that'll save you from this man right now. He's just running rampages through the fight. 12-2 at 22 minutes. He is just taking everything and more. He has the auras to back him up. This aggressive item build has paid off in spades.
The aggressiveness of Yutoro I've seen in very few players at TI before. I mean, that play when he was morphling, he gets skewered into the base, and then he waveforms deeper into the base. That's the kind of aggression this guy's playing with right now.
You gotta play to win. You play not to lose, it eventually will happen. Right now, Team Spirit just taking over the map. Really good deep wards on those fights. Will get dewarded from Gaimin, but that's the power of what Maposhka is providing them with this tree. All of these fights and pickoffs, they've been scouted. He's been on Gaimin's side of the map for a lot of it. It's paid off to a large degree, this early tree and shard. Doing some work. And of course, the vision's really nice versus these silencer lineups, because if you're the one initiating on Gaimin, forcing out awkward globals, taking some damage on your backline, the fight gets very weird very fast, and suddenly Yutoro goes in, he kills somebody, time lapses out, there's a black dragon, pours some fire on somebody else. Too many fires to put out quite literally here. And once more, Maposhka just scouting out the moves from Gaimin, gives him all the setup in the world. This is deadly, man. The cores from Spirit are converging on top lane.
Look at Maposhka, man. He doesn't care if he gets caught. As long as he gets information for his team, he knows all 5 heroes of Gaimin Gladiators are up here, so Team Spirit are going to slowly approach. They're going to group up together and take this fight.
Yutoro just time-lapse to the fountain and back to get his BKB. He will not have time-lapse for this fight. He says, I don't need it.
Overgrowth with the 3-man coil. It's looking beautiful, and Yutoro's right in there with his fresh BKB to lay the damage into these cores. Once again, Ace has no chance with the bear, and of course the Beastmaster's gonna lock down that ball. You're not going anywhere, Quinn. They're gonna catch more. Tofu's gonna be the last one down. Duracho only survives because of his TP.
Everything coming together. Triple BKB instantly revealed all together on the exact fight Maposhka sets up. It's just beautiful gameplay here from Team Spirit, and Gaimin still searching for answers, because the second these fights start, they're already over. They don't even know they're coming.
Yep.
Yotaro, he does not need an ultimate at all to take these engagements when they are completely one-sided. It'll be more objective pushing. This is just a beautiful 4-man overgrowth setup. You cannot ask for anything more. Swarm hits everybody, and then you get to save Roar for the Rolling Thunder after Ace goes down to just right clicks. I mean, making it look easy out here.
The item timings, the positioning, all of it is just so perfect for Team Spirit.
That's the power of Vision. This is a team that won a TI previously off of Vision advantage, and they're showing why. The Beastmaster might have got nerfed in this regard, but Maposhka doing his best Hawk impersonation.
If you want to be worried about the Chen of Gaimin Gladiators, I think it's the Treant Protector of Team Spirit that may become a problem in this series. Maybe there's just not enough sentries in the world for you to buy to catch this guy.
I mean, he's dewarding them too. That's the problem. They are lacking sentries. They are lacking the detection. No one wants to buy a gem right now. I mean, you don't want to have to buy a gem for a Treant Protector, but we're getting to that point. And every time one of these fights goes wrong, you fall a little bit more behind with the... I mean, core heroes that don't want to function in these team fights from behind, right? Particularly the Gyrocopter. This is a hero you want to accelerate with the triangle, accelerate with the Ancient Camps, put him in a prime position like a Luna or something where he goes in that fight, he's the absolute raid boss. Dyrachyo has escaped these fights, but across his teammates' tombstones as he cannot output the firepower to match what Team Spirit are bringing with the ball right now. And everything is looking towards this next Roshan, which Team Spirit would be very, very happy to collect and put an Aegis on Yotaro with his aggressive DPS build. Not to mention, I mean, Laurel is picking up the speed, right? He's just going for the Maelstrom right-click tuck. It's also a fearsome late-game beast, especially when you have that Beastmaster aura pumping in attack speed to everybody on this lineup. You have tag teams to buff the physical. You're going to have multiple scaling right-click cores here for Team Spirit. You're going to need armor on Gaimin at some point. You're going to need survivability. Satanics, AC, anything that buys you time in this fight.
Gaimin Gladiators almost getting caught there. The overgrowth not quite landing onto Quinn. He'll survive as a result of that. Yotaro still going to have a poke at them, though. Quickly time lapses away before the silences catch him out. He's just so aggressive, man. He's going to start backing away with the rest of his team. As you said, 19,000 net worth lead. They're very comfortable. It's really just not slipping up at this point in time. And that starts with being able to get the second Roshan of the game, and then comes the high ground push, which Gaimin Gladiators, I don't know, what do you feel better about, a Roshan contest or a high ground play?
Maybe game 2. High ground play for sure, right? You let him go into you, abuse the fact that the Calling's a really strong defensive spell. You catch the Treant first, that's a nice pickoff.
And it's actually really nice with the gem on the ground.
Yeah, okay, so you needed a gem in this game. Maposhka will give it to you. That's a big pickup. Limit the vision, limit Maposhka's aggressive positioning. That was very deep, right? Especially for Team Spirit looking towards this next Roshan. They have the Beastmaster creep in the pit scouting it out. A rich man's Hawk, for lack of anything better. Just waiting on their vision.
Yeah, the sad part for Gaimin Gladiators is they can't actually do anything off of that play besides getting a little bit more farm than normal. They'll be able to push out some of the side lanes. I assume they know that Team Spirit's going to be doing Roshan sometime soon. Of course, they're doing it right now, and it happens so quickly. It gives you such a small window if you're Gaimin Gladiators to actually be able to contest. So you're right. They're going to play for the high ground. They're going to try and see if they can make Team Spirit slip on that staircase.
Just a question of what are they going to get up for that high ground defense, right? It's the Daedalus on Dyrachyo. That's going to be the big DPS item here. Ace is just, I mean, he's just going Wraith Bands. He didn't even get to anything else in this time period. It's just going to be armor up, try and survive the initial burst. Now, these Wraith Bands are pretty nice versus Team Spirit's minus on the Wraith. So they are very good value. I don't blame him for doing this, but in that other Lone Drew game we saw, I mean, he had a full harpoon before he went back for these Wraith Bands. So it tells you how far behind he is off that, first 15 minutes. Team Spirit shutting him down right now. And the question is, how do you want to go high ground? Because there is a calling to fight into. There is a Rolling Thunder that can abuse you on the choke points. There's the Radiance Burn with Mischance and a resummon, assuming it's hard to jump Ace initially. And of course, Global can bail out any sort of initiation from the Tusk or the Beast. See how strong Yotaro really feels he is if he thinks he can just walk up and start hitting this tier 3. Wouldn't surprise me. Maybe that's why he's gone Scotty here. Level 20 done for the Weaver with Scotty completed a double damage rune and a quiver.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you get hit once by this Weaver, I think you're gone on the supports.
And that's a huge problem for Dyrachyo as well, because he doesn't have that Satanic buildup yet. So he doesn't have the sustain to be able to stand toe-to-toe against the Weaver for too long, Ace.
I don't know if you know what's coming for you right now, but you're not going to like it.
It's going to be a shot to the back of the head. He's gone. Blown away by Yatoro, and they catch Quinn in the mid lane. They don't need Yatoro to make this kind of play. Laurel activates his BKB to catch the opposing mid laner, and with 2 dead, a double damage activated. Team Spirit are just all but just waiting for the creep wave to catch up with them.
Well, that's one way to break the high ground. Just one-shot an enemy offlane carry hero and force it with a double damage here. Yatoro has AC aura behind him now as well, so that Deso plus the Swarm plus the AC is just going to amp this physical through the roof right now, which makes this high ground siege a lot more tempting.
Here goes to the jump. BKB immediately activated by Duraccio, but there's that physical damage. Duraccio, he can't actually stand up against Yatoro and has to back away.
Of course he's diving.
Yatoro, yeah, he's just going to go for it. See if he gets the crit. He got it! Oh, no way! The final bit of damage required. Yatoro can claim it.
Yatoro, boss. This man knows no fear, no limits right now. He's just taking your base at 30 minutes, a position Gaimin is used to putting their opponents in. The noose has been pulled taut here as Team Spirit have just given them nothing of the map, it feels like, for 15-20 minutes. Ace can't even escape the tier 3s right now. You're just going to have to take a high ground defense without your carry. Or watch another lane disappear.
Yeah, I don't see how they stop this without Duraccio.
I mean, I think Mira can also jump if he really wants to just force the issue.
Yeah.
His Tuskar is hella tanky right now. Gossamer Cape Drum, happy to start the engagement, particularly if you can find a good core target. He got feared on the jump. That was incredibly impressive, actually, but it will not yield them the fight. It'll be a second lane.
2 lanes of barracks up for Team Spirit. And they still have a minute and a half left on that second life for the Weaver. That final push, I mean, if you're Team Spirit, you're here playing a full best of 5 against Gaimin Gladiators, why not make the first game quick? Just for your own sake.
Yeah, give them a taste of their own medicine. And show that the zoo is indeed not dead. That's the scary part of this game for me. You have Collapse on a hero that, I mean, they have been incredibly proficient with it, right? This was a first phase ban at Riyadh for a reason.
Yep.
It is a Collapse signature hero, but it's not one of those big jump stunners that everybody's afraid of. They're afraid of the Collapse Magnus, the Collapse stunners. This is a hero that just took over the map. He farmed, he played his game with Yatoro, and it was the raw aggression and objective taking that put Gaimin on the back foot. It's a scary thought if Team Spirit are taking...
He's doing it again, isn't he? Yeah.
Own strat against you, and yeah, time lapse to the base for some Daedalus action. It's your own X marks the spot.
That is so much burst damage.
Yeah,
when he's got the enchanted quiver on top of that.
This is an insane, like, single hit, right? It doesn't take much. He just Sakuchi's in, hits you instantly, can start to run away. You're just getting chunked. This is the strength of Weaver right now. 15-2 for Yatoro.
Mira looking for his opening. Gaimin Gladiators, it seems pretty clear. They can't take an honest fight against Team Spirit anymore. They're going to have to play around the fountain here. As a jump forward, the Dream Coil is slowly taking them out. Tofu does manage to live for now. Gets back to the fountain. But Team Spirit, they still have more opportunities to come. The Aegis is going to expire, so Gaimin Gladiators managed to weather that storm. And it's possible that Team Spirit may decide that it's best just to wait for a third Roshan before they end it.
I think Yatoro's happy to give the Aegis up. It'll free up another slot for him at the rate he's going.
Yeah, seriously.
He just wants more damage, more survivability. Everything is great for him right now. The scary part is you can still work towards a Tusk Ags in this game. I mean, Mira's quite farmed.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about a high ground break mechanism. If they really get in a stalemate and need it, he's going to kick someone out, and Yatoro just runs straight into them.
Pops BKB, turns around. Oh, man, that damage is just building up so quickly. Quinn's got it in an instant. So is the Bear. Duraccio battling up against Laurel, but the big bad boss of the fight is definitely Yatoro. And once he turns his eye on a hero,
absolutely
disappears.
over.
Game over for this one. Team Spirit making absolutely no qualms about shutting Gaimin Gladiators out in their own style. 33 minutes and it's done.
Such a one-sided game one. I mean, nice lower bracket run, right? Welcome to the grand finals here. Welcome to the ultimate boss of Dota right now. As you might have won 3 majors, you might have made it all the way here, but if you can't find a way to break this team, which nobody else has been able to do, you're going to go home empty-handed.
And Gaimin Gladiators, like they had such a good run leading up to this, right? They lost 1 game in this playoff run of theirs, and that was against Team Liquid. The only team who managed to take it until they run into Team Spirit.
And they kind of look shook, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what they want their opponents to feel. A 30-minute high ground GG, make it look easy, just run away with the lanes. You had a couple power runes go Quinn's way, but he couldn't find anything on these side lanes. The mid clash didn't work. The side lane pressure mounted way too quickly. You had Ancients to fall back on for Collapse. Yatoro is just slaying people. Ends this game 18-2. This man's just padding his legacy stats at this point. I mean,
seriously. He's trying to make a name for himself here, as he already did once before at TI-10, but if he could become a two-time alongside his team, it would be something magical. But that game one, that might have been convincing. We've seen plenty of convincing games in TI. It's a best of 5 for a reason, right, Avery?
Absolutely.
And there's some changes we can make strategy-wise in particular. What was one thing you would point for Gaimin Gladiators that you would like to see heading forward in the series?
I mean, you have to think about the lanes going a bit better for you and who you're going to play around right now, because it felt like they left Ace on an island for a lot of that off-lane early game, and Team Spirit just abused it, especially with this Weaver pick. It's basically the most aggressive carry. You give Yatoro a start like that, he's just going to pop off on it and never look back. He's the best carry of the tournament so far, showing why.
Absolutely, showing why, and the panel will sure to be able to talk more about that as we head into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Team Spirit take game number 1 here in the grand finals of the International 2023, and it was almost as if Team Spirit just taken a page out of Gaimin Gladiators' book and basically was the oppressor in this game. I'm joined by Effie, by Tiga, but we also had a change on the panel as we now have Insania weighing in for the insight. And you said this is oppressive gameplay coming out from Team Spirit here.
Yeah, I feel like normally when you play against Gladiators, they tend to corner you into taking a lot of bad fights. I'm sure anyone that's watched this play are like, why are you guys fighting them? Like, it's so obvious you're going to lose this fight. But I feel like what Spirit did this game was they brought the numbers really early on and made sure that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, it happened at the 9-minute 50 mark for me when they take this fight bottom. Mirror, he holds the snowball, he kind of baits Gaimin to take this fight. Meanwhile, Ace is in the mid lane playing Lone Druid. Like, how does he rotate to his bot fight and contribute to these quick early engagements? And that was the story of the game for Spirit, just constantly dodge, take away the fights away from LD, but also when he's by himself trying to recover, you kill him as well. He had 8 deaths by the 30-minute mark. It was the most times Ace has died on Lone Druid so far at the International. He was just completely shut down.
Yeah, and on the topic of that Lone Druid, that game felt impossible for Lone Druid to ever recover, because I think that Spirit had a genius lane versus Lone Druid, and that came after it. That's the interesting thing. They picked Lone Druid after they saw Weaver and Treant. I mean, conceptually, when you have these very high damage output heroes like Weaver and Treant on the lane, you should be able to kill the bear over and over again. And that's what happened. They killed the bear a couple of times on lane. They were able to constantly pressure and dive the Lone Druid, and it made it so that because that lane went so poorly, there was no way for Quinn on the Pango to rotate top and correct it in any way.
Yeah, it was a strong performance, and it definitely looked like Team Spirit was very well prepared for what Gaimin Gladiators was gonna bring to the table in the first game of the best of 5. Insania, you've been against these two teams in the grand finals several times this year.
Yeah, unsuccessfully so.
What makes these two teams be the grand finals raid boss, if you will?
I think they're both teams that have pretty strong identities, and usually by the time that they get to grand finals, they've really figured out what makes their identity work. So they're not really, I would say, like the most adaptive teams, but they're really good at figuring out how can we enable ourselves to play our own game. So it wouldn't surprise me if Gladiators, they swap up some heroes and then they go look to do the same thing again. It's probably going to be a battle of like 2 very specific styles, and if Gladiators can take control of the map and really like force you into a corner, then they'll probably be victorious. And if Spirit's able to like hold that away, hold the aggression off, then I think they'll have the edge.
Yeah, I feel like as well for Team Spirit, they come into this series, they pick Beastmaster. They hear that we haven't seen them play at the International so far. Of course, they do play it multiple times before, but it's the fact that Spirit, they look at Gaimin, they read them and go, you know what, rather than trying to be defensive, let's just overwhelm you as well with our own level of pressure. A lot of teams have tried to delay, prolong, and survive that onslaught, but it was refreshing to see Spirit just change up the style and go, no, this is how you beat Gaimin.
Yeah, and they closed out their second phase with that Beastmaster, right? I mean, back when Beastmaster was very broken, that was the most difficult part of drafting, is you're very concerned for those gacha 18 pick on the Beastmasters or the Storm Spirits. And they picked that Beastmaster when they saw the Silencer and the Muerta, 2 supports that can't do anything versus the Zoo. So not only was that pick genius, but I really feel that having this Weaver in the first phase for Yatoro is going to be something to look out for in the series, because if they can bring the aggression to Gaimin Gladiators from their safe lane early on, Gaimin might not be able to ever play for the tempo that they're looking for.
Yeah, we mentioned that the offlaners were going to play a big role here today. Zany, I don't know if you've noticed that as well. I mean, for us on the panel, we talk about the best looking stats, if that makes sense. And it's been very often this international, the offlaner. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think... so I feel like there's been like multiple metas.
Yeah.
Like the group stage, it was one meta, now it's another. But the offlane seemed to be like the general place where you get a lot of pressure. And with how the portals now work on the map, where you can like kind of portal around and you kind of want one lane to go to, the offlane seems to be like the easier place to connect to and then like get that thing going. So having strong offlanes sets up for like your position 5 to rotate and like everybody to come in and create a lot of pressure. And both these teams are very like offlane heavy teams, you know, like Collapse and Ace. They're 2-star players for these teams.
Very much so, and we heard our draft panel at the end there as well. At the end of the draft, they mentioned how important that top lane was going to be, and Effie, that's where we saw the Weaver just pop off. Yatoro had a fantastic game.
Yeah, there was nothing really to stop that Weaver, like I mentioned before, and pairing it up with the Treant made it so that not only was it a strong kill threat lane, but it worked perfectly in playing against the Lone Druid that they didn't even have to prepare for or think about. Or maybe they did it in the preparation, knowing that Lone Druid might be run by Gaimin because of their series yesterday. But if Lone Druid can't have a good start in the lane, and his mid laner cannot enable him by maybe getting some cleanup kills after he's fed a couple of bears, then where do you go from there? Because T was mentioning there's no way for Lone Druid to rotate bottom when there's a team fight going on. He's too busy recovering in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Recover Gaimin Gladiators never really did do that, so they're now 1 game down in the best-of-5 grand finals. They have some time to reset, and while they do that, we are going to check in with Casey, who's somewhere in the crowd.
Yeah, oh yeah, what up? Wow. Grandma's here trying to look hip. Sorry about that, everybody. All right, we are coming in to talk to some crowd. Get away from me.
Oh, hi, I'm sitting down.
Oh my God, you're making me nervous. Sir, I'm talking to you. I have several questions for you. I'm not sure whether I should put the microphone in front of your face, but I'll give you one chance.
Hey, I'm sorry. I lost my voice from screaming at the game so loud. Team Spirit LGD.
Well, luckily, you're drinking tea and getting better. All right. What was the... What? Do you really think I can't see you?
Why do you always pick the drunkest people? Why do you do that?
What was the best part of that first game?
Yatoro just deleting everybody.
You know, Yatoro, it's funny you say that. That is what we call a sexy transition to what Slacks was going to talk about.
Absolutely. I asked these peeps up here, who was the biggest Yatoro fan? You guys said you were Yatoro fans, right?
Oh, yeah. He's getting me all my fantasy points right now.
Oh, the fantasy points. Thank you, thank you. And you especially, when I said, is anyone a Yatoro fan? This guy ran up on 3 levels up, and he just started sprinting. Why do you like Yatoro?
Yatoro is the best carry ever. GOAT!
Let's go, Yatoro! Ame is watching that! Let's go, Ame is watching that!
Yes, that's right. Poor Ame. We're so sorry, Yatoro, about Ame. Keep trying, my friend. Nothing is forever.
Okay, right. Wait, what thick-haired beast said that they were the biggest Yatoro fan?
Yes, we have to find some way to find out who is the biggest Yatoro fan. Now, if you know the Yatoro lore, he does one thing before he goes in the grand finals now. You guys said you were the biggest fans. Who's willing to shave their head for Yatoro?
I'll do it. Fuck.
What? No. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit?
Wherever you want.
No.
However you want it. However you want it.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. We got it? All right. Right here. Just a little bit. Love you, Yatoro!
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Casey and Slacks. Zany, have you ever tried that? You know, maybe something's lacking with the squad.
We had this last year. You know, our coach said, if we get top 4 at TI, I will shave my head. William looked us in our eyes and said, I promise you guys, if we get top 4, I will shave my head. Yeah, so we got top 4. Yeah. And then we're like, all right, William, you know, we got 4 days.
Where is it?
Let's shave it. Yeah. And he's like, no. I said top 3. But we had vlog footage, so we went back and watched the vlog, and it's very clearly top 4.
But you guys also got top 3.
And then we got top 3, and we're like, William, shave your head. And he's like, you know, like, keep William's out of it. And then, yeah, no, shaving your head, I think probably is the reason we didn't do better at this TI.
Yeah, I mean, next year.
Yeah.
There's always a chance. So maybe, you know, there's a 15-minute break in the meantime. Maybe Gaimin Gladiators is finding a razor as we speak, for their head, that is. And that was very grim. That's not why I wanted to go with that. What I do want to say is, we've got some very dedicated fans. I am sure that if Slacks pushed it, that there would have been a bald head behind us. And while we have very dedicated fans all around the world, there are venues packed with dedicated fans watching the Dota 2 from afar. You guys are all with us here in spirit in the Climate Pledge Arena, and a lot of you are also with Spirit, as we saw a lot of cheers there where Team Spirit take the first game of this best of 5 grand finals. And we got to talk about adaptations, because it's a best of 5. Both of these teams have been here before. Both of these teams have shown that they have what it takes to be able to adapt on the fly in the break that they get. The question is, where are they going to go with the adaptations? I have to address a little bit, it's not really an elephant, it's more like horse size in the room. I want to talk about the gyrocopter that came out as the overall last pick, Effie. It's not a hero that we've seen do very well, or it has been very popular over these last few weeks. Why was this attempted, and why didn't it work out?
I mean, it was just a response to the Beastmaster, right? It's like, at that point, what do? You're playing against a summons hero. You don't have anything to address it. Your Pangolier is going to be a little bit busy because he's playing against the puck. Pango alone isn't enough. You go for Gyro, who's typically the AoE clear type of carry. But this hero fell out of meta for many reasons. I feel like he plays a little bit too slowly. If the aggression is brought to you in the way Team Spirit brought it with that Weaver, Gyro does not have enough time to respond to that. He needs to sit in his Ancients, needs to farm up like 2 or 3 items, and they couldn't reach that point.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the main question for me is going to be Lone Druid. I don't think Gaimin will pick it so openly now, knowing that Spirit are going to be able to play such a high-paced game, kind of abuse the fact that he's on one side of the map, you can only bring 4. And then on top of that, like Effie was mentioning, if you have a Gyrocopter as well, who also wants to hit Ancients, like Lone Druid wants a lane, Gyro wants Ancients, 3 heroes going to do everything else for you? So I think for Gaimin, LD, that's going to be the big question mark for me. Maybe they pick it on like 18 or kind of like a closing part of the phase rather than so openly.
Yeah, with LD and Lone Druid there, indeed, the offlaner for Ace. Didn't have a great game, and overall, it felt like then the plan, Insania, that Gaimin Gladiators had, it was very different from the style that we've seen them play, because if they are playing for the later stages of the game, they're not going to be able to do their aggression ball that we've seen them be very dominant with.
I think the idea was to try to set up like the same thing, where they have this Lone Druid and Almerta do very well in the offlane, and then you have Tofu running mid. We call it cringing in our team. It's like when the 2 supports show up mid, and they just cringe the mid laner. So I think they wanted to like cringe Laurel, make sure his game is terrible, but it kind of relies on the laning phase going well. And I think the Gyrocopter in many ways is picked to enable that. You want the safe lane to be strong. You just want the lane to go well, to free up Celery, free up Tofu to then go pressure mid lane, and enable Quinn to then, get the ball rolling. But in this game, I don't think the lanes really played out the way they expected them to.
No, I do think we should mention the mid lane a little bit, because we've talked a lot about Pango this entire weekend and this entire event so far. In other people's hands, other than Quinn, the hero's not looked great. Overall, he's had a fantastic win rate with it this time around, T-Gov. This game, though, he wasn't able to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, no, he kind of fell flat.
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
Audible sigh. But no, I think the early game for Quinn, he was able to make a couple of those moves. He was punishing the supports from Spirit, but then it got to the point where he was making so many rotations that eventually Spirit knew which one to capitalize on, which one to punish. So I think they shouldn't be deterred from picking this hero. It is a matter of just so many other factors laying into it. But yeah, the Quinn Pangolier is probably a hero that he would want to play a couple more times if he is going to try and secure this Aegis.
I mean, the issue was he couldn't rotate on the lane that he needed to rotate to, which was the Weaver lane, right? If he's consistently putting all of his efforts in playing on the Beastmaster lane, you're not really solving the crux of the problem, because even if you can get a couple of kills on that lane, Beastmaster's just going to sit in the jungle and farm for a little bit, while the Weaver is playing a supremely aggressive game versus your Lone Druid and not allowing him to come back. But when Quinn has looked good with the Pango this tournament, it's usually come out later in the draft, right? Yesterday they had it close out their second phase versus Azure Ray when they saw the Enchantress and the Naga, and it looked great there. Today they brought it out after the Weaver, and is seeing a Weaver enough to pick a Pangolier that early?
No, I don't think so. I also like the fact that they picked, so on the flip side, with the Weaver you have a Tusk and a tree, so when things are going kind of chaotic, whatever of these melee heroes wants to go to the Weaver, it's going to be a kill lane, right? It's like you can use that Twin Gate, get a kill, so it's a bit difficult for that.
It's a bit difficult indeed, and you see a lot of thoughtful faces there for Gaimin Gladiators. And we have a lot of data on them. They've played a lot of games, the most games played here at the International, making it all the way through a full best-of-3 lower bracket. It means that Team Spirit has a lot of data to go off of as well. Insania, how much in a best-of-5 do you really put stock into the game that has been played, not just today, this morning, but throughout the entire tournament? Because I know a best-of-5 generally also has like its own meta developing.
Yeah, I mean, usually what's going to end up happening is you kind of get a good understanding for what it is the other team's trying to accomplish in the draft, and then how to adjust to it is usually at least for us, I think it's been a trickier part throughout the year. So yeah, you definitely like develop your own meta. You kind of understand, like usually game one is like a feel your opponent out kind of the game, and you get an understanding of like, this is the idea I had prepared, this is the idea you had prepared, how do these two clash? So now Gladiators kind of have to, you know, show their hand. They have to kind of mix something up. Probably won't be seeing gyro again, might see some adjustments to the bans, so they don't feel like they're in a position where they need to force the gyro. Yeah, as a gyro enthusiast myself, I don't mind seeing the hero. It's nice.
Do you think they misclicked this one, or?
No, I think they wanted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you have chosen the same cosmetic?
I'm not really sure what gyro cosmetics he had.
The cosmetic that he had was the one that makes Flak Cannon incredibly visible. Like, it was disco show out there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
All right, awesome.
Why not?
But I am actually curious, Aiden, so when we're talking about this Pangolier coming out early and when it doesn't look good, like how much stock did you guys put into thinking about this Pangolier? Because obviously you're going to consider it is Gaimin Gladiators, but you did let it through a few times.
I think we've been letting it through all year long. I remember I had a conversation with, I think, Tundra at some point, and they were like, just ban Pango and you win against Quinn. But it's like the hero doesn't feel that good. So when you play it yourself and like it doesn't seem to work, you're kind of surprised, because every time you play against it, you're like, oh, this is, you know, free lane for Nisha, and then somehow like he makes magic happen. But I think the point about the Weaver is true. Like, it's very difficult for Pango to like run to Weaver's lane, roll up, and then look to do something. And then that, I feel like every time when they make the Pangolier work, usually they manage to bring the two supports mid, snowball the game, and then like you're scared on both side lanes.
Well, we're going to find out what is happening in game number 2 as the draft for it is right around the corner. Climate Pledge Arena, Dota fans around the world, get ready!
Team Spirit versus Gaimin Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 2.
Welcome back to the draft panel, everybody. This is going to be game number 2 between Spirit and Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1, Team Spirit kind of ran them over, I think is fair to say. So that begs the question, you know, the teams are feeling each other out. It's a best of 5. What is the adjustment going to be for Gaimin? Howie, what would you like to see them do first?
Honestly, I would really like them to not target collapse as much in the bans. I think that they should play more to their strengths than what I felt was like a little bit of fear of the opponent. I feel like the Magnus ban was maybe a bit overboard. I'm not too sure. Maybe it has some scrim experience versus or something. But I think Gaimin's strength has always been playing through Quinn in the mid lane. And the way that you have to do that is that you need stronger side lane supports. They target their bans towards maybe a bit of Laurel, maybe a bit of the Spirit safe lane. I think they would rotate on mid a lot easier.
To me, it looked actually pretty decent at the beginning for Gaimin Gladiators. Like, their lanes were not that bad, and as soon as spirits start rotating super hard, like, and being super active, especially on carry Weaver, like with 10-minute rotation, like, kind of break the game apart for Gaimin Gladiators at that point. Maybe we should have not reacted to that at some point, or ignore or something, and find a better like fight a bit later on, like, so we don't lose the phase of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my theory so far of like what Team Spirit's trying to do looks true with these bans. Like, they don't want Dyrachyo to play CK, they don't want him to play Weaver. He has played other heroes like Alchemist, Razor, but those are much later picks. And if they are on the first pick, by the way, Gaimin Gladiators, they chose first pick this game, so they wanted to change just the draft order up just a little bit here. And it's pretty clear, Toro's going to be like, I will take these away from you. These heroes, I don't play a lot of them, but I'll play them just as good as you, if not better, which is getting into your head for sure. But now you're in a situation where Dyrachyo, he's been playing a bunch of Weaver, a bunch of CK, and then later on the draft, this Alk gets banned. It has to be a perfect Razor game. I think Dyrachyo's hero has been very key for Gaimin Gladiators' success here, and Team Spirit's really focusing it down.
This opening pick from Gaimin Gladiators, we've seen quite a lot. It's been respect banned against them a ton of games in this tournament, but obviously at some point it will make its way through. This is not the first time they get to play it on the main stage, and you know, that's usually what happens when teams get all the way to the grand finals, is they just have so many good strategies that you pick your poison, right? And you see here Ace with a 3-1 scoreline on the Primal Beast, and you know, Spirit probably feeling pretty good about breaking his 0-loss streak on the Lone Druid. It was 4-0 before the last game. They took that one out. Now it's time to take out arguably maybe his second best hero of the tournament.
Yeah, I think that just speaks to the confidence of Team Spirit. I think last game they left the Pangolin in, they left the Lone Druid in. They will have something prepared for each of the heroes. Something to know is like, they've sort of been chilling for a bit, you know, to get to watch Gladiators play a lot of games. They're going to have the time to develop a counter strat for each one of these picks. I think what Fear said was right on the mark, like making sure that Dyrachyo doesn't play these aggressive carries and keeping him off the Weaver and CK, it looks really good for him. So I think they'll continue to want to do the same line of thought, like just make sure that your Dyrachyo's game's a bit sort of slowed down. Ooh.
And this was definitely a change that they made in the draft. They decided to collapse Magnus. We'll let it through. They played it only one single time at this TI, and that was in their last series. And Collapse was an absolute madman in that series, doing what he was doing at TI-10, just getting all the skewers in the world here. He didn't have the strongest early game, and I think if you do put this in the offlane, correct me if I'm wrong, probably not the strongest offlaner right now with the way he builds, but they played with a Shadow Demon last time. They just got a lot of stacks up, so maybe we can look for them to ban out the Shadow Demon so Mag doesn't have that recovery option.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is one of the best heroes to counter Primal Beast. Primal Beast also, it's like it's countering him on all stages of the game. Like it doesn't let him get stacks, it's cancelling his ulti, you can hide him, when he gets BKB you hide your teammate. It's actually an amazing hero against this. I think it's probably one of the best support counters to Primal.
Is there anything else you think Gaimin are debating here that could be an even more important ban? Like, you know, the classic, if you haven't watched Dota for a bit, you're like, oh, Magnus, now there's going to be an Empower carry. Is there anything that is a really strong Empower carry that's also good against Primal? No, it's going to be the Shadow Demon, so right on point there. What are you thinking for Spirit here? Are you saving your Tauros hero until the very end, or is there something valuable you could grab now against the Primal? And on top of that, do you expect this to go offlane even? Quinn has played Primal as well.
I would probably think they want to wait just because there is that potential of the flex. I think when you play with Magnus, you actually don't need to think about the Empower too much. For example, you play some PA with Magnus, usually you actually still buy the Battle Fury, just because there's just a lot of camps. You don't want to make one of your other cores run to another core in order just to empower you. I think right now they should think that they've given them the Primal Beast. Right now they need something that does enough damage to kill it. I think probably, do you know if A was banned last game, or is it just unpicked unbanned? I think that's sort of rare for this tournament, honestly. I think it was picked and banned pretty much first phase in like most of the other games I've seen. I think they could look at something like AA. You see Phoenix is already out, and the Shadow Demon's out, so I think they want to make sure that they get a support who can deal with this Primal.
A looks pretty interesting, like, but it's also need a good partner on lane because it's not the strongest laner, I guess, on easy lane. But Miposhka plays it very, very good, like on next level. Enchantress.
That's a 5 that is strong in lane, I've heard.
We're gonna do a cringy mid.
They're gonna cringe the mid this one with Enchantress for sure. This is one of Makosha's like signature heroes. He's really good at this, and I think when you do play a hero like Magnus, who will take a little more time, might be a little bit slower, having that early game pressure can help a lot. And we'll have to see. Like, I believe Varl probably still can play the Magnus if they want to go that route, but normally when you do see it on Spirit, you'll have to automatically think Collapse. But will Gaimin also automatically think Collapse as well, or are they gonna respect it and think that it could be a potential mid laner?
Yeah, I think Enchantress is also one of the supports that eventually you're actually the one who can kill the tanky heroes. Miposhka, he pretty much always plays for the Hurricane Pike plus Moonshard and BKB. Like I saw sometimes Seller, he's playing for like the Solar Crest pipe, but I usually don't see Miposhka go for that type of build.
Something interesting to that point is I was reading over a breakdown of team farm distribution, and for Team Spirit, I think Miposhka has a higher average gold per game than Mira does, right? So it's clearly by design that they're giving Miposhka a lot of space in the game as a position 5, and obviously this, as you guys pointed out, can turn into a carry. Do you think there's like a specific type of 4 that is perfect for that mindset? That, okay, if Ench needs to take some space at some point in the game and get strong, this is the type of 4 you want to pair it with, or is it kind of not really that relevant and you're just counterpicking specific heroes rather than making a duo?
I think it's mostly Mira playstyle. Like we both share the responsibilities of 4 and 5 in a way, so it kind of looks like we're both playing 4 and 5 and even sharing warding a lot of times. So I think any hero Mira gonna play is gonna fit that role.
Yeah, and I think Mira in general, he just likes to play the damage that just follows up. He plays a lot of Dark Willow. He plays the Phoenix as well with the Grimstroke, Skywrath, these types of heroes that don't farm very fast, but they do go for kills. And of course, Enchantress, you know how fast this hero can farm as well. So Miposhka just gets more gold by nature of the heroes he plays. But I do like how Gaimin Gladiators, they're sticking to their guns quite literally here with the Morta yet again for Tofu here. And I like this combination a lot with the Nature's Prophet as well. You just come in, you sprout them, you get a free deadshot target on the sprout, and you just push them back. So a lot of synergy there.
Do you think there is going to be the necessity for Nature's Prophet maybe even to rotate? Like, how does this lane matchup go between what we're assuming is a 5-position Ench playing in the safe lane versus a 4 Muerta off lane? Is that one of the matchups that Muerta will struggle in, or can she hold her own?
I think it's a pretty stable lane for Muerta. It always depends a little bit for Ench. There's a little bit element of RNG. Sometimes you want the hard camp to spawn even if you're playing against Ench because you think you control the side, but then it spawns Wildkins and you're just like, oh, I guess I lost a lane. But I think especially with a Faceless Void who's like a more stable laner that you don't harass as much, you can actually use this to your advantage on the Muerta side. I think most likely this is going to be Ace Primal. If you have Muerta and Primal Beast together, you can like, Poach has to be really careful on the edge. He can get 100 to 0 really quickly in the lane.
And there's the Grimstroke that you were mentioning, Fear coming out.
Yeah,
be expected on Mira.
Great partner for Magnus, and overall it's pretty good hero against Primal Beast too. Overall, Void and Magnus is one of the best like partners, and this is looking scary if the game get delayed a bit because we have insane amount of AoE BKB control. AoE.
And I think if you're Gaimin Gladiators here, if you're fitting the bill of like needing a Dyrachyo as hero, the hero that kind of stands out the most that they're successful with this would be an Alchemist around this point. And a lot of the other heroes that he might want to go for, like the Razor, you're not going to pick that versus a Faceless Void. Potentially, if they want to, it could be an okay Wraith King game to carry. It would be a bit faster, so...
I really like the Wraith King actually. I think it'd be really stable in lane. Right now, I think they should want something that they can leave alone in the safe lane. If you have the Wraith King in the safe lane, even if your lane starts to go slightly bad, you can just go to the back camps, and this allows Fearon to make the plays. I think right now, their #1 priority is making sure that their supports are freed up to rotate onto mid.
Will this fit the bill, though, for how Dyrachyo has been playing in your face, hitting these really fast timings and running at you? Definitely the same style as like an Alchemist, but probably comes on a little bit slower because you don't get that blink as early. But if he has a good laning stage, it could do what they need him to do.
Are we getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here? Is this guaranteed to be carry Wraith King? We've seen Gaimin Gladiators
no, it's
the
not.
Off lane, and they could put the Primal mid. I feel like the flex is still there. What would you guys rather like to see if you were in their shoes right now? Do you think the Wraith King 1 or the 3 fits the bill better here?
I'd be really happy with the Primal Beast on 3 and Wraith King on 1, but they definitely could do it. They could switch it up if they, even like at the end of the draft, they could pick another hero that's flexible to another role and just keep Spirit guessing. It wouldn't be a bad idea. I think personally though, like the only other hero I can see sort of slotting into the safe lane would be the Alchemist that Fear mentioned. And I'm not too sure like if he does that job better than Wraith King. I think he's a bit more susceptible.
They did ban pressure. So they are keeping
So they are thinking that it can be an offlane Wraith King in mid-primal.
Yeah, we can still pick a carry hero too, but we are not really flexing that much because last pick is still on Team Spirit.
I'm just looking at what carry heroes are left that if they get banned here, that's going to be good versus Void. Is Wraith King going to be the most punishing hero for a Faceless Void in the laning stage as well? These are all the decisions that they need to come up with, because Wraith King is already really greedy if it's an offlaner, which would give you more space technically as a carry to make things happen, but a lot of the good ones that can be faster are probably just going to get removed.
This is quite a rare sight in the last phase, right? To see a team ban one carry and one offlaner. I think most of the time you kind of commit to the one idea, okay, this is the biggest threat, is that they put the heroes in this way. But the way Spirit seems to be approaching this is these are the two specific heroes that cause the most problem for our Faceless Void, it seems like. Do you guys think this Lone Druid ban would have been, or this Lone Druid would have been a really big problem for their safe lane to deal with?
I feel like that should have been a Spectre, maybe, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I also watching a Spectre, and I felt to point it out, like it might give the tempo what we needed, because this hero now like is really aggressive and it cannot add up to the Furion global pressure.
Can't really get chronoed either, right? Like Magnus initiations kind of get ruined by this hero. It's a little bit different. You don't have the global until you get the Aghanims, but it's still, whenever you think about playing versus a Faceless Void, you want to play a hero that just doesn't show up to the fights with illusions or has 2 lives, or can just have infinite jump from like anywhere on the map. So that could be a good choice if they do want to put this Primal into the mid lane.
These actually are 2 pretty decent mid bans for Primal as well. Both Necrovolts and Evoker, I think, have pretty good matchups for Sim. So I think they might be looking to get a new carry here.
Just the Invoker ban protecting against the EMP for the Wraith King regardless of role.
I think it's there, of course. Okay, Morphling.
Well, this hero is like pretty decent in lane versus the Magnus because you can match his humongous base damage. There's really no kill threat as well with the Magnus against the Morphling, so that does help a lot. And of course, the attribute shift will help if you get Chronosphered. But this hero is slow, and this is not how Gaimin has been winning most of their games, by Dyrachyo just sitting back and hitting timings. They've been in your face, so it looks like Gaimin's adapting to the series.
They might sort of have a read, because they have a Furin versus Grimstroke, which I think is a very favorable support.
Coming full circle here.
But I think if Morphling wins his lane, then he can actually be a hero that's sort of impossible to kill on the map, and he's actually pressuring a safe lane, but you have to win your lane in order for that to happen.
I believe this matchup, the Morphling against Magnus, was the exact one that Spirit played against LGD in the upper bracket. Is that correct? I think that was how they tried to solve
Yes, they did.
Nothing to say Magnus.
Yeah.
Do you think the conditions here are equally good? Obviously, Spirit did come out ahead in that game with your Toro and the Morph. Or is there something to be worried about for Dyrachyo?
It's a different type of game, I would say, because in the last game, like Collapse was playing CK, just crushing the lanes, which allowed Yatoro to get the farm, and Spirit has proven that in late game, they're that type of team to take it.
All right, that's going to conclude the draft for us here. We are going to go over to a coach interview with CY from Gaimin Gladiators.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by CY of Gaimin Gladiators. A tough game 1, but whenever these post-game discussions happen, you're obviously being able to say everything that we see, the entire game. Your players only have half the information. So whenever you're debriefing, do you spend much time telling them this is why things went wrong based off of all the information I have? Or do you mainly focus on, forget about it, here's what we're going to do for game 2?
It depends a bit. Sometimes you need to readjust like how you value certain heroes, for example in the draft. But it also depends a bit on lanes. Let's say the lanes go bad. Okay, it's reset, go next game, right? You don't want to be too affected by it. It also depends, like this tournament I can hear the communication. So I can hear it's like chill still, like we're like not stressed or anything like that. So I don't really need to do any work in that regard. So I kind of consider what I have to say and what I don't have to say, and then take it from there.
How about the lanes for this game? We got good expectations on how the first 7 minutes are going to go for you?
I have good expectations, so I hope my boys can live up to it.
I hope you guys are up for it also, because we're getting ready for game number 2.
This game needs to start off very well for Gaimin Gladiators, because while this may be a best of 5, this game 2 feels particularly important, Avery. I mean, last game, Spirit, they took your best trait, your speed, took it away from you and turned it right back around. They ended that game so fast.
And this time, they're going to take the late game and the scale, right? Void, Magnus. This is a lineup that is very happy to go into that late game. And particularly when you have Yatoro in the reins of the Faceless Void, it is a fearsome beast. This is a strat that goes all the way back to, I remember, TI6, TI5 era, where people were developing the Magnus. Wings Gaming were a team that took this strat all the way to the grand finals. We're happy to play this Magnus with the Void, particularly on Shadow. So this is a throwback for me, being back in Seattle, seeing this once more on the main stage here. We're going to see what Team Spirit can do to get to that late game once again against Gaimin, who have continually punished teams for the greed, for the slowness, for the willingness to go to 60 to 70 minutes. They just don't want to let you get there. But here they've gone for kind of a hybrid draft, right? Going for Morphling in their own hands on Dyrachyo, a hero he is perhaps more infamous than famous for.
Yeah.
In some sense.
Well, I mean, the right kind of performance on a TI final, that could change the entire narrative about his Morphling. He's going to try and do just that by taking away and taking down Yatoro's Faceless Void. But there's also some other notable heroes. I feel like we focused a lot on Yatoro in that last game for a good reason. He had a monster performance, but there's also some other big ones here for Team Spirit. I'm looking at that Maposhka Enchantress, man. I feel like this is Enchantress and Chens. They are really scary in this current meta, even if we don't see them all the time. I mean, we saw the way that Chen worked for Gaimin Gladiators, and Maposhka is going to try and make that Enchantress work for the laning phase.
Enchantress is a hero both these teams really highly value and contest. It's a hero that's been banned against Gaimin a lot, so they opted to take it away here. It's also a hero that can deal pretty well with Primal Beast in those mid games with the Enchant ruining his charge in. I don't know, when I saw that Ench come out, it gave them the tempo they needed with a Magnus opener to feel really good about it, so they just don't fall behind too much on the lanes. And a quick little body block to push it under the tower here to try and secure the equilibrium. Very heads-up play. Dyrachyo read it, got a block of his own, and it will end up outside the tower. So nice heads-up play by Dyrachyo to counteract that, as they're going to start 3 top. Maybe looking for a cheeky kill on the Furion, who's TP up here.
Yeah, that would actually be an interesting idea, but they quickly abandoned that. Celery waves goodbye to the Enchantress as Maposhka heads back down to that bottom lane, which is going to be Ace and Tofu in the Muerta plus Wraith King, the double undead hero against the Faceless Void of Yatoro and that Enchantress.
A very deadly lane as well. We've seen a lot of like the Wraith King Dark Willow come back. That was a classic a couple TIs ago. Wraith King Muerta equally as strong. You get the insta-stun into silence, into Deadshot, pushes you back in. Your attack speed so you can't fight. Skeletons are hitting you.
What did you expect?
Very high kill threat on this lane and a lot of pushing power if you start to run away with it. So this is an off lane for Gaimin. They want to go very well. They want Ace to drive the tempo and the objective control of the game, which is something he didn't get to do last time because Team Spirit brought the gank parade to him, right? So that's a big question as well. Do Spirit decide to commit the same resources into shutting Ace down this time around? And does that just inadvertently free up more room for Dyrachyo on a hero that I feel like has a better time this game than the Gyro did in that last one? It's a stronger hero in the meta, and
there it is.
Decent matchups, and yep, already on the board.
Yeah, you said this combo is deadly. Any sort of 4 position that can output some good damage off that Rayfire Blast. You got to be careful if you're a support in lane. Gaimin Gladiators will find the opening kill.
And this early game is going to be a question for Gaimin in terms of how much they get out of it, because they have the Furion that can TP, accelerate the lane ganks. They have a Primal Beast who can just gobble up runes, gank side lanes very early. He is the king of it. Maybe not a hero we've seen Quinn play a lot, but one he has practiced very well in pubs recently and is very comfortable on. So this could be an incredibly fast early game just in terms of the gank potential, not necessarily just taking your towers, which is also a reason if that Wraith King lane goes really well for Gaimin, it's a lane they can easily rotate to. Because again, the kill threats just so damn high.
They heal too much, and now they're going to turn back around with the Nature's Attendants leveled up. And Ace will take a bit of damage as he heads back in, but Yatoro doesn't want to miss his CS. Right now, lanes are going pretty well for, despite that early first blood. We got the Pango taking the top spot on the CS chart. Nice dead shot.
See how much Laurel can do with this. It was kind of a quiet Pango game last time around, right? I think Quinn was struggling to find his openings, and if this is a hero you can get to play your tempo game to control the runes combat where Quinn wants to go with the Primal Beast, you can definitely turn some of those ganks around. I think that's what Laurel's looking more than being the aggressor, right? I think him just going in these lanes is going to be difficult because you don't have a lot of damage fall, but if Gaimin overextend, dive you under one of these side lane tier 1s, then suddenly the Pango can come in with a counter gank and the Rolling Thunder and turn things around. You're really happy with that type of gameplay here because, again, you're farming it up. You got Magnus Faceless Void. You know Gaimin are going to go into you.
This is a hard duo to match up against. You throw that Inkswell on the Magnus. He pulls you closer with the Shockwave. You get hit by the stun, and then that stun leads into a free skewer back. So even underneath your tower, you are not safe.
And the Grimshard could be really nice this game as well. Just throwing it on these cores that want to jump in and get the extra, debuff them out, reset the fight or the primal. These types of interactions could help them take the team fights in the mid game when they're likely going to be behind a little bit in terms of the speed, right? Because Gaimin are pulling a decent position out in terms of the laning phase here. Doing pretty well on their cores in terms of CS.
He gave him the Harpy. That's going to make a big difference in this bottom lane. Going to die now, but does some decent economic damage. And he's got a small little hellbear to work with, too.
I mean, it's also just time. Yatoro gets to sit down here versus a lane that eventually will kick him out. Quinn amping up the pressure here. Has a little bit of an XP advantage, pushing this triple ranged wave in. I mean, this is pretty rare. You get 3 range creeps being pushed into the tower. Laurel will clean it all up. No roam coming in early here. Just way too high on the HP to make it look enticing. And of course, these side lanes, vital to your game plan. Still, he's just going to go for it.
Here comes the rotation, though. Mira gives him the ink swell underneath the tower, but he stops him midway through the charge, and Quinn, caught underneath the tower, will die.
Sometimes greed is good, and sometimes you get punished for it. Mira happy to counter that. Push Laurel ahead in the XP. And now you're going to have a Rolling Thunder.
Oh, what a sprout! Collapse, cut down a tree, but he was still stuck on the corner there. Did have some stick charges to work with, though, and so he will survive for now. They wanted to be able to punish the fact that Mira had to TP into that mid lane, but couldn't quite finish the job.
This is a game about pressure. Every time one of these supports makes a move, you need to create the pressure somewhere else. So the enemy just can't clump on you. Get the numbers. Yatoro gets pushed back into the silence.
Oh, he time walks up now. He's still kind of in a sticky spot here. Gaimin Gladiators are going to try and run him down. Look at him throw the blood grenade, but Laurel, he'll make the difference. He's going to show up with that Rolling Thunder. Do manage to finish him up with the 2 supports, but Laurel, he'll be collecting some heads here.
Even the Wolf gets a couple hits in.
Stuck there on the corner, but that's okay. Yep. The swashbuckle will finish the job.
A lot of XP going into the Pango and the Ench down here. Yatoro, little sad he died there and doesn't get it for himself, but I mean, that's sometimes the life of a Faceless Void versus a lineup that is going to pressure you, is going to go for that kill. And if it was a lot cleaner, maybe Gaimin can just walk that off, but Team Spirit, they get the rotation in. Suddenly his Pango's having a terrific game off of that in the turnaround mid. And those are those counter turns that Laurel's looking for, right?
Yep.
Force the Wraith King in, force this Morphling into an aggressive situation. Maybe Quinn dives you, and that's when you get the strike here. Arcane Rune picked up for Quinn. This is a really nice rune on the hero.
See if he pops it here to try and deal with Mira. The silence is going to last a while. Can he get it? Yes. Quinn, very fast with the trigger there. Does manage to get him. Collapse going to try and dissuade Quinn of that notion. And he does manage to do so successfully, keeping him off his support.
And the quelling, saving Mira at the end from this sprout. So value pickup already for him. Arcane Rune's still in the bottle, so Quinn can still look for a rotation off this, and he probably wants to. I mean, his early game is getting a little slow here, and you have threat on the sidelines, right? And this is where the Primal Beast strikes really hard, really fast, gets momentum going for the team. That's your theoretical ideal. You just shove in mid, make the move. Wisdom Rune. There is a Furion.
There is. There's always the opportunity of the Celery to try and make a move, but I feel like the teams have been really good at protecting their Wisdom Runes against invasions, particularly against the Nature's Prophet. More times than not, it seems like Nature's Prophet tries to make that kind of move. He just walks into a trap.
Just a hard gamble. If you use your teleport for that, you're dead on the map for 60 seconds, and your chances to get it should be minimal in a TI Grand Final, I want to say.
Yeah. Good D-ward there. Now that'll help because Quinn wants to be able to make moves, particularly with this Arcane Rune, which he's going to put to use now. Caught a mid-shield crash. So that ability no longer there with the 2 support rotations. It's easy to kill Laurel.
Exactly what they're looking for. Combine the calling dead shot with this Primal Beast. Anybody goes down to it at this point, and this is where you want to ramp up the speed. Start getting the map in a position where you can just guarantee the power runes for Quinn and get the connections going, and hopefully lead to like jungle invasion, right? Because the one thing you have to think about with the Magnus is the stacks. And if their carry just gets to sit in triangle and double ancients and clear through them at that point in time, the earlier you take down these tier 1s, the earlier you get aggressive obs out, the happier you're going to be when that period comes. Another power rune should be secure from Quinn here.
Oh, these runes are getting a little crazy. Oh, that skewer plays against Collapse as he does a ton of damage onto himself thanks to the trample from Quinn. Blocked out by his own Sprout, though. He's going to try and get to the other side of this cliff. Laurel does hop down to chase after him, though.
Laurel showing the power of a non-real hero in his hands as he will take that rune away from Quinn. No haste. I mean, that's one of those situations you almost rather take the haste rune. It's so damn good on your hero. Collapse will suicide himself to take Quinn out in the process.
Yeah, kind of have to be careful with those skewers against the Primal Beast. That kind of movement could be deadly.
Look at this. Just a quick rotation from the supports. Power of Enchantress, early creep takes down 2/3 of this tier 1 mid.
Yeah.
Didn't even feel like that was a real move, but they still got a lot of this tier 1 tower damage out from it. Once again, it's Gaimin responding to some early objective pressure. The whole time this is happening, it's also space on the side lanes, which means Toro got the catch up a bit. He's not the one getting ganked or killed by the calling here. Very happy with that. Ace not able to force him off lane yet. However, Gaimin doing a bit of stacking of their own, and maybe that's something they took out of that game 1, right? Like, you go in game 1, you try and run Spirit over. Instead, they run you over. okay, this is not a team we're going to beat in 20 minutes. Not a team we're going to beat in 25. Maybe we go back to some of our other tricks, other things up our sleeve, like the efficiency on the map. Yeah. This is a team that is stacked their whole way through the season. Going back to it now when it matters.
And a particular strength of Western Europe in general. So I love those DPC matches throughout the year. Stacking was a big factor for all of those teams. Ace, he does have the reincarnation here, but it looks like Team Spirit want to try and burn it away from him. The Skeletons will push back, though, while Broska is chased away.
Brother against brother here. Whose Skeletons are better?
Well, right now, it's going to be Quinn trying to jump in, but immediately stopped by Laurel. Once again, with the counter initiation, Quinn's trying to get out of here, but he's going to be caught. The Inkswell plus the Silence is going to try and trample his way over the left-hand side, and he is slowed down, pulled back in by Collapse, though. Oh, and a Chronosphere actually locking away these two other cores right in front of this tower. Seller's trying to stop him now as they turn back around onto Ace, trying to finish him up. There goes that reincarnation. Duraccio doesn't have much mana to work with, and on the fresh life, Ace is going to be pulled back underneath that tower again, just like Quinn. They are in trouble. Now Duraccio's under this one as well, surrounded by 5 heroes. He's going to start desperately morphing into strength and try and wait for him over the left-hand side, but with all of this damage, he just cannot get far enough away. Gaimin Gladiators will lose all 3 of their cores, and that attempt at a fight at bottom lane.
That is the danger of making an aggressive move into this Pangolier. Grimstroke, the turnaround potential is just so damn high, and time dilation absolutely ruined Duraccio as he goes in that engagement, gets time dilated, can't do anything for the rest of the fight. And of course, Quinn, he ate the big ults. Still trying to make something happen in this early game with a very aggressive mid that can do it, but he's just struggling. His heroes have been too tanky for him to bring down alone, and the combinations, they haven't been exactly on point for Gaimin. This will give a really nice bump to Laurel, who is just feasting on these early game fights. It's going to be a very fast Pangolier Diffusal in this game. And these are some heroes that are susceptible to mana burn, right? You're looking at 2 strength cores and a Morphling that also doesn't like his mana getting burned with an early Diffusal. Back to clearing some stacks, and net worth still looking pretty good for Gaimin, but the fights are just not going their way.
Particularly when you know the Wraith King wants to rush this Radiance as quick as possible, which means an Ag Shard, he really doesn't want to have to buy that until at least after the Radiance. There's definitely a timing here where this Pango could punish Ace heavily.
Especially since it's just done. This is 11:30 Arcane Boost Diffusal. This is crazy fast. In a game where they maybe expected Laurel to not have the freest time, right? Up against the Primal Beast with a Furion who can rotate.
They're supposed to shut him out early, win that lane, and then later on to the game, as a Primal Beast, you could just BKB and grab the Rolling Thunder ball and stop it immediately, right?
And look what's waiting for him. Some good old stacks for the Mag lineup. This is another downside of Gaimin not securing those early teamfight wins. You can't invade enemy side of the map this early, and Laurel's just going to clear through it all. Diffusal going to help him. This is so big right now. He's got a shield rune to boot. So they're going to be looking to take a fight. It's also going to be the blink timing for Collapse. He's going to finish this off the stack. Just rush it out here. Look for a big blink RP skewer on a core. Continue to slow the pace down here. Spirit are going to be happy to use their ults for big core kills. So the question on Gaimin side is, what do you do when those ults are on cooldown, right? How much can you get off the map? How much can you push the lanes and look for kills? Quinn once more looking for something to get his game going here. Just can't find anything.
Good read by Maposhka, dipping away into the trees there, out of sight from Quinn. And as a result, that's going to be yet another rotation that fails. One way or another, Gaimin Gladiators, whether it's running into a 5-stack of Team Spirit and they lose the fight, or the smoke's just not working out for them, so much of their early aggression with this Primal Beast has been completely stymied, and now Team Spirit are sitting in a pretty happy position, I would say. The net worth is dead even. But it does feel like Team Spirit have answered Gaimin Gladiators and all the moves they wanted to make early.
I mean, there's a lot of Magnus teams over the history of TI, and I think all of them will say, if you are even at the 15-minute mark with a Mag lineup, you're winning the game. Like, you're happy because you know this game is going to get extended. You're going to outfarm the enemy. You're going to, in theory, outscale them. Now, a lot can happen in those fights, and this lineup from Gaimin can scale very hard. We've seen Primal Beast go very deep in these later games.
One stun, into follow-up silence,
of course,
too many heroes.
That can also happen.
Yeah, this is the move, the Gaimin Gladiators. They were trying to play off this, being able to get numbers movement, right? Like the Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet offer so much mobility around the map. They should be able to outnumber Team Spirit and find openings like that.
It's what Celery wants to do for sure. Every time you get one of these pickoffs with the Furion, you get to farm their side of the map. You get deep wards up. It's going to set up for your next play, and then your economy is just going to explode. And You get some extra items on this Fury, and he can control the fight. The Ag's very good this game with the root and disarm, right? This is a great Fury on Ag's game. Wrath of Nature's going to do some mad work here. If he can get anything else to help his team survive in the Chrono, in the RP, Celery's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and he can continue to shove these waves in as well. As Spirit continue to play this game slow, continue to farm up Laurel with their Empower going to work. But that is a successful move for Gaimin in a period where Collapse didn't really find that opening with the Blink. We'll have to settle for some farm.
Find an interesting note, there's just no Hand of Midases in this game. Wraith King, Faceless Void, both heroes that have bought it throughout this tournament sometimes, but feels like as the tournament's gone on, particularly probably because the way the Gaimin Gladiators has stomped through some games, there are teams who've been a bit wary about picking up that greedy item.
I mean, Midas is a crutch item, let's be honest. You know, Midas is an item for, the bottom 14 teams. It's not really a grand finals item. You gotta, if you're worthy of a true Pantheon, then you don't need the extra TPM. You're gonna collect it off your enemies here. See, that is Collapse can do that. He's still trying to find something with this Blink, or maybe he's just happy empowering his other cores and letting them take the bulk of the net worth. Yatoro still pretty much untouched during this period. He's just going Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom, Empower on top of it. I mean, this Void is going to keep up in farm, even with a Radiant Skeleton King. Am I allowed to say that? Farming up the entire map. He will match him.
Oh, Laurel? It's essentially there to grab him. Mira can stop some of this, though. Throws out in silence. The Inkswell. Oh, so much burst damage, though. Celery hit him big with that one. He got off the shield crash, though.
No way.
And those shields are keeping him alive. They need a bit more damage, but now he's TPing away. Goodbye. Oh no, Gaimin Gladiators gotta feel so bad about that. A pickoff on Laurel, the highest net worth in this game, would have been a dream opening for them. And that was one of the few openings he'll have against this guy because he is closing in on the Lincolns fast.
Just not crisp enough. Laurel walks it off. I think he even misclicked his swashbuckle there.
Doratio on the edge of the Chronosphere. Now that's an idea. Team Spirit said, oh, used all those resources bottom lane, huh? It'd be a shame if your carry got picked off, wouldn't it?
A heavy cost indeed to missing this gank, as Laurel just plays with his food, and they're gonna put those ults to use on Doratio every time. Anytime you can just collect on Morphling in this game, you're super happy about it. Yatoro will just continue to farm. Says, give me the freebie and back to the jungle. It's coming down to Ace right now, right? I mean, it feels like it comes down to Ace in a lot of Gaimin's games, but particularly right now, he's the strongest hero on the map. He can create the pressure. He can do things like this where he just solo create an opportunity. They're gonna find both supports.
Ace
will walk it off.
Yeah, he's got to back away. They showed so many heroes up there killing Maposhka earlier. Maposhka, again, continuing to play very aggressively. I mean, the Treant Protector, he was on Gaimin Gladiator's side of the map all the time because he was invisible, but this Enchantress seems to have a similar game plan. He's going to be playing up in Gaimin Gladiator's face, and that does, even if it costs him a death every once in a while, it does create information and space for his cores.
Particularly when the Chrono and the RP are down.
Yeah.
This is where Gaimin can pretty much run the gamut of the map, choose which objective they want, and claim it for free. There's no way you're fighting them without those big ults off cooldown or without Collapse being stronger. Skewer on Skewer play. You're coming with me.
Skewer up into the TP point from Quinn. Collapse, as long as he keeps the damage on him, he's not going to be able to blink away, and Quinn will finish the job. Great move from Doratio. Those are the kind of plays you need to see here. If you want to be able to take down the best team at this tournament, you need to be able to pull off some solo moves like that.
And create the pressure that's going to create openings elsewhere. And suddenly Doratio, this stolen Empower is pretty damn nice. He can throw it on the Wraith King, he can throw it on the Primal, especially bonus damage on Primal. Quinn is going to be very happy with that. That is something we can see in a lot of these fights. Probably going to be the best deal for Doratio outside of maybe time dilation thrown back against Team Spirit, or just creating his own Grimstroke combination. These are good Morphling combos you can use for the fights and the team. Quinn starting to pick up the pace and
instantly silenced, and a beautiful Soulbind, and now it ink swelled up, pinball coming through, straight into the heart of Gaimin Gladiators. Doratio's already burned out of most of his mana, pops his wand, but Doratio, he needs to be able to get away from both Laurel and Yatoro, and he's been burned out. No chance there. Gaimin Gladiators still have a chance, though, to be able to fight back around Ace and his Radiance, but without their carry, it's not looking great, as Ace is going to be burned out of his first life. Can they fight around this second one? Quinn's sticking around. They certainly don't want to be giving up Ace like this. Fear shot back.
Coming up in 2 seconds here. Yeah, Yatoro says, my cooldown's back. Can push this. Just not enough reach.
not necessary really for Team Spirit, right? No reason to give them an opportunity like that. You could stretch out, claim all of this map space you've just fought for, and farm away.
No, I do think this late game is not 100% right. Like, we're talking about Mag Void. It is very powerful. You're going to get some pickoffs like this for sure, and Empower is going to clean up the map. But there's like some weird things that can happen with Wraith King Ags. There's some weird things that happen if Dyrachyo gets a free angle in the fight and can like clean up the backline with Morphling first, Empower himself, you know, Grimstroke Swell himself.
Yep. It's going to be tier 1 down in the bottom lane as Laurel marches forward confidently with his Lincolns, because what's really going to catch him? It feels like he's most of the time going to have a chance to be able to escape if Gaimin Gladiators ever try and jump him here.
It's a really fast Lincolns as well. This is Mag Pango in its prime. I think a hero that is not afraid to fight off cooldown.
They're really going to farming the Tormentor right in front of Gaimin Gladiators base. That is crazy, but they just did it. 4 heroes, that's all they needed. Meanwhile, Celery being gone on by Yutaro. He just gets a bit of a poke, gets a reaction out of Gaimin Gladiators. Ace will try and punish him, but
just no follow-up.
Yeah, he needs a lot more. Celery's going to try and chase up. The TPs are coming in here, tries to block him out with the Sprout, but Yutaro is running free. Dyrachyo chases after him, hits him with the time dilation,
really
though.
forced.
But it is a very
forced
move from Dyrachyo, but he gets it. He gets that kill, no, turns back around, onto Collapse. Oh, RP'd right in front of that tier 2, but silenced up just in the nick of time before his skewer can come through.
He wants more.
Yeah, he does. He sees his opportunity. What a beautiful entrance from Dyrachyo into this game.
That is the power of stolen time dilation plus the time walk, right? Infinite chase potential. Suddenly, Faceless Void can't do the same back, and Dyrachyo says, 2 can play attack game Yutaro. I can get aggressive too and make it work. Just creates an opening out of nothing there off a chase that felt, you know, like, what is Ace doing here? He's wasting his time? Not at all. Everything coming together, gonna propel Celery up that board as well. Imagine you have that Ags Wrath of Nature here, right? Suddenly chases like this become a lot easier.
Oh yeah.
And Yutaro, he's just still looking for that big Dispel item. His choice will be Manta first over the BKB, but until that's out, Dyrachyo has a decent opening in these fights, and you got the RP out of that.
Yeah, it actually just leads Gaimin Gladiators into more opportunities, perhaps.
That Ags. Finish for Celery if you can fly it out.
Okay.
That is something that can bounce through, lock these heroes down, create more openings for the Wraith King Primal to just get in there and set up that front line. Second Tormentor will go Team Spirit's way with a shard.
So now they've got a shard on both of their supports. That's pretty funny. I think that the Mira 1 Grimstroke, that's so much better for them. Hard Dispel to be able to help save this Pango or this Faceless Void when they need it most. But maybe there's just too much firepower some of these times. As you can see from Gaimin Gladiators, win their cores, start linking up, and they're picking up the pace now. Dyrachyo, he's just swarming forward, seeing if there's anybody else to be able to catch deep on Team Spirit's side of the map. And this is the part where Team Spirit needs to be able to slow down the game. The momentum is beginning to play against them.
This is where the map becomes difficult. You have Skeleton shoving in one wave, you have Wrath of Nature pushing all the lanes. The Morphling's not afraid to show right now. He has Manta Illusions on top of it. And the Primal, if he's in the fog, it creates a scary situation with the pickoff potential. They're just getting more information than Team Spirit right now. There are still very deep Observer wards that a potion got out, but you can't really get there and use them. And they're not scouting anything right now as everybody's on top of him.
That shard is pretty helpful when it comes to the Sprouts, but it may not save him from this since he's going to be surrounded. He'll create a little bit more time, a little bit more space. In fact, he's going to go for the TP away, and there it is. Okay, they do manage to stop that. That would have hurt Gaimin Gladiators a lot if they let him get away from that.
Solid space, I'm sure is what he'll say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time to try and get to the Dispel item on Yutaro, as Collapse will finish Harpoon. So he can't really deal with time dilation in the fight if it comes out. This is a very aggressive item. He can lock people down, guarantee the skewer better. But if the fight starts on him, it could backfire. And Quinn's still working towards that heart. So Gaimin looking for the next big damage items that are going to let them ramp this game up. And of course, Ace still sitting top and pretty here. He's the big objective driver, so if he decides that they need to force tier 2 or go for Roshan, where they want to fight and how, it's up to Ace right now as he is the front line. Yutaro calling for a smoke, looking for some kind of pickoff here.
Just they get the right kind of opening, they could translate this into a quick Roche take.
Exactly. They're looking at the corner of the map, so anybody that dies down here, Yotaro's instantly going to go in the pit. He might just do it anyway.
Yeah. Gaimin Gladiators, they look inside, see if it's actually Gaimin who's taking that Roshan. That's going to be pretty tough to deal with, Yutoro. With that Shard jumping around with Inkswell on top of him. So even if you catch him midway through his time walk and stop him from leaping back into play, there is that Dispel that can come out.
That's why you want to create a situation where he has to choose between chronoing the front line in the Heart Primal or, you know, the Wraith King with 2 lives.
If they make this move fast enough, it could be massive for Gaimin Gladiators. They have a double damage in Morphling's bottle. If they can get to this fight in time, Team Spirit may get wiped and lose the Roshan fight, and they are not doing this fast enough. Gaimin Gladiators are going to get here, and it looks like Team Spirit have made the right read. They're going to smoke, backing themselves away. See if they can find the opening on Gaimin Gladiators.
Quinn has position. Look for the ward.
Position on the high ground. BKB immediately goes out. Now he has to turn and chase, but he's not going to be close enough. Team Spirit got something big out of him, but they do hit them all. That's going to be able to hit all those heroes. The RP does manage to lock down the 2 heroes. They jumped into the RP. Duratio dies immediately. He's going to have to do all the damage from here on out, but the Rolling Thunder is dangerous and slows him down with the bashes, and the Rolling Thunder hits, and there's no chance. And now they leave Quinn. Yeah, trap him inside that Chronosphere. His BKB is gone. Get the rest. Oh, it's Gaimin Gladiators who had an opportunity there to be able to upset, but now just what they feared the most, which was losing a fight and giving the Roshan to Team Spirit. That may have just occurred.
It's going to switch the side, so they're going to have to run up top. They might not have enough time before Gaimin respond. I mean, you got to remember, they can TP to this dire outpost up here as well if they still have them off cooldown. But damn, what a heads-up RP from Collapse. That is a team fight salvaging RP as the Wrath of Nature just got them all on the backside, and Dilation was thrown out early here. So right there, it goes on Quinn, but that opens the fight for Duratio by a decent margin. Just didn't, I don't know, I mean, he just RP'd him. There's no way around it.
Yeah, they only had one stun to work with. Duratio just makes a complete misread of the situation there.
Maybe thought the stun was going to latch and be longer, but there's a lot of bailout here, and the second that goes wrong on the Morphling, this fight's just completely over. Yatoro's going to clean house. You cannot give too many of these openings. The upside, though, like we said, is this Roshan switch sides, and the respawn timers were not too long here, so dire side going to work for Gaimin as they come back into this map and stall out the Rosh a second time. I think you just man up for it here because you know RP and Chrono are on cooldown.
Yeah, 100%. And Team Spirit, I mean, it would be a pretty bold move to try and take this fight without their ultimates.
No, they're just looking for the pickoff. They're not going to find it, clear the wave, but this contest, it's all on Laurel with the Rolling Thunder. Maybe they can take the fight afterwards.
He's thinking about going in with this Inkswell. He tries to jump in, see if they can get the skewer pickoff. No such luck. Gaimin Gladiators retreat very defensively after claiming that Aegis. They know Team Spirit are bold enough to make a move like that. They respect it. They'll back away. Duratio, they'll try and get his farm into the Silver Edge, which is a great way to be able to find some of those backline heroes. I mean, I think that Grimstroke is a big problem for them.
It is. The Link and the Dispel off the Swell are both really nice here, especially when you just throw the Cell onto the Faceless Void or the Magnus. They get a free jump, and if they get stunned, you just bail them out, right? I think we're going to see that the whole game. It's going to make sure that both Collapse and Yatoro can hold their BKBs or the Mantha for as long as they want here, and Mira can bail them out. Of course, you can also just throw it on the Pango and let them roll in.
Yeah, speaking of the Pango, his item timing was definitely delayed quite a bit, but he's finally going to get there. He got that Linken's a while ago, but the Aghanim Scepter that he was looking for next will finally be complete.
Hurricane Pike for Miposhka. So the damage starting to heat up here for Spirit as they're going to spread it across 4 effective cores going into this late game. That is why they love the Enchantress. Miposhka is going to start to cause his own mischief in the fight. And that pushes the question back to Gaimin in terms of how are you scaling in this game, right? Because right now you have an Aegis, you have a Morphling pushing towards Silver Edge. Ace just hit his BKB timing here, and the Heart is a couple hundred off for Quinn. So you have some really strong fighting items coming out all in the same interval here for Gaimin. You would really like a good team fight out of this, especially if the Chrono or the RP gets wasted, or if you trade an Aegis for it. You might be okay with that in the long run. You can at least find something on the backside. Because right now, you're looking at Yatoro. He has a Mantha. That's it. He did not go for a BKB on the Faceless Void this game. He's just hyping up the damage here, abusing the fact he has Empower. Going to go for a later Linken Sphere, but it will be Collapse with that BKB. So it's a question of who do you want to start on? And maybe the Silver Edge is going to give Duratio the option to put his aggression to use and just start on a support, start on a core, give the Vision for a Wraith King jump. Vision means everything here for Gladiators as they try and take these next few fights.
Yeah, which means Miposhka is a particular nuisance to them, as he once again Leads forward, just using the creep to be able to find information. They got the Harpy and skewer back. Now he does have BKB locked down by the RP, but maybe the damage is going to be enough. It's going to be a close call. Quinn starts walking away. Celery's going to jump in with the Wrath of Nature. Soon coming out, he tries to use the Ogre Steel Totem to get away from the Rolling Thunder while they jump forward on Dyrachyo. They want to get something out of this. They see an opportunity, surely, but they couldn't actually grab anybody, just lacking the disables.
Glimmer Cape posing problems for Dyrachyo as well, and just can't see anything to hit. And Team Spirit able to disengage after that Wrath of Nature rooted them all, which means Yatoro wants to go back.
He's got an opening here. Looks for it with the Chronosphere. They were so grouped up on Gaimin Gladiators, but he doesn't have the vision. He's now been grabbed.
He's been time dilated.
Disabled. They actually have that AoE. The calling goes out. He's on the other side. He actually gets away. Thanks, well, Time Walk undoes so much of the damage. And now Gaimin Gladiators have to play it a little bit slow. Have to respect that Soulbind. They cleanse themselves of the ghost. That silence is now gone. The Soulbind is away. Yatoro, though, he's still waiting for his opportunity to get that Chrono. He got 3. Out 2, 3, 1 in the back, 2 in the front, and that's going to be the Aegis down for the Morph, like a second life for both him and Ace, though. Can Yatoro fight through this one? Is he going to be able to get away? The shot comes through, the entangle as well. That's enough. They bring down the carry. Now for the rest, Team Spirit. Playing back into this one, the Inkswell, now Skewer, locking them together. Laurel, maybe he can fight this one out. Dyrachyo waveforms over it, trying to separate from his team a little bit, make sure this Swashbuckle doesn't absolutely decimate them like it does Tofu. In the back lines, Ace trying to chase down Dyrachyo, help him out, but Dyrachyo dies as Laurel, he does manage to finish him off just on the very tip. Just enough to be able to get that kill before he falls. Collapse tries to skewer away, but locked down by Quinn in the end.
Cannot escape the inevitable, which is just too many lives on the side of Gaimin. Now buyback from Celery gets another Wrath of Nature through. That fight lasted so damn long. And of course you had the Aegis on Dyrachyo, the Reincarn on Ace, and Quinn just abusing this heart regen on the backside of that fight. The Chrono was absolutely beautiful.
And did you say buyback on Celery?
3 lives.
3 lives? Yeah. Gaimin Gladiators just brought more numbers than Team Spirit could possibly even dream of.
It's like an 8-on-5 here, right?
Yeah.
So you kill 3 or 2.5 in the Chrono, you're going to take Ace on the other side, and they're all coming back. I mean, that's exactly what you want to use this Aegis and Reincarnation for. Create a situation where you set the fight up towards the end, the ults are on cooldown, and you just get an even man fight. And that is when Dyrachyo can start to clean house. This Morphling, he does some serious DPS, but damn were those Inkswells a problem. They were catching so many heroes. Collapse gets to survive the entire fight, just right-clicking people the entire time. And I thought Laurel was maybe going to carry the end of this. Pango is doing so much DPS.
Yeah.
But
him and Collapse, I think, saved so much of this fight because if Dyrachyo managed to live through it, then who knows how much damage they do while Team Spirit is dead. But the fact the Morphling is gone, there goes a decent amount of their pushing power and threat for the high ground. Instead, it's the Furion and the Skeletons that push out.
It'll be Ace who collects it, and this Wraith King is just turning into a straight carry right now. This is not even a bad carry matchup versus the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
If you have help to do it. It's just going to be an AC for Ace here. Shard to boot, so you cannot mana burn him out, and he's going to be a problem. He's going to deal enough damage, create enough threat that you're going to have to think about him first, or at least maybe skewer him in deep, take him out for free, and think about when you commit the Chrono or the RP, because it's not so straightforward anymore. You can play off some Pangolier pokes, but the damage in the front line is coming through for Gaimin right now, and a lot of it does come down to Dyrachyo. How does he find the angle into the fight? Who does he start on? And does he get caught in those ultimates? Because this Morphling is still incredibly susceptible to time dilation post Manta. He's susceptible to just getting ulted without that morph going out. If that happens, so much of your DPS goes out the window. Suddenly that long fight is no longer favorable for you.
It's so wild to me how much Yatoro trusts his team in this situation. I feel like so many other carries, especially carries in this tournament, would have gone for a BKB to help protect themselves, but he seems to just fully trust that Mira is going to be able to back him up, right?
I mean, you think Yatoro God is going to buy a BKB. Haven't been watching this man.
He's going to go for Scotty up next, which is going to make him very tanky. Gaimin Gladiators may not let him get to this point. Smoked for very, very far forward here.
Yeah, Radiance turned off for Ace. They're not showing too much on these waves.
They wanted something so badly out of that. They used double scans to try and find some sort of pickoff, but they're left with nothing. Team Spirit holding around their tier 2.
They saw something on that ward, and they'll counter smoke it instead. They're missing the Scotty from Yatoro. Big item versus Morphling, but he's happy to fight without it. Treants, we'll see nothing. How closely were you looking at the body blocks here? An Aegis could depend on it, as they will bypass the vision mechanisms. Level 20 for Yotaro. He has chrono attack speed here, plus this full Mjolnir. You get caught in this chrono, it's a very different story than the last fight. How much room are you willing to give up right now?
That charge, they spot Celery. Chronosphere on the two of them. So he's going to bring down the support first. Nice use of the dead shot there. That'll make sure Ace doesn't get punished too much. But Chronosphere for a 5 position, I don't think Gaimin Gladiators mind that too much, as long as they don't lose control of the Roshan pit during this window.
I mean, the upside is that buyback's still on cooldown for Celery. So they know they're getting the 4v5 out of that if they take down the Fury on first. There's no way you're committing for the Wraith King there. Dead shot will prevent it anyway. Another quick pickoff for Yotaro. More gold into his pocket. Will finish up the Scotty.
Now, what about this next part of this matchup? The Wraith King versus the Faceless Void, especially this Wraith King off lane, always going to be going the Aghanim Scepter at some point in time. That Aghanim Scepter is pretty interesting against the burst that Yotaro wants to be able to employ, right? He wants to Chronosphere, make sure that there's one hero or maybe two that gets no impact in the fight, just like it looks like Quinn. Ooh, he barely gets off that, but he is going to be slowed down as soon as the BKB is worn away. The time dilation kicks into play, and yeah, Team Spirit have caught him.
Just good vision on the map, lets them set up for this kill. And just as he was pushing towards that Aghanim Scepter, you're talking about the Wraith King, as the Primal Ags will also play a big part in these fights, just breaking these heroes down, removing some of the passives, letting them get easy kills on things like the Enchantress, removing some of the time lock from the Faceless Void. Any extra bit you can gain an advantage for Dyrachyo in these man fights is going to be nice, but I mean, the Wraith King Axe is great versus the ults. It's just a question of can you do anything with like the 5 seconds you have afterwards, right? Dyrachyo going to man up.
They're going to jump onto this Faceless Void, see if they can burst him down. Once again, there's that Inkswell Heart Dispel into the time walk and attempts, collapse, turns around, gets that RP on the two of them, locking down Dyrachyo and finishing him off. And now Ace is going to come back into this with not much support. With no Quinn, they knew they had the numbers advantage, and they take the bite into Gaimin Gladiators no matter the cost. He gets a jump away. Force Staff helps him out, but it's not far enough. There is nowhere you can go. The collapse, and Yotaro cannot follow.
That is a very bold move. When your Primal is dead, he's so much of your damage, so much of your burst damage. I mean, again, they're very close to bursting Yotaro, but the man knows his limits. Elvin Tunic will help in.
Tofu!
Yeah!
A shot from downtown claims the life of Yotaro.
Just as I caster curse the hell out of him, he gets shot down. Well, the man knows his limits, but I guess not every limit in Dota. The Tormentors are new, we'll cut him some slack, but what a find from Tofu. Just claims it all there, and now the Tormentor did go to Radiant, so they get the kill on Yotaro. Collapse gets the shard. That's a 1,500 gold kill.
Yeah, that's the final shard, by the way. Team Spirit, 36 minutes in, have all the shards for their team because they've claimed every single Tormentor. This is crazy.
Of course, the Chrono was off cooldown, so you're going to have some downtime for Yotaro where he would have liked to have been up on the map and used it. Surprised it burst him.
Bullseye.
He must have like time lock hit the Tormentor. I mean, at least he can laugh it off here because there's nothing else you can do.
Back into the game, though, they still don't have Ace. They're still looking forward with this smoke.
There's a
hesitancy
out Yotaro?
Yeah, this is, I'm surprised Gaimin Gladiators, they're surprised that they're even out here.
What the hell is this move?
Up into the high ground.
Oh, Quinn.
He doesn't have a TP. Where are you? Quinn. He's going to be able to get a force out down to the low ground, but that was an opportunity to get the pick off, and instead it's Collapse who finds the pick off. Another Ogre Seal Totem for Celery, trying to keep him alive. Bump back in. Oh, the swashbuckle just barely outside of the range there, and they do.
And Yotoro's back.
Yotoro's back into it. Dyrachyo will be the first one down. Quinn, he has a BKB. Can he get it off? No, too many stuns.
This damage is ramped up so damn fast.
Oh, Collapse got him on the Inkswell.
Yotaro says, you had your fun, you had your cliff walk, but I'm here to clean it up.
And Ace trying to get away desperately. Blink is up. He will get out. Yes. Oh, they got a scan on him.
Yeah, turn that radiance off, son. You need to get the hell out of
there. You gotta hide. You gotta hide. You can't be farming right now. There's that shard. Collapse pulls him back in a little bit. No harpoon just yet, though. So he couldn't get him any further.
Yotaro knows what he wants right now, and that is an Aegis. That is a Roshan fight the Gaimin could have just committed to. It's also a fight that 30 seconds of it had no Yotaro. They couldn't find anything. They found an inch off of double dive between the Morphling and the Primal Beast, and that's it. Team Spirit just way too good at kiting these fights out, not giving you an opening. That Hurricane Pike did some serious work. Sent Quinn back to NA with his pal Arteezy stuck up there. But what else are you supposed to do? You have to find the openings. You have to dive. You only had 20 seconds without Yotaro. Just none of it went your way, and now it's going to be an Aegis into his pocket, a cheese on the back, and I guess everybody can buy BKB at some point. It'll be his next item here at last to seal the deal.
He really wanted to save that double damage rune for Laurel or for Yatoro, but little Treant will deny them that opportunity. Still, though, Team Spirit got to feel very good about this next 4 minutes. They've been winning a lot of team fights lately, and with that extra life on Yatoro, he's already been very aggressive, leading a lot of the charges for Team Spirit, giving information to Collapse to follow it up. And the second life, I feel like there is nothing to stop this man.
No, if you get caught in the corner, you're gone. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Even if you're morphing, I mean, who cares, right? The second you come out of it, you're basically dead. The Zags from Celery can only do so much, and suddenly the lanes are not getting pushed in as deep as they once were because this Empower is just going to work on these cores. They're just mopping it up. At this point, the Skeletons and the Treants are just extra gold into their pocket. We're looking at 440 CS for Yatoro right now. Just cleaning up these lanes. 500 for Laurel, by the way, who's been swashbuckling what feels like the entire map. Still having a tremendous game here on the Pangolier.
He is.
And look at the difference in the last hits, man. I mean, that is what Empower does. That's what an early Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom does, but it's also all these summons going down the lanes. So it's inflated a bit, but that's extra gold. And now Miro with an Ags. This is a great Dark Torture game, right? And these soul lines have been landing. There's not a lot to block them. You get the Wraith King, you get that aura going back. It's a great illusion. You get the Morphling. You're going to clear house on the back line. So suddenly the scale from Team Spirit's starting to pick up the pace on their supports, and these are scary ones.
RP straight up in the top lane. He got caught trying to hit that tier 2. You can get nothing for free against Team Spirit. Collapse denies Duraccio that opportunity. Duraccio compliments on the initiation, but the damage is done. Gaimin Gladiators, without their carry for 70 seconds, there's going to be some serious damage coming their way.
That just feels like a move it's based on pressure, right? They feel like this game is slipping away from them. They feel like the scale is going to be insurmountable. Duraccio trying to make something happen on the map and find a tier 2. Instead, he will pay the price only for an RP in exchange, which is going to be up pretty much when he's back up. How much do you want to push with this Aegis right now? Level 25 on the Faceless Void already. He already has the backtrack talent. Just going to make that burst even harder. And Yatoro says, this is enough farming. I want to end this game. I want to end it now. How much do you have to take the fight on your high ground?
Look at them. They're just trying to catch whatever they can in the side lanes because, well, you don't have a carry, so there's not much point in acting like you're going to defend this mid lane.
Just have to use Ace's strength. You have to find a way to use this Wraith King Ags and the Radiance Burn. Get something going in the fight over the long duration. That is where the Pangolier shines. And I mean, Laurel hasn't even had to jump in aggressively yet. He's just playing behind his other cores.
Yeah.
Be a free lane of racks here. They're going to go for number 2. Duraccio, 3 seconds on the spawn. Butterfly completed for Yatoro now. No MKB in sight. You're going to have to do this the hard way. Just charge in and hope it goes your direction.
Checking it out, seeing who's TPing in. Toro with the Lincolns. He's got an extra life. He's got a BKB in his backpack for that second life. And they got an opportunity from Collapse. Both Celery out of position.
All right.
Duraccio going to try and use that Faceless Void form to be able to help out, but the Chronosphere goes into work. The Old Scepter not actually grabbing the real one. He's still up, and he finishes off the Morphling so easily. Now the RP gets the other 2 cores. Team Spirit so clean. The extra ghosts come out from the Wraith King, but doesn't really do anything. Ace just pops his BKB on the second life. They do manage to get another pick here on his Celeries. He tries to jump forward. They've got nothing left in the tank on Gaimin Gladiators. They are all going to fall. They're going to throw their damage around. The Chief's actually getting popped as Collapse got a little bit low, but into the fountain Laurel goes. He's going to get Toro a rampage, maybe a double. No, Tofu's going to deny him that. They're going to call the GG unless pulled back in.
No, this one is
a second rampage to finally close it off.
I mean, why not add to his total, right? This is the player with the most rampages in a single TI run in history, and he will add some more to the stat page here as Yatoro just mops him up at the end with way too much damage. And once more, Gaimin are sitting here thinking, what the hell are we supposed to do against this team? We can't outpace them. We can't push them. We can't outscale them. We're having troubles in the team fights. We're losing the towers first. This man's playing Faceless Void in a meta where no one else was really willing.
He got you on the Weaver, he got you on the Faceless Void. Team Spirit got you on the Pango on both sides. They defeated the Pango, and Laurel took it into his own hands. I mean, there was so much in that early game where Laurel, he was controlling so much of the tempo, and he knows it too. And the crowd knows it too. They're going to thank Team Spirit for an excellent performance in this game too, but it might be a fast closeout to the night the way Team Spirit looks utterly unstoppable.
They are speed running this grand final right now, and the scary part is at 30 minutes, Gaimin had a lead in that game. That game was not some super one-sided net worth stomp, even with a Magnus Void farming it up. It's just, it felt inevitable, right? Like, how are you taking these late game fights, even with a Wraith King Ags, you're respawning just to watch the corpses of your teammates fall right where you were. There's no real burst. There's no real push tempo here.
Yeah.
Nothing going their way in that game, too.
Well, they at least were able to even out the net worth a little bit. There had to be small things that went the way of Gaimin Gladiators. Are there any highlights you can point to?
I mean, I think the laning phase was a bit better for them, but the point in their laning phase that they wanted to work the most, that I feel has worked for them all year, has been Quinn on mid. And that lane was the one that felt a little lackluster to me, right? The Primal Beast had a very slow start. He didn't get to use the power runes. It all has to come together. If you're going to beat this Team Spirit team in a grand final at TI, you need to pull out all of your tricks, get all the cylinders firing, and make it synergized at its peak.
They have played so many games, having to go through the lower bracket the entire time. Does Gaimin Gladiators have anything left in the tank? Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. We'll find that answer in game number 3, because right now, Team Spirit is on match point, one more game away from being crowned a second time TI champion. And what a game they did it on here. It was a very back and forth, a lot of fights in this one. We have a little bit of a change on the panel. Stormstormer, welcome, joining us as well. I want to dive right into it. What did you make of this game?
Thank you, Shearer. Yeah, I mean, this game was actually quite a treat to watch for a long time. I think there was some really, really cool plays coming up from both sides. I think Laurel played exceptionally well on his Pangolier. Like, there was like some situation where they went on with 3 heroes and he just barely got out. I think he carried the game on his, the team on his back for quite some time until the Autora and Collapse caught up. But yeah, well, definitely a treat to watch.
Yeah, I mean, for Lau at least, in regards to net worth, I think I saw a tweet from Noxel where it's like it's the 5th highest net worth of any Pangolier on LAN, and it's like he had Diffusal, he had Links like pre-20 minutes, and it was just an incredible start.
He was so farmed.
Yeah, so farmed.
And it is really hard to top the net worth leaderboards as a Pangolier, right? You usually never see that happen, but it's also due to the Magnus that they were able to play around. They had 3 melee cores with a Magnus, and when the game stagnated, they were just collecting that net worth lead. Every time that Gaimin weren't making any moves or any plays, that benefited Team Spirit entirely. So if you're playing this game to scale, all of a sudden, Team Spirit, they've got the superior team fight, right? They've got the Chronosphere, they've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got the RP, so it made it so that Gaimin Gladiators couldn't ever really look for those fights later on as the net worth lead was built up.
Yeah, it felt like at some point both teams wanted to look for the fights. Both teams were ready to fight, but you only want to really fight when you know you have the advantage. And I think, that led to some pretty quite cool. But that's some pretty surprising locations where fights were actually happening, because we had both teams trying to surprise the enemy team in final locations.
Yeah, it happened a lot. You had in the bot side of the map, you had like this awkward Roshan where Spirit started it, but they weren't strong enough, and then they baited out with the fight. And then we had a pick off onto Primal, and then it's near a Tormentor where Baposhka's just free farming top lane, hitting a tower, and then the rest of Spirit's just slaughtering the entirety of Gaimin Gladiators. So I feel like this entire game was Gaimin trying to construct a fight where they could survive the big spells, while Spirit was always chasing, oh look, we have our spells available, let's just win every single fight, because we know if we have the Chrono, if we have the RP, we're going to hit these big spells and just crush every single engagement.
Yeah, and it's hard because they didn't really have that overwhelming teamfight ability on Gaimin, because even when they did have that Aegis on Morphling, they couldn't really ever make anything happen. The fight that they did finally manage to force versus Spirit when Morphling had the Aegis, and they tried to burst the Faceless Void, they couldn't, he time walks away, he chronos. They end up killing the Void in the end, but they didn't really get much in return. I mean, they traded off one of their heroes, everyone else disengaged, and they couldn't turn that winning fight when they got the Void down into anything, because they committed too much and they didn't get enough back, and that really was the story of the game.
Yeah, it really, really was, and I feel like we saw Team Spirit. Okay, so for people that have been following their vlogs, they have a lot of them. They show a lot of their in-game communication of their vlogs, and those fights that we see them take here on the TI stage, they seem very calm and collected. Stormstormer, there's like, oh, guys, I killed that dude. Yeah, oh, I got stunned, used my ultimate. Oh, he used this whole... It's like they're, you know, like you're walking in a park, it's like, oh, bird. You know, nice tree. It's literally very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what you want to stray for as well. I think it's also something that Team Tundra was exceptionally good at when they won TI last year. It just shows that you're confident in what you're saying. You're not over emotional about things. And also, what I love about this team is that even if they die, you can see smiles in their face.
Yeah.
You know, like this Yatoro, he's dying at the Tormentor. You might think like, oh, I just fed 2k cold to Tofu, but then he's just smiling, you know. And all the team, like, I think they're having such a great time right now, which makes it look even scarier to beat this team. I think it's worth so much that, like, no matter what is happening, they're keeping a calm head. And this calm communication that you said, like, I think is really, really good to point out, because it just shows that they're really focused, really in zone about the most important things. You don't over communicate. You don't talk louder to make sure your voice is being heard. Everybody's on the same level.
Yeah, and combine that with the fun they are happening at the same time. And that is a skill.
I think they have like the perfect balance, honestly. And together that with how good they play Dota right now, this team is just really scary.
It is really scary. I bet the whole team was having a lot of fun, actually, in one particular moment. And we talked about it a couple times already. You've seen it in the highlights as well. The great escape from Laurel. Purge is going to talk about it now, too.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, the Pango survive was very, very important for Gaming Gladiator, or for Team Spirit, because he had the most net worth on his team. If he gets killed, it's a big comeback momentum potential for Gaming Gladiators. They spotted him farming up above. They saw his Invis rune, so they placed the sentry now, and they are looking to chain disable him here. Now, the AoE, the remnant here for Tofu, it does a little circular thing, and every ghost that passes through him is going to silence him. And if they can chain disable him, it's a really, really crucial kill here. But unfortunately, the Primal Beast charge is going to push him back outside of the radius of this next coming ghost. That means the second silence doesn't hit. The pushback does, but he's disabled still in this very moment, and he gets pushed slightly to the left here by the Fear. Now, before Pango's ability here, this one, the roll thing, whatever it's called, it used to give damage reduction. Now it gives you a barrier. So because there's 3 heroes, he gets 600 HP from this, which buys him time to survive. And one other moment that was really, really cool here, because he was in trouble and Mira was on the right, he puts Inkswell on him. It's this little animation. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in this clip. The Inkswell on him, he pops this the moment before he dies. If he doesn't do this, Celery here on the Nature's Prophet attacks him one time. A second auto attack would have killed him, but because these two guys were stunned, he ends up surviving. All these things going together to keep Laura alive, keep his net worth high, and waste Gaming Gladiators' time on the map. Just an incredibly important moment.
An incredibly important moment for sure, and I bet there were a lot of people in the crowd cheering. I know in the green room people are like, oh my god, he got away from that one, and I think a lot of people around the world and all the different versions that people are watching Dota, we have had people cheering them on. This is from Chicago, where the vibes and the atmosphere is definitely very high. We'll see if we can get a punch on stage. I don't know, maybe not today here, but we can only hope. It was very dominant towards the end, of course, from Team Spirit, but it was at the start of the game incredibly back and forth. We heard our drafting panel say the first 7 minutes are going to be really important. That's what the coach said as well, and Gaming Gladiator survived that, and it looked okay. They couldn't get that final push to get the advantage, and that is something that they're surely going to work on for the next game, which is coming your way very soon. This particular point, though, it's all or nothing right now. They're 2 games down. Gaming Gladiators has been in this situation before, but that was an online tournament. This is very different.
It is, and I'm going to just say that I don't want to see Morphling. You know, this hero is Arteezy, got eliminated with it. Nightfall, got eliminated with it. Now the Ratio wants to play it, and he lost game 2. Like, this hero, it's the bane of these lower bracket teams' life, and unfortunately, I don't think it's the one that you want to bring out when your life's on the line.
Well, you know, I can only imagine they're going to have something different planned that they have to have. And while they're planning that, we are going to see where Casey is hiding. I think she's in the crowd somewhere. Where are you, Casey?
I'm way up here. I'm sorry, I'm turning away from the camera. I'm way up here. How's everybody doing? Okay, so usually, as I move my cord out, I'm such a professional. Usually when we ask people, is this your first TI? We get a lot of, yeah, it's my first TI. I got a very different answer when I came up here. How many have you been to?
You know, I'm not sure. 14, 15, 16. Went to Canada was the last one, and now I'm back, so I'm super excited.
And the 3 of you have been to most of those together? A couple?
I would say like half of them, all the Seattle ones.
I soloed in Canada.
I've been to 2. This one in I think 2017.
And then we were talking just a few minutes ago about the way that this grand final is going, and you heard Shiver say, like, this is do or die, game 3. How's everybody feeling? You, sir, are feeling very well. Want to tell everybody why?
I bet on Team Spirit on the compendium. So.
I'm sorry, what is wrong with this crowd that, like, 3 of you are like, yay. Okay, I want to hear from the Gaimin Gladiators. Wow. I think this section can do better. All right? I want to hear you as loud. Do you see? Now, this is what Slack should do when he starts talking louder. You hold the microphone further away, like this. All right, come on, upper rafters. Let's hear it. I'm going to have my amazing photographer, Phil, spin around and show you how great this view is from up here. You were saying this is like the best seats in the house, right?
Been here for 3 days.
Best seats in the house.
Nice. Oh, I hear a cheer starting. 3 people. All right.
Thank you very much, Casey. I mean, that does look magical. I will say that is definitely one of the better seats in the house, although I must say, there's a lot of good seats. The screens are fantastic. The Dota has been fantastic, but I'm going to show a little bias here. I would really like this series to not be a 3-0, so I'm rooting for Gaimin Gladiators in the next one. And I know all of you want more Dota 2 coming into the Climate Pledge Arena here tonight. And I want to know from my panel, Stormstormer, what does Gaimin Gladiators need to do?
I mean, I think, first of all, don't let it get to your head. I think they are respecting Team Spirit maybe a little bit too much as well. They're not showing the same Gaimin Gladiators support that they showed the entire lower bracket run. You have to remember, this team started in lower bracket and now beat how many teams? 6, 7 teams in a row to get here. I just think they have to get Spirit out of their head and just focus on their own Dota again. Maybe adjust the drafting a little bit and then just, keep the ball rolling again. Get back to your seat.
Get back to your seat. I think everybody should get back to their seats right about now because, ladies and gentlemen, we want some more Dota to be played. We have got Team Spirit 2 games up. Can Gaimin Gladiators push them back? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit, Gaimin Gladiators, game number 3 of this best of 5 grand finals here. But Team Spirit, 2 games up. Gaimin Gladiators need all the help they can get right now, and that means every single person in this Climate Pledge Arena, we need you to be extra loud. I know you've been saving your voice for game number 5, but come on, you need to get there first, so I want to have no voices left by the end of this one. I know a lot of people have already spent everything they had, but I know we got to lead a little bit more coming out for game number 3. We know they can do it. They've been in grand finals so many times. Every single LAN event this year in the DPC, Gaimin Gladiators has come out on top. Team Spirit, they started really clicking at Re-Up Masters, and they have not dropped the ball since.
And the fact that they're coming into this grand finals, that like each draft is completely different. In game 1, Weaver, Beastmaster, they swarm the map, they're the aggressors. Game 2, they got big cooldowns, Magnus, Void, like being the team down 2-0 and having to try and work out how do we do with aggression, how do we do with the scaling. Like you don't know what's going to come at you in this third game. So for Gaimin, it's not about Team Spirit at this point, it's about what can they bring themselves. What is their draft to get them through the laning phase and set themselves up a game that they can actually dictate. Because right now, they're just victim to Team Spirit 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
But also, I just want to have Storm elaborate a little bit more on what he was talking about when he said they need to get Spirit out of their heads. And how do you feel like that What does that mean when you say that the enemy team is in your head? Are you drafting differently? Are you playing differently? Can you speak to it from your personal experience?
Yes, I think both of it. I think like first of all their gaming players should just play the heroes that they're most comfortable with. That they don't like, for example, draft heroes because they want to block pick them from the enemy team or stuff like that. They should just play their own game, regardless of who they're playing against. And I know that some players on gaming, like, it is good to have healthy respect towards the enemy team on Team Spirit, but I don't think it should like affect your own gameplay too much. You should respect what the enemy team is doing. You should know their strengths and weaknesses, but it should not cause yourself to have more weaknesses, if that makes sense. Just basically reset. Don't care who you play against. Remember all the games that got you to this point, got you through the entire lower bracket to this game 3, and make it like a home run again. Gotta remember as well, Team Spirit, when they won TI10 back then, right, they were also 2 games ahead, and then it still went to a 5-game series against PSG LGD back then. So this is not over yet whatsoever, and I hope Gaming Gladiators also have that in their head right now, that, like, you know, it's maybe a longer day for them as well. They also have to play the lower bracket finals against, I forgot just now, bad memory.
LGD.
LGD? Okay, what's LGD, right? And now they're here again, so it is a longer day for them, but I all just hope they, like, whatever it was, they got the energy running again, and they just go into it right now.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Can Gaming Gladiators force out the next game, or will Team Spirit be the 2-time champion? Now let's hear it for Game 3!
Team Spirit versus Gaimin Gladiators. Grand Final. Game 3.
Welcome back to the draft panel for game number 3, everybody. This is everything on the line for Gaming Gladiators. Down 0-2. Team Spirit have been crushing so far. Seems like they have all the answers. They have all the strategies that they need to become champions once again, just like back 2 years ago. What do you guys want to see Gaming Gladiators? I feel like I'm repeating myself after game number 1, but it really is the story here. How can Gaming Gladiators dig themselves out of this strategical hold they found themselves in?
Honestly, I thought their draft last game, they had a really good shot. I think they identified that they want to target a little bit more of non-Collapse heroes. They let Collapse go as Magnus, and I thought that it was not a bad idea. I don't think Collapse had the usual Magnus impact. Maybe he didn't need it, maybe it didn't get there. Tofu was able to pick up an early Yule Scepter, but I think I just want them to do that, but there was a time where, like, they had the triple wave with Quinn. I want them to play even more for the mid pressure, because Laurel I don't know, the guy's too good. He had too good a game.
I would like Gladiators get back to the idea of super pressure, super tempo, crazy, super fast, super strong lanes. I think that potentially might work. Yeah, something like this. You need to risk at some point, right? You're 0-2. They definitely have it. Like, they definitely gave a very good fights in both games. Like, both games they actually gave good fights. They had good lanes and stuff. Yeah, but this last game was rough to play after some point because Void Magnus is just too strong, like, when it's come to late game. So I hope this time maybe we just, you know, go super tempo.
I definitely agree with Dindy on that one. The way Gaming Gladiators got here was with that tempo, pushing the high ground. It felt like in that last game they kind of fell back. Like, we don't really want to do that. Instead, we're going to try and match you in the late game, pick up a Duraccio Morphling. And he played pretty amazing for the most part. Had a couple bad deaths, but overall, like, you're playing into how Team Spirit wants to play at that point. You're not really playing the game that got you into this grand finals in particular. So we'll see if they go ahead and do that. But the problem is, I think, when you play against Team Spirit right now, there's like a triple threat here. It's like you have to deal with Collapse, which they've been trying to do through bans. And then I think what really leveled up Spirit is Laurel. He's just playing so good every game. And you see Quinn, he's normally taking control of the map. He's like making moves. He hasn't been able to in these last 2 games because Laurel's having a great laning stage. And of course, there's always Yatoro, who's you're going to pick the CK, but you don't even know if it's his. He's strategically taking away a lot of Duracio's heroes, making them feel a bit uncomfortable. So there's a lot of things they're doing at a strategic level and in game that it's just really hard for gaming to address.
So what do you think, Gaimin, if we want to see this early aggression from them, what is the first pick of the game? Do you just go for the celery end chair and you're like, okay, full focus on early laning stage and putting that pressure? Your Chen was obviously banned that you've had a great success with in that macro strategy. Is the Ench into CK even appealing to start off?
I think it's normally like a decent matchup for CK because he's actually one of the heroes that can kill Ench pretty easily when you bring her out of position. But honestly, I sort of like that line of thought. I think at this tournament, they usually pick Ench with Weaver, just because it gives the Ench a really strong lane. Once you give Ench a strong lane, you can snowball to other lanes, you can leave it alone. But I don't mind that if they pick another strong carry with it.
Okay, there's the AA we were looking for in both of the previous games, and this time Gaimin are going to bring it out. Does this fit the bill for you guys? Not a strong laner.
Not a strong laner, not a fast tempo hero, but it can buff really well like other heroes that you can have in the draft. Vortex is extremely strong, also it shut down a lot of like fat heroes with Bayern, Heart of Tarask and stuff, so might see something. If you build up a strong like carry that fits AA on lane, it can still be a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I think the hero, he just has a lot of range, so he keeps clicking, right? If the lane is stable and you get to just keep clicking your opponent, his lane's like not weak or anything. He's going to constantly harass on the region. I think generally what AA picks mean is that they want to play with their mid. Generally when you pick AA, you pick some high damage mid and they just sort of run around together. You get stacks and then they play together. You get stacks, you get played together. And I think that's also something that we saw a lot from Gladiators in this tournament, is they would play a lot off these stacks. I think the AA could be a good start for that.
Look at that stat. This is their first time playing the hero this tournament. They haven't brought out the AA a single time, so really digging deep here in the final game, or I say the final game, what could be the final game for them. To look at it from the other perspective, Team Spirit, this is probably a surprise for them, given the circumstances that there hasn't been a single AA from Gladiators. Do you change any sort of approach on the Spirit side? I guess, like you guys said, maybe you want to keep the CK flex. What are your next two go-to picks to make this AA feel bad?
Laning stage, I think the last time they ran this, they're probably looking at a Dark Willow for Spirit to lane it. That lane seemed incredibly strong. I'm not sure who's going to play the CK. They might keep it open for a while. It is a little annoying to play CK versus AA in some ways because the armlet issue, you can't really toggle that. So that could be annoying. But then again, the Phantasm does delete AA pretty quickly, so I could see this being an off-lane CK if Yatoro finds a better pick for himself. But I think the Dark Willow is definitely something they're looking at.
I would really like it if they pick Dark Willow. I think what you said about the 3 CK sounds good as well, because AA can keep clicking the CK, but as soon as it's level 3 or 4, these clicks aren't going to do anything to him at all.
Yeah, AA afraid of mobile heroes and heroes who are very fast and can jump backlines and stuff like this. So we can see already Primal and Bug Bans, and CK is one of those heroes actually. It's pretty like fast hero, it gets into backlines pretty fast. So heroes who doesn't afraid AA, in some sense maybe TB can work again for Team Spirit, because you always can swap HP, like even if you're under AA ulti. Yeah,
I think they're going to pick 18 Spectre. Like, they should start to look at it. I don't know if they will for sure, but I liked what you said about like getting these backline jumpers. I think Yatoro, he played a lot of Spectre. I mean, he played some at this tournament, but he was playing a lot of Spectre in pubs. He always goes for some really high damage builds. He'll go like Bloodthorn, Manta. Like, he never goes for some like tanky build at all. He just looks to kill the backline. I guess Grimstroke does something similar that you were saying as well, right? Just giving you a really high kill threat lane. You want to make sure that the CK is at least open as a flex or the 18 pick.
Yeah, I think they go for that because it's a lot better versus the Pango than the Willow would be, right? You can get the leash on him and then he can get stuck. So same thing in the laning stage though. It's really strong, get on top of him, lots of damage. Just Grim is better for this particular game.
Triant is in again. This was a Hero Spirit ran against Pango last time, but they are going to go for the Tusk.
Tusky.
Oh, are we committed here to a 5 Tusk for this reason? Has Mira been playing Grim? He has, right? They've both played both of these heroes. So this for Team Spirit, I believe, is a complete flex among their support players.
Mira has not played Tusk yet, so it's most likely 100% in Poshka so far.
Did he not play Tusk in game 1? Am I...
Oh, he played it in the last game, but outside of that, I suppose.
Right, outside of this series. Okay, got it. Yeah, yeah.
My notes are outdated from the last.
I'm sure they can flex it perfectly well. I think... Actually, Morta's not banned in this series, which is sort of surprising because, I mean, they broke Gaimin's confidence in the hero a bit because I think Tofu played literally every game on this hero before that.
You can just go back for it, yeah, because it does what they need him to do, right? I feel like you just have so many issues with Gaimin's other heroes that you feel like you don't have to ban it because you have to ban so many other things in this game, like the Necro, the Phoenix, the Chen, all these heals, and this is really good banning, I think, by Team Spirit, even the Kunkka. These lineups where you see them group up, be able to push, they're not being able to get them because you have to deal with the heroes that you see in front of you, and some of your best heroes to do these pushes are just being banned out by Team Spirit. So they're going to play the Brewmaster. The only question I do have, yet again, is this Pango too early? Is it too early of a Pango game? Will he have a game? Right now it looks like they only have one answer for him, but I expect more to come. Is there any mid laners potentially, Dindy, that can punish that's left in the pool?
Oh, for sure, for sure. There is a bunch. Like this hero become not as strong as it used to be. It's actually a pretty strong lane still. Like,
There's the dazzle.
Here we go,
Okay.
the lane Punisher. If I decide to put it mid, they can still think about it. It's weird to see sometimes healers picked into A, but I think the purpose is especially like having these insanely strong lanes. They can still do post-free dazzle if we decide, or I don't know, like if Collapse gonna play it or not. I'm curious because one hero that comes to my mind that both teams ignoring, second, I think, all games, is Spirit Breaker, right? We all talked how imbalanced and broken this hero is, and now we don't see it much, because even here I saw, okay, we have Grimstroke, maybe potentially, who knows? There is not so many heroes to stop it, if you think about it.
Yeah, I can see the Spear Breaker, especially since I think there's like a mechanic with Brewmaster where the Brewlings take the creep damage from the charge, so you actually kill like over half their HP even after the Brewmaster's 20 time. One interaction with the Dazzle versus A that I think swings the matchup a little bit is you can actually permagrave someone if they get AA ultied. As soon as you hit 18 on Dazzle, so it's not as much of like a, oh, they can all in no matter what with this AAL on one target.
What do you guys make of Spirit's approach to dealing with Gaimin Gladiators, which, I mean, if you look at the Gaimin lineup, it seems very teamfight-centric, right? You've got Pango, you've got Brewmaster ult. Are you a little concerned for Gaimin Gladiators having downtime when they have cooldown on this? You look at Spirit's lineup, it seems very fast, very low cooldown. It can play in duos, trios. Do you think by design this Dazzle fits that playstyle really well?
For sure, and I would add up here that both previous game and this game so far, what bothers me in Gaimin Gladiators draft is they don't really have saves in their lineup. If you look at Team Spirit lineup, they already have 2, and usually on like middle game, late game, this is one of the most important things that you have in your lineups. So not only like big cooldowns like on Brew or something like this, but also like saves. I think it's often can be like game changer.
Speaking of saves, I think Gaimin probably needs to ban Centaur in this game. This could be a really good hero. Like, you see the roll come out, you see the split come out. Some Centaur Stampede could disengage that really well. I think they need another hero that... I'm just kind of looking at Yatoro's hero pool. I'm not seeing anything much better versus the Brewmaster than the CK right now. Potentially it was like a Morphling, but then you're playing versus AA, Weaver's Band.
It's like a Night Stalker.
Carry?
Yeah, I think Nightfall pulled that out a couple pits. I could actually see Yatoro playing in a game like this. It's actually a really good Night Stalker carry game.
Agree on that. That looks amazing if we go for it. It's very hard to play with this lineup so far against Night Stalker carry. You don't have so many reliable stuns, I would say, on Gladiators yet. Like, you have a lot of some skill shots that you need to aim, so it can create a problem. Yeah, also, by the way, Grim is also safe if you think about it, right? Like, his shard is used so efficiently at TI so far.
Yeah, we saw it in the last game as well. Like, I guess the only question is, like, they probably are wanting a ranged hero because you have Tusk potentially 5, and I don't know if CK Tusk lane is gonna cut it. I guess they could do it.
I think just because they see the AA, they might feel like they can greed it out. Like, they have a 5 that doesn't really prevent the carry from getting all in, and that can't protect themselves. So you can like play for the kills in lane with something like a CK Tusk. I could see them just go for the range route with the Tusker 5 though. I think they'd have really strong lanes that way as well.
It seems like Gaimin Gladiators have the same mindset with this Dawnbreaker ban, right? This is a hero combination that we saw other teams run earlier in the tournament. The Tusk Dawn as a dual lane just absolutely obliterating weak 5s. So it does seem like Gaimin are still in that mindset of this CK is going to be the carry. But as you guys pointed out, I don't even think CK Tusk is going to struggle here unless that the carry last pick from Gaimin really solves that lane. AA does not like this matchup.
Honestly, I just like this last hero from Team Spirit to sort of solidify their team fights. I feel like right now they actually have a chance that they'll get run over in team fights. I think Pango, Brewmaster, and Mortar are all really strong versus heroes.
Oh,
okay.
Got a call. Well, it was time. Dendy wanted it. He got it.
Oh, that's a beautiful lineup here. Spirit Breaker Grim looks very scary, very scary. Also, it's BKB Pierce once again, which is very strong in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I think the carry pool, I think the Troll being banned and the Void kind of can signify that you want this CK to be your carry. So they're going for that offline route, not going for the Centaur, going for the Spear Breaker, which Brewmaster, I guess you have a Dispel, which helps a little bit against that if you can get it off on time, but we've seen time and time again in the late game, it doesn't really matter. You have like a BKB, Octarine Core, and like a Refresher Orb, so you can't really deal with that. So this has been a Collapse special throughout like the entirety of this TI, and he's really good at it, and it looks pretty scary here. I will say the Gaimin's lineup, it looks pretty good though so far. I think whenever you play against Dazzle, having that AA is really good if you can ever commit on him. Then we have a Spectre.
Gonna round it out with a Spectre, so giving maybe some skirmishing potential to Gaimin Gladiators. You have a carry that can join globally. Was this just a matter of, okay, there's nothing left?
Is the lane going to be okay?
Yeah, honestly, I'm really worried for Gladiators. I feel like every time I've seen Spirit Breaker have a good lane, this hero's like the most unreal imbo of the patch.
Yeah, Spectre A is one of the best combinations in the game for ages, and I don't think anything changed in that, because both heroes complement each other very well. But at the same time, the lineup on Team Spirit looks crazy in late game if it's the game D-Ways.
All right, seems like we're grasping. Are we grasping at straws for Gaimin Gladiators? Is this actually going to be that difficult of a safe lane? Or is there maybe some sort of hope with rotation from maybe a gating where it could offset this balance in the top lane? Can you leave Brewmaster alone for a minute to try to help? Or do you need to get really creative?
I think a lot can happen in this game, and I think a lot's going to come from the mid lane. And can Quinn get rotations? And can they abuse Laurel this game? Because I think Laurel is very exploitable in this game with A ult, Spectre ult. And if he feeds a lot of net worth back, that could be a way back into the game.
Yeah, I can completely see that. If one lane starts getting pressured, like you have the Spectre to add on, the Pangolier probably is going to be the strongest hero in the game when he gets his role. So they do have a lot of angles on Gladiator to snowball off that.
So I guess, I mean, not to sound like a broken record, but we're very focused on the laning stage, as per usual in this series. If you're in Quinn's shoes in this game, obviously you've had a couple of games that did not go according to plan, right? Let's talk a little bit about the mentality of him going up against what we assume will be a very unfavorable matchup against Laurel and the Dazzle. What do you think Quinn is telling his team right now? Is it, all right, I'm going to be struggling, but I'll come back, or I need help for sure in this game?
It's actually not that bad for Pango. It's one of the better heroes to sustain against Dazzle, because you have 2 jumps to jump away from its poison attacks. So I think Quinn is extremely experienced and he will be fine.
All right, guys, Gaimin Gladiators, they are on the ropes. I'm sure Team Spirit are feeling themselves right now, and let's see if it is the same for their coach, Silent.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Silent of Team Spirit, where around 2 years ago, you were in a very similar spot. It was Grand Finals, TI-10 in Bucharest. You were up 2 games. Now, a lot has changed since then, but it hasn't changed for your team. The energy from 2 years ago to now, does anything feel different?
No, I think we feel the same. You need to be focused and play till the end. It doesn't matter lead you or losing. Same. You don't like to, okay, we're leading it to the arrow, we can make some YOLO plays.
A championship mentality through and through, but I know one thing that's different. 2 years ago, you didn't have a crowd. But this time, I think they're ready for a game number 3.
And we are certainly ready for a game number 3. Though we certainly don't want to end it here. Seattle, do we want to see some more Dota? Here in the Cathedral in Seattle, we may just be witnessing the final game of the Grand Finals, but I'm sure a lot of us hope for so much more. And that all depends on Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, they have been the ones to run the gauntlet through all of these majors. They were looking like the best team of the year until they ran into Team Spirit. Until Team Spirit ramped up in just the right time, shown up for championships, and they have only lost 2 games in this entire tournament, Avery. They're 43-7 in their last 50. This team is looking unstoppable. Is there anything Gaimin Gladiators can do to halt this momentum, even just a little bit?
You have to play Dota. There's no way around it. You have to meet this team on their plane and give them a taste of their own medicine, because you came in with a plan, but everybody has a plan until Team Spirit punches you in the face. And right now you're laying on the ground trying to figure out what the hell just happened in the first 2 games. Your plan did not work. Whatever you thought it was going to happen in the games 1 and 2, it fell flat. So right now, Team Spirit are in control of this draft meta. They're in control of the series, and they're dictating the pace in these games. They're dictating the team fight. So you have to meet them there and beat them. You have to outplay them. You have to start winning these team fights, scaling into the late game. You are not going to run this team over, which means you got to find some more momentum going past that 30 or 40 minute mark. It's not been Gaimin's MO this entire lower bracket run, but hey, you're in a dire situation at Grand Final. You don't have another chance here. You are at the total limit So figure it out fast, make the adjustments, and get cranking. This is a draft that is heading in that direction, right? A lot more team fight, a lot more scaling presence. Spectre AA here designed to put Yatoro in a tough position. We've seen the AA be a counter to CK for a lot of this tournament in terms of limiting the lifesteal interactions. Of course, it can also have a huge impact versus the Dazzle as this game progresses into the late game. So I think these are much more even lineups in terms of what happens past the 40 or 50 minute mark. There's not some crazy inevitable scale outside of maybe Dazzle Spirit Breaker doing crazy Dazzle Spirit Breaker things, and Celery in
trouble in the bottom lane, and that is going to be your first blood. Collapse will claim it with a bash.
Of course, a little luck goes a long way. A classic Team Spirit strategy going back to their first TI victory in a career boot.
Courier pickoff as well. Look at that, Duraggio even like taking himself outside of the lane to block the hard camp, because this lane is already going a little bit awkward for them. The mid lane's not looking much better. We're 12-4 on Laurel over this melee. Range versus melee matchup, it's not a fun one. You should expect the Dazzle to win, but Laurel is already taking commanding lead. And then we've got your Toro, 11-2. Now the Brewmaster is keeping pace, but he's certainly not slowing down the carry of Team Spirit. So Gaimin Gladiators got to be able to halt this momentum a little bit further here. Bit of damage onto Ace. They're turning it back around, but Tofu's here to be able to help him out. Nice shot to get the extra bit of damage on two heroes.
Yeah, double proc, win the war of attrition. I think these silence can go fine for Gaimin over the course of the lanes. They don't look too terrifying to me. I think the Brew can fight back with the help of Morta, just a very tough hero to trade into. That mid lane is what I'm worried about though, right? It's Dazzle versus melee. I mean, Pango has some escape mechanisms, but if you get some roam going through with the poison adding up, it can be deadly.
Every single time Seller wants to be able to stop that hard camp opportunity, he does risk getting gone on by Mira and Collapse. This time around, he's fine. The Shard inadvertently kind of helps him out as he's pushed underneath his tower.
Just try and get as many pulls off as you can in this lane. Boost the XP up for both heroes as they both really want and need it here. You're not going to be able to shut Collapse down, which, I mean, that's a worrying factor, right? A Spirit Breaker with absolute freeform, it's going to have a fast Midas, is what Collapse is going to have here. He's going to have his choice. And he'll be quite powerful going into that mid game. So you got to be able to strike back in these small skirmishes, get the ults up, particularly the Brewmaster Primal Split, the Rolling Thunder here, very powerful spells if you can get them fast. And of course, A Blast coming in on top of it with Vortex amping up all this magic damage, and put that mini haunt to use on the step.
Real quickly, want to give a shout out to our observers, our hardworking observers who have been keeping us through this entire tournament. Ace, maybe in some trouble here. Maposhka, he's trying to dodge all of these ghosts. He doesn't want to lead the calling. He'll take that extra bit of damage to try and risk it, but he does end up falling as a result. And now Ace, he'll have some helping hand from Tofu. Beautiful dead shot to push him back in, and Gaimin Gladiators, a very clutch fight there for them. Tofu and Ace get a big win in their off lane.
That's the strength of the Morta dual lane that they're looking for. This is why this hero's been a first pick for them for a lot of these series. They're very confident in what Tofu can do on it in the early game. And now he has some roam options. I don't think you can leave Ace in the 1-on-2, but if you can get some breathing room like this and look towards mid, maybe you can get some damage poke, help skew this lane back in Quinn's favor, because he is still getting known. 31-10 on Laurel, almost doubling Quinn up here. He got the Courier as well. Quinn with a slight misstep will hurt his regen fairing. That just means more pressure going to build up between Laurel and his melee foe. Just not much you can do against the poison touch here.
Yeah, this is looking like Quinn kind of needs one of his supports to die just to refill that bottle, and Celery may grant him that wish. He's going to get a double blood grenade before he goes, so this may be a fair trade-off if Duraggio can claim his life, and he does manage to get it. It puts an early level into that Desolate, and it's just the added damage they need.
Honestly, I think Celery's okay with that. Solo XP for Duraggio on a Spectre. He gets to collect all these creeps under the tower without any pressure. Pretty happy about that exchange with a very defensive-oriented lane where, what are you doing aggressively with a Spectre? It's all about getting farm and XP down here.
And there's that TP rotation to fill out Quinn's bottle. And try and help with the 6-minute rune. See if he's able to do so, but Team Spirit not going to worry about the runes here. Instead, they try and win this offlane situation where Ace and Tofu were doing pretty well for themselves. They bring 3 heroes to the matter to bring down Ace if they can get him. Slowed down by the blood grenade. They only need a couple more hits. They've got more blood. Where that came from apparently gives them over that Lotus, and that's enough.
Evasion with the haze, enough for Ace to just walk it off here.
I lied. They do care about that power rune because they brought Collapse to secure it. Not just that, but also the kill on Quinn.
That's just going to secure the double check for Laurel. He's going to walk all the way top and get himself a shield rune. putting this matchup to good use, giving Quinn a taste of his own medicine here with the roam. Maybe not expected out of the offlaner, but that is a hell of a rotation from Collapse and gets a lot of momentum going into this Dazzle right now. And this is a pressure point you're going to have to respond to. And this is a hero that scales very hard in Dota right now. Pretty strong early game for Team Spirit. They're going to look to try and fight back, but Quinn with a nice rotation, just eyeing Yatoro up here all alone. Will get the hit back.
If you're just going to keep dying in your lane, you might as well rotate out of it, even if it means you're doing it pre-level 6. So, as you can see, anybody who shows up in the mid lane is going to be run over by the Dazzle, especially if you get the extra vision of like a Tough Snowball or the Spirit Breaker charge. You just can't get away from this Poison Touch hit. So,
no, especially with these wards behind the tower already. Deep observer for Team Spirit behind Gaimin Tier 1. Collapse having a chuckle about that.
Yeah, but that was all because Quinn tipped him before the charge even completed. Quinn knew what was coming. He could do nothing to stop it.
Well, could have picked the real hero.
It's always an option.
Just saying.
4-4, 7.5 minutes in. Did we trade off Wisdom Runes? Yeah.
Yes, that was the one upside of, you know, them going on mid. You guarantee the Wisdom Rune trade, which Celery's definitely happy about. Yeah. I mean, you're saying he's like happy to soak up XP here, but it is a weird position for an AA who rather just be pulling if nothing else is happening.
So leaving Dyrachyo alone at the bottom lane, but a really good use of the dagger will get him over that little cliff area, and Tofu can get some damage back in return. No threat of anybody dying, but a decent punish, and will allow Dyrachyo to clean up some CS. But he is being pushed out of lane. Mira's not giving up on it just yet.
And Maposhka even rotating down here, potentially throwing that Inkswell into the Breaker. I mean, this is a combination we also saw when Breaker was hot that last patch. The Team Spirit were very comfortable playing. The Inkswell Breaker across the map, giving you the guaranteed setup. This is what the CK is designed to help facilitate. Push the lanes in with CK illusions, be a ghost on the map, and all of a sudden you get one pick off and your map just collapses, right? Well, on the flip side, Gaimin trying to do something similar. If you can set anything up with a Primal Split or the Rolling Thunder, then suddenly Dyrachyo can come in and clean house. And this is a smoke designed to find Yatoro, but nobody's home. Yatoro.
They juke him out with a Phantasm. He sent it back instead. Quinn and Ace will bite down on that, but it doesn't matter too much, that bait. They still get some pretty good damage onto the tower. One thing to note about that Inkswell combination with the Spirit Breaker. Oh, thought they were going to go on to Mira, but Mira is going through the portal. They don't have a stun to stop him. He gets the other side. Dyrachyo pursues.
Dagger does hit him.
Yeah, he's pretty damn slow, and he's going to hit him with another dagger. Mira, he needs the help from the Spirit Breaker. He has a snowball to buy a moment. Collapse, pops his ultimate, immediately goes for the kill onto Tofu. See if they can trade things out here for the shard into calling. That actually protects him there. Collapse doesn't want to trade 2 for 1, so he's going to go ahead and give up on that. They cannot afford to give any more kills to this Dyrachyo Spectre.
Gonna rotate Laurel bottom. They really want to punish Dyrachyo.
There it is.
Ult's coming back.
The Inkswell charge in, chaining the stuns and adding up on the damage. Spirit Breaker got that 5% buff. The movement speed as damage got buffed up by 5%. That was enough to bring him back into the meta, but then that's even more if you add in this Inkswell movement speed buff.
It's a deadly combination for a reason. I like that rotation from Laurel. That's such a heads-up read there. You can just walk down the lane. There's no vision here. They probably had a read because Celery's been mid the whole time, right? It's going to limit where your observers are going to go. Just gets a really cheeky kill on the Spectre. Nice shard to buy some time.
Good driving by Quinn. Gets around that little speed bump in the way. Hopefully Dyrachyo can finish him up, but not quite. No, Shalgrave comes in for Law. Perfect timing there. Quinn does manage to get some decent damage on Toro, and Ace is here. He makes the difference. He makes it so Team Spirit can no longer fight bad. It's an overwhelming amount of team fight that he'll put to work to bring down Yatoro, and it looks like he's going to chase down Maposhka. Mira really trying for this one. He might just get himself killed in the process. Will it be good enough? Maposhka still dies, and sure enough, Mira, he's going to be in trouble as well. Good use of the shard, blocking him out, but he still falls. Cannot stop. Gaimin Gladiators as they bring all 5, learning from Team Spirit perhaps. The only way to beat these guys in a team fight is you got to bring everybody to the table.
And that's why I think this draft feels a lot better for them to play. They can connect the heroes a lot faster. The Spectre facilitates that at a tremendous rate. And then Ace is just on a hero where even if his laning phase wasn't spectacular, which it has been this game, that Primal Split into a fast Radiance is going to give them all the team fight they need. This CK does not have free engagements, where I felt like in the first 2 games, Yatoro's connections were uncountered, right?
Yeah.
He goes in with a Weaver, goes in with a Faceless Void, gets what he wants and gets out. This game, Yatoro finds himself in a pickle mid where he just can't escape, pays the price. An 0-3 start for Yatoro got up here. Perhaps one of the rougher early games we've seen from him the entire tournament. That is a very good position for Gaimin to be in. It's going to shut down a lot of the pace.
Laurel's going to have to pick up that little bit of slack, right?
Yes.
He's going to have to step in with this Dazzle, but the Dazzle, I feel like, isn't a hero you really want to utilize just yet. It feels like that Aghanim Scepter is such a key timing. You can't afford to delay that by getting into some risky engagements.
And this hero is like Tinker in some ways. Like his first item, kind of easy to get to. You're a powerhouse when you get it, but then you fall into a valley, and it's like the next 2 or 3 you have to get to before you really come online in the ultra late, and those team fights start to become impossible for the enemy. That is a period where Gaimin can strike with this Radiance, which is going to be coming out fast on Ace this game. And just take the team fight to Team Spirit, which is where, again, you have to meet this team. You have to be willing to take the 5-on-5s and win them and translate it into objectives. You can't just go for the other first.
Smoke across the map. They failed to get the initiation on Collapse. We're going to try and join Quinn for the power rune. Quinn's going to need that help too. He silenced up the poison touch. The Inkswell's on top of him, but he does manage to get away with the swashbuckle just in time. The charge is going to complete. Collapse, he's got his ultimate. He may not even need it though. The poison touch slowed him down so much. And Maposhka's getting a TP out the shot. Oh, just so close, but it runs out. It doesn't get there in time. And now a snowball to the other side to meet Zoraccio, as it is now him who is surrounded by Team Spirit heroes. Too many to count.
And that is a Midas Chaos Knight coming in and cleaning up the enemy carry there. Yatoro gets some XP, a much better turnaround for him as opposed to the last River fight where they're still missing that tier 1. So maybe a smoke and connection that Quinn and the gang just didn't expect, considering, you know, they're missing that objective that went down in the previous fight.
Yep. But it seems like Team Spirit take advantage of that bit of an overlook from Quinn. And now Collapse, highest net worth in the game, but Gaimin Gladiators don't want to slow down just yet. They still have that Rolling Thunder. Didn't use it in the last fight, so Tofu and Celery think to themselves that if they can get the right kind of initiation here with the Rolling Thunder, they can follow it up with the Ice Blast, but Yatoro, he's in the staircase. It's going to be very awkward. The Soulbind does actually latch onto the two of them as Spectre jumps into the mix as well. Please tell me they're going to hit him. Oh, they barely got it.
In the fountain, he will go down. It wasn't even the blast, it was like an urn tick or something that got him in the end. Post that grave. That was a nasty soulbind, something they're going to have to think about with Zoraccio haunting in. They will find the big pick.
Ace is so close to his Radiance, he could not afford to get picked off here. So at the first sign of danger, he uses his Primal Split. Though you could see the Spirit Breakers, pretty good answer to those Brewlings. No threat of dying here, but something to think about later into the game.
I mean, normally the Dispel and Tornado is a problem for this hero, but doesn't look like it so far. And like you said, Radiance 300 off for Ace. He just wants to get his big item and get the farm rate going. Still having a very good game on this Brewmaster.
Yeah, considering the Lone Druid game where he was so close to the Radiance for so long, I don't think he wants to risk that happening again.
And Radiance is an incredibly powerful item in this meta. It's better the faster you get it. In a lot of those games, Ace just didn't get it at a time where he could take the map or the fight's over with it. This is going to be a game where he has a very good chance to do that. As Yatoro still behind, right?
Yeah.
This is a double Midas lineup for Team Spirit. They have one on the CK, one on the Spirit Breaker, which, you know, has become the de facto build for the XP getting to the late game talents. It is going to slow the team fight presence down. I really feel like if Gaimin can get a fight going in the next 2 to 3 minutes here, they're pretty favored, especially with Diffusal and Radiance coming out at the same time. This is a huge damage power spike. You want to get something going with it, and you want to get it going now.
They go for it. The Radiance is complete though on Ace, but they know the Primal Split is on cooldown.
Yeah, this is a beefy target to just go into, especially when you don't have the global ability to connect. I mean, how much does Collapse think he can chunk through here?
Tofu just left him alone. Tofu was needed to be able to disrupt this combination, but now Ace is left alone, speeds himself away. Somehow the Inkswell didn't go off in time, but Maposhka didn't pop that one. And Zoraccio was like, okay, now it's my opportunity. Hello, Maposhka. Almost got him with a fear shot there on the left-hand side, but Maposhka still dies. Collapse still in trouble, has a charge instead, opts for the TP out, but that doesn't make it.
Calculations not on point here. Yeah, he could have just charged the other side of the map. Maybe he didn't have a good target, but there was a mid-wave. They will collect a 3x streak off him.
Such an important kill too. Gaining Gladiators with the Ice Blast on top of Laurel. Now, Collapse and Laurel, who were very much needed to be able to buy Yatoro time. Now they've both fallen.
And now you're invading enemy triangle. This is where Gaimin want to strike. They want to strike hard on the map right now. Gain a lot of the momentum in this game. They have the supports to follow up on the core initiations. They have a crap ton of damage in the tank as long as they can see heroes. And with Zoraccio able to join any of these goes, suddenly this map has collapsed pretty fast for Team Spirit. And Ags on the Dazzle. Try and stem some of this bleeding, but right now this crowd, they want to see a game 4. They want to see Gaimin strike back in this game 3. And they are delivering.
Yeah, I'm not even convinced those are all Gaimin Gladiators fans. They might just be Dota fans who want to be able to see more from a grand finals between these two teams, but it's still a long road ahead for Gaimin Gladiators because they're only 2K net worth up. They've hit some timings, yes, but they still have to worry about the double hand of Midas. They have to play this clean. They need to be able to get good executions, but they can't afford to use any pickoffs. Good roll in from Quinn. From behind, though, trapping Team Spirit. Shot goes out, looking for more. The Dazzle was shown there. Quinn getting in front of him. Blocks him out with a swashbuckle, slows him down with the inhibit from the diffuser plate. Allows Dyrachyo to do the damage. He pops a shallow grave. Laurel, he really wants to finish off Quinn. Will he get that kill? The poison touch. He's got a regen. A Lotus given over to him as well. Good plays from Gaimin Gladiators. Give him the extra bit of regen he needs, and now he can pop the regeneration in his bottle for a full heal.
Max efficiency right now. All Team Spirit can do is cut some waves with their double Midas heroes and go late. Because right now it is all Gaimin on the momentum chart, and a full Vessel was completed very fast here from Tofu. That even gives you more damage. Vessel plus A Blast is nasty in these team fights when you're throwing the vortexes down, particularly versus Dazu, who wants to just heal through with the inverse waves and get that going.
Yeah, you've got Dazzle, you've got the Inkswell heal that, would have been a factor if it wasn't for all the anti-heal they have. And then also the Chaos Strike, that lifesteal that the Chaos Knight is so dependent on.
And there is no downtime for this lineup.
Look at him, burned out of mana. They try and give him over a little bit, see if he can charge his way out of there, but he's silenced up by the calling, trapped in the corner. And then they use that Storm Panda to be able to catch more. Laurel's gonna die as well. The Dazzle getting no footing in this game.
Ace making his presence felt, and this was with a second item, Boots of Travel. So this isn't even some early Aura item.
Poshka looks like he didn't have a way back to the base, so he tried to skirt on through Gaimin Gladiator side of the map, but he was spotted, and he will be brought down.
This Brew Spectre combination working wonders right now. Ace is 5-0 and 10. Completely unstoppable. And you can't bring the CK in to really help you here. The Brew is just great versus the hero with the Radiance Burn, the AoE miss. He has the evasion that Yatoro can't pierce. And not to mention his ult, you can go in, start messing up these CK illusions.
Yeah, with the Radiance and the Dispel, this Chaos Knight's gonna be...
So, what are your options? I mean, you have to just wait until Yatoro's ready to fight, I think. You have to split the map with the Breaker, and this is where Gaimin can continue to try and pick you off, put the Vessel to use, put the Radiance to use. And of course, Dyrachyo, he's on a hero that doesn't have to, farm up some crazy stacks, doesn't have to go in the fight first. He can just farm the defensive parts of the map. If nothing happens, he's still happy. I mean, you still got a Spectre. Drum for Tofu, just to buff up the team fight even more here. Sporta is doing work, also having a perfect game so far. And the calling is not a spell that these Team Spirit heroes want to fight into. It's annoying for Mira going in with the snowball. It's annoying for Laurel trying to run in and grave people with low-level grave. This team fight is very obnoxious right now, and it's going to collect a free Tier 2.
So, a Tier 2 at 19 minutes for Gaimin Gladiators. They can actually take away that outpost. They've got a pretty good chokehold on the map. What they desperately need now is just not to slip up anywhere, not allow Team Spirit an opening. As they're building up this net worth lead, it may become insurmountable as long as Team Spirit doesn't pull anything sneaky here. The smoke up, it slips right past Team Spirit. They get the high ground ward, immediately spots him at Poshka, and Dyrachyo recognizes that is the hero he wants to get first at the dead shot. Bounces over to Yatoro and hit by the Rolling Thunder. He's trapped, caught, and there's nowhere to go from there. Too many disables on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they have way too much damage. They need the BKBs on the side of Team Spirit, but they're not going to get them anytime soon.
He had it.
Oh, he had it.
Yeah, it was a BKB. He disassembled in body. He just didn't want to pop it. He didn't have Phantasm. There's no turnaround there.
Yeah.
He will choose to save it for another day. That is the 5th death for Yatoro here, who is yet to make a single kill in this game.
Hey, there's the Dazzle play, though. 20 minutes on the dot. They're going to use the Couriers to use the Aghanim Shadow Wave. He could solo up that.
That's the better shard I think they were hoping for.
Oh, yeah.
Inkswell shard from Aposhka going to be pretty damn nice here. Try and dispel these melee heroes when they go in. Still, I feel like if you're Team Spirit, you're trying to wrap this game out right now. And that is a big paradigm shift from games 1 and 2.
Yeah, how do you wrap, though, against a Spectre and, well, you got this Quinn. He is running around with a Pangolier. You're not going to be able to solo in a lane for very long. It only takes a few seconds for Gaimin Gladiators to spot the opportunity and jump onto you. An Ice Blast not even needed. Tofu has the damage necessary to kill the support by himself.
And the really nice thing about what's happening right now for Gaimin is this Spectre is doing an amazing job protecting their wards. One of the biggest things you have to combat when you play against Team Spirit is the vision advantage. They had it a lot in Game 1 with that Treant Protector. They abused it pretty damn well in Game 2. Here, it's Miposhka trying to get vision for the team to de-ward these aggressive obs that are doing work for Gaimin because they know they're there. They're getting haunted on. Yeah. But the cooldown's just so damn low by the time you're back up, by the time you run there to try and gain anything. They're ready to jump on you again, and yeah, I mean, there's always a little Spectre bias in the win probability, and I think that's fair to say, but this is the best Gaimin has looked in this series by a large degree. They're continuing to build the momentum.
And he can continue to build the single target items since Ace is built the Radiance, so he could just focus on being able to take out a support in a second. He's going to build into an Orchid up next, so now if you're spotted anywhere on the map, Dyrachyo can guarantee that the Grimshoke dies or the Tusk dies or maybe even some of the cores. He's going to pop it here, looking for Mira. They just get the vision on him. They'll spot him now, and there it is. They jump immediately. Snowball tried to put to work, but it just means he's going to be dragged back in. He does manage to get a shard, but unfortunately, Dyrachyo doesn't care about your blocks there. The Ice Shards does nothing when he has free pathing.
Spirit just bleeding out right now. They have no answer to the Spectre on the map. Their supports are way too squishy. They don't have an early aura buy. There's no Beastmaster or anything to help protect the backline on the map or help them get lanes out. All three of these cores are just building for themselves, right? It's damage items into BKB. You have two Midases that are still trying to get the work done. Collapse will try and find a pickoff on Tofu, and this will combine with Miposhka, so they strike back a little bit on the map.
Much needed.
And finally, they're getting some deep vision out as well. You look at these dire obs. It took Miposhka a while, but these are some visions they can play around at least. Though, of course, the second you get spotted...
It's Miposhka somehow doesn't get spotted by Quinn there. And they have to charge back in. Are they really going to try this a second time? He's got an armor root. It's so much shield he's got. Miposhka's just going to stay hidden here. The charge canceled by the Spirit Breaker.
Rolling Thunder very far away. He's just going to initiate from 3,000.
Yeah, because at any point in time, the Spectre can join him as soon as he gets that initiation, but they don't quite catch him. The Ice Blast is going to be stretched out. Yutoro may see an opportunity to turn this around. Yeah, he's going to go for Dyrachyo here with the Snowball. There's so many heroes. They dispel out the Phantasm, but Yutoro himself, he will bring down. He will use his own hand to take down the enemy carry. Now looks to finish up these Brewlings if possible. Gaimin Gladiators trying so hard. The last one is going to die. Double kill for Yutoro, and they turn back for Celery. A blink away from Quinn. He cannot afford to get caught here, but he doesn't have a TP. If he gets spotted...
They scanned him. They know.
Another scan. Uh-oh. Quinn's going to be in for a rude awakening in a second here. He just needs his blink up, and he gets hit by the Dimjo. Swash will go for the side, but they have the silence on him. The Ghost remains with Quinn. He tries to go for a roll-up play, but he's got nowhere to roll away to.
Those have TP back. But
stuck in the corner, gets some good damage from Swashbuckle. Too many heroes.
Really nice scan to finish up that fight, and I mean, a little overextension there under a tier 2 gives a really good fight to Yutoro. Ace dispelled a lot of the illusions, instantly dealt with some of the DPS, but Ink Swells, the shards, all these little spells adding up, and of course Dyrachyo going down first. That's a lot of the damage that's been working for you. Downside of this Orchid build, right? The pickoff game is where it's strong. The 5-on-5, this Orchid's not doing anything for you into the early BKBs here. Team Spirit strike back, and just like that, somehow Yutoro is top of the board with from 0-5 to highest net worth. This Midas and the Illusions are doing work on the map right now.
And remember, this was double Midas lineup plus a Dazzle, the hidden Tinker. This lineup is going to start ramping up pretty damn quickly if you give them the space to work with. And right now, they've got 3 cores farming in 3 different parts of the map after a successful team fight. Gaimin Gladiators, they cannot afford any more slip-ups. They've got Roshan still to be taken here at 25 minutes in.
It's also time for Miposhka to de-ward. One of the problems they were facing earlier in this game, suddenly he can run around with his courier, place a bunch of sentries, make sure there's not the deep vision that Gaimin were playing off of earlier. So now it shifts the onus back on to Gaimin in terms of you got to make an aggressive smoke, get vision back on the map, and keep setting up these pickoff plays for Dyrachyo, who's the one maybe getting picked off here. Yutoro just walks in blind.
Get a 3-second stun, pull him back in, but the silence is doing a lot of work. Quinn tries to roll up, but collapses. The Ice Blast does manage to grab 2 of those cores. Roll up Snowball on onto Durachi, they chase after Yatoro. Yatoro's in big time trouble. They give him the shallow grave. Laurel
what a shard.
BKB, but a beautiful shard blocking out some of these heroes. It's not enough. Yatoro still falls, and now with the toss up in the air, Laurel will come down to a hard reality. Crash down, he does have the BKB, and look at that heal. That Aghanim Scepter with so many units around him, it's so much heal. He is not going to die so easily. Gaimin Gladiators thought they had an easy target, but he will fight to the bitter end. He'll bring down Durachi before he finally falls. Collapse stuck though in the silence. The buyback required from Gaimin Gladiators because Laurel was too tough of a nut to crack.
That looked way closer than it should have been. These inverse heals are doing mad work at the end of the fight. Have to respect the burst that can come out from this Dazzle when that A blast has been used earlier on, but still great team fight from Gaimin. Started out with Yatoro just walking blind into their triangle, and they were ready for him. Shadowblade did not help him out in that type of fight, and that Ice Blast, it was a beauty from Celery. Landed on pretty much everybody, forces the disengage, and the calling silenced Mira on this jump, right? This is the problematic aspect of this support matchup. When you go in with the Tuskar, this AoE silence clips you, your team fight's just a nightmare. Beautiful shards on the flip to block off the pandas from Laurel. Another really heads-up play, but damn, the damage is already done at this point, and now it's just a matter of cleaning up, which sounds easier than it actually looked like, right?
All of those illusions and brewlings play against Gaimin Gladiators in the worst way. And in the end, Laurel Living does get Durachi killed, so.
Have to think about clumping up on top of this Dazzle in the later portions of these fights, but I mean, luckily, that's all the Primal Split, right? The second Ace comes out, he's still full. He's still got Manta Radiance. He's ready to party. He's going to slap some extra kills down for the full team wipe here. Just when this game was slipping up a little bit of momentum, Gaimin strike back, get themselves a full 5-man wipe into the Roshan. We'll put an Aegis out on Quinn here, who's slowly getting towards that Ags. That team fight definitely helps. Still 500 off here, but that's going to be a large damage ramp as the Shadow Step comes out.
Durachi is trying to do this solo. It's a bit dangerous. Collapse, they're going to try and turn back around. They do have the Ice Blast that'll finish off here pretty easily. And Collapse, he's got to be careful of his damage by Yatoro. He comes in, swipes down Durachi, but the rest of the team is now here from Gaimin Gladiators looking for the catch, but Collapse has already rolled away. Ball taking out. Oh, the hook shot. It's not quite enough. They have no stuns. Collapse breaks free.
Straight through the man's heart. He did not care. He just walks it off. Can't really get much closer than that. And once more, Yatoro, he finds an angle in the fight, cleans up the Racho, and gets the hell out. That is a full Silver Edge reveal done.
And now the Aegis is going to be taken away from Quinn.
The pickoff game is shifting, right?
Yes, it is. They're not respecting these Shadow Blades, not respecting the aggression, but a Yule Scepter stalls him up. Collapse, Yatoro actually has BKB. They do catch the Ancient Apparition. He's going to die pretty damn quickly there. Roll up. The Brewling's going to work, though.
They need to
stalling out Yatoro. Now that his BKB is on cooldown, now their magic damage can really go to work, and they can slice and dice through that carry pretty damn quickly. But Poshka, obviously, he doesn't have much hope of living through this. So the fight does turn against them. Not the worst, though, for Team Spirit, I would say, just purely the fact that they're continuing to keep things a little even.
And their other two cores are farming the map.
Yes.
And they've got to be happy with, like, you know, the next 10 minutes here. This is when the Dazzle and the Breaker are going to come online. They've recovered some of the lost net worth differential here. These heroes get very spooky around the 3rd to 4th item, and they're going to get them damn fast as Collapse is just farming up the map. But Yatoro's aggression used against him here. They'll get the return carry kill. That was a cocky move going up that hill and just taking the fight with his BKB. He can BKB TP there. Just opted. Blood for blood. Why not? We're in the arena.
I love that Durachi still not slowing down. He may die every once in a while, but he says, you know, ultimately the end game is okay with me. We're still getting some good trade-offs in fights. I'm still going to try and limit your split push by going on him whenever you can.
Doesn't want to let him get away with a tier 2 for free.
BKB, they stick on top of him with the silence and the stuns. It's enough. Win. It's stunned up for so long. And now Tofu's going to be in some trouble as well. He pops his ultimate. That just kind of delays things a little bit, but there's no one coming to save him.
If you're getting multiple Ink Souls off in these fights, it's probably going to win you the engagement. And right now, you're just getting outnumbered at a tier 2. You overextended on. Courier will die as well. No Brewmaster ultimate for that type of fight. As strong as Ace is right now with a full AC completed on top of everything else, he does want this ult to take the long engagement, right? He's the most farmed hero in this game right now. If you're Gaimin, you have to play around what he wants to do, where he wants to take the fights, and what he can commit to. Otherwise, you're just creating an opening for Spirit to come in and pick you off. Yatoro once more looking for the initiation with 2 heroes dead. He'll get scouted on an Ob Sentry.
This is something that started to happen in that game too, where they managed to get, like, it was that one pick off on Celery, right? Where it's like they used the Chronosphere, picked off Celery, and it was like, okay, Chrono for a 5 position, but then they kept that going. You're like, okay, it's 4 versus 5. Then they found another pickoff and another pickoff, and it just so quickly snowballed against them. Gaimin Gladiators, you gotta beware. Team Spirit will keep this aggression on point if they think they have the advantage.
And another Tormentor swiftly dealt with from Laurel and the Courier brothers over here.
That'll just mean this Chaos Bolt is all the more deadly for some of these supports.
And we can see how Yatoro wants to take these fights, right? Create confusion with his ult going through on lanes, show up with a Silver Edge, get a pick off, maybe reset. He doesn't have to commit into the full 5-on-5 into the Brew and Pango, which could control him in that type of situation.
Oh, he got stuck! Oh no! Landed on a pebble there, and as a result, Maposhka gets a pretty free TP on out of there. The smoke that's ruined, a Rolling Thunder that's used for nothing.
Interesting little tree.
Tree's just powerful.
One of the primal forces in Dota.
First cliffs, then trees. Quinn's having a...
Yeah, Quinn's having a tough time with the terrain
He's fighting Team Spirit. He's fighting the
map. Yeah, happens to the best of us. Another pickoff that they will miss, which is time for the Midases to go to work, right?
Yep.
They have been cranking this whole time and climbing the charts. This game is a 1K net worth lead now at 32 minutes. Dead even. And everything depends on these team fights. Collapse just
They're
charging.
getting the right kind of initiation here. A charge that hits both supports. Quinn on the run here. They immediately jump after him. Laurel chasing after him with that charge to be able to slow him down. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. 3 dead on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and Team Spirit have changed this game. The narrative was supposed to be Gaimin Gladiators controlling and seeing if they could end it, but Team Spirit have turned this all back around in the space of just this 5 to 7 minutes.
And this is the Spirit Breaker problem. What happens when you enter the mid game and this hero starts to take over the lanes, get mega farmed, and suddenly one charge, you're down half your HP. Inkswell just makes this combo even more oppressive. The only real answer is you just start the fight on your terms with the Primal Split going in with a Haunt and delete the supports. Create a situation where you have numbers advantage, and even when the charge comes through, you don't care because you have the longevity and ace to deal with it. If you're just getting caught in the open like that, it's a death sentence. And right now, Collapse is just running the map, literally. He is getting 6-slotted very fast. Yep. And the question is, do you have good late game answers to the Spirit Breaker here if you're gaming? Outside of tossing him in the air, dispelling him before BKB, not really, right? None of those traditional answers like a Shadow Demon or the Soulbind, which is on Team Spirit's side.
Yep. And that'll be a problem, especially if Collapse is able to use that charge to kill those fruit lanes. That charge, that damage is pretty heavy. 31-22, 4,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit, as they've managed to turn this game around and continue to dodge attempts by Gaimin Gladiators. You could see the wind has been taken out of the Gaimin Gladiator sail. Duracio's not playing with that same kind of fearless that he once was, where anytime a hero showed up, he would just instantly jump and see if he could get the kill.
Yeah, the map has just gone dark.
Yeah.
Right? You have one defensive off of your Gaimin, but those days of where you were picking people off on Spirit's side of the map have come and gone. You're now entering their portion of the game. You kind of have to get around this. You can go late here. Spectre plus the Brewmaster, especially with how much farm Ace has found in this game, are going to continue to scale pretty damn hard. And of course, you always have this option of like tossing the Dazzle in the fight with the Wind Panda and taking the fight that way.
Yep.
It's a pretty damn good option, a pretty good way to deal with Dazzle and a lot of the historic matchups between these two heroes. But you got to keep scaling on everybody. The Muerta and the AA scale is really important here for Gaimin. If you can get a 4th core out of this Muerta, which, you know, Tofu has a full Lincolns. He's very farmed. None of it is like direct Muerta damage, you know. I mean, he doesn't have like an Ags or Mjolnir or Silver Edge of his own, but you can only expect so much. Still, it will deal a decent amount of damage. If you can lock heroes into calling post BKB, that's the dream. Little pump fake action.
Next fight coming up, all about Roshan. 10 seconds till that potential spawn time, and then we'll see when he's actually going to show up.
Also, Celery went back for this Ancient Apparition Blink, something we've seen develop in this meta. He is looking for that AA blast on the big cores. The Dazzle and the CK especially, that is who he wants to hit. Cannot get snowball dodged. You can't really just AA ult some random supports. It's not going to be good enough to win the fight. Need to connect this ult on a big target and Collapse. He's just going to lead the charge with Bulldoze here. Not afraid of too much while both carries on the other side of the map.
Look at him just running in there.
This is a fight without Yatoro.
Oh, that ward somehow slips past detection. Oh, no, he's got it. Brace Linkens gets him with the Dispel on the Yule Scepter, but it is going to cost Celery his life. He does have a buyback. He's going to play for it. Quinn off the mark there with his blink in, trying to hit some heroes, but they've already popped their BKBs and are resetting a little bit. Celery, he's going to try and walk back into this fight. He's got to be careful, though. He may get caught by Collapse. He spots him.
Found the A again.
The tower. Yeah, that Ancient Apparition's gone. No more Ice Blast for you to be able to use. Ace has to use his ultimate. He knew the Toro was gunning for him there, and he could have been chain stunned up. Now they back away. Primal Split being used. If they can get everybody out, it's a dream for Team Spirit. Collapse is making that momentum, though. Pushed back by the Void Panda. Now hit by the Orchid. If they can kill Collapse, that'd be great, but he has so many Dispels and so many heals. Mira jumping in, goes for the back line. The Pango's been caught, and Yatoro, he destroys him so instantly. Now turns his damage onto Duraccio. Back by Collapse. A charge on through. Tofu, he just managed to get the Force Staff down to low ground. Does get a dead shot onto Collapse, but he's still pretty damn healthy, and they can't turn this one around. It is all Team Spirit, and they will feast on the Brewmaster last.
Team fight decision making just off the charts here. I mean, the kiting dealing with the ult, they just make it look way too easy right now, and so many charges going through from Collapse. He is looking for the high five, and he will get it here.
That was a fight for Roshan, but it is now a fight to hit high ground.
I mean, that's a fight for an Aegis.
Uh-oh.
What are you going to do if you don't have the buybacks or you're not willing to commit them right here? You don't even have the Primal Split if Ace is back. He doesn't even have the buyback. You are short.
Massive swing.
Short on so many levels right now. Collapse even ulting a Bruling because he knew the Linkens was coming back up on Tofu just to get back in there and get another charge through. Lead is absolutely exploding here for Team Spirit as they are sensing potentially a second Aegis going their way. One more bad team
Barracks and a Roshan to take. Team Spirit, they still have time on the clock. 30 seconds left on the Brewmaster's revive. That is more than enough to get this Aghanim Scepter and a Crystallis. They were winning that fight. Now they've got like 10,000 more gold of items to be able to use with an Aegis and Cheese and all these other items flowing in. Now you've got a Grushoke with an Aghanim Scepter, a Silver Edge fully complete.
They are creating too many problems. You can't deal with any of them. Level 25 also coming out on Collapse, so even more bashes on top of the Ags. If you thought this Spirit Breaker was causing you problems before, he's going to be causing them double now. Just no control for him, and he's way too tanky to try and burst. Duraccio is just not doing enough single target DPS at this point. You're going to need one hell of a long, drawn-out fight.
Team Spirit, crazy. They're up 2-0. In this series. They're down in this game 3. They have a 5% chance to make it back in. Sure, they could just give it up, say, well, guys, it's a best of 5. We can give them one, but they claw their way back into this game, are now in a commanding position to potentially 3-0 the challengers in Gaimin Gladiators.
That is what makes this team absolutely terrifying at this point in tournaments. And we saw everybody from all these teams talk about it, right? If you get ahead of this team, what does it mean? It just means when they might beat you, it feels even worse. Right now, this game has turned itself on the head, as you said. Over 20k lead. Aegis up for 4 minutes. So it'll be up to Yatoro in terms of whether he wants to push the high ground during this interval and try and end this game. He feels like he needs even more. There's still a lot of room to grow here. They did finish up an Ags on Maposhka as well, so now you can start to get some Dark Portraits in the mix. Just add even more chaos and confusion to the fight. More damage sources. Yatoro.
Quinn, blink it away.
No fear.
Can't get caught. Otherwise, that is welcoming Team Spirit into your base. Charge complete, half his health. Yule Scepter is going to be used. Nicely breaking with that Linkens, but he didn't use that Bulldoze towards the end there.
And these are just free. They have the ways to get Collapse out every time. There's a Linkens, there's a Swell, there's Four Staff's Grave. Yatoro's going to take his chance to
poke. Burst down, oh man! Before you can even complete the sentence, he's already gone. They do have an Ice Blast, though. That's pretty well positioned. Duraccio's already cleaned up the Grimstroke. It's not too bad, but Duraccio, he needs to get out of there. Oh my god, that's so much.
Buyback from the Spectre.
It's too much damage. Spectre has to win this now, but he has to be careful of that Dazzle. They have to be able to take away this Aegis at the bare minimum. Surely they have to go for more. They have to risk it. Collapse going to charge on through to make sure you can't sit up on Yutoro. Now Yutoro will turn back around on you. He's ready for that fight. He pulls back into Duraggio. This could be it for Gaimin Gladiators unless they find a way out of it. Quinn's dead next. Now Duraggio, a dive back for him. He falls. Tofu's pulled back in. He is pulled to his death, down into his grave. Quinn, last man standing for Gaimin Gladiators.
It will be a one-man stand against what is looking like the best team in the world right now. Absolutely, as they take a commanding team fight victory inside Gaimin's base. No buyback on the Brewmaster there. They just delete the highest net worth hero for Gaimin straight off the bat. No turnaround potential, and you are running out of lives. You are running out of games to play here as Team Spirit. They don't want to just be the best team in the world. They want to prove that they are one of the best teams ever to grace this stage right now. And they are showing why. They're going to go for the Megas, play it safe. And Ags finished on Mira. He's about to kick this team straight out of the tournament if he has his way. And they're going to go right for the throne.
Quick reactions from Quinn. Has to blink away. Just one little opening is all it takes with Mira lurking from behind.
Ace back up. We'll see what he can do to stall this out. Gonna need one hell of a primal split here.
Yutoro starts pushing forward. Mira doesn't quite get it there, and they actually stop the Spirit Breaker right in front of their base, but they're locked in by the shards. Quinn's able to hop around it, but now the it holds him in place. He can't do anything against that, but at least the Brewmaster can. Gets
and they kick him in.
The throne is exploded, and now he's been
welcome to hell.
Oh no! It is too much for Gaimin Gladiators to be able to handle. They are not going to be able to get through this. They have to pray to get out, but the Cathedral is merciless. It is Team Spirit who are unstoppable. They will take it. The best team in the whole goddamn world, without a doubt. Silence every other team. 3-0.
Absolutely an incredible performance in the Grand Finals against the best team in the season, an undefeated Grand Final team in Gaimin Gladiators, a team that has defeated an entire lower bracket to get here. They take 3-0 in record time, kick them out of this event, claim a second Aegis for the crew, the first one for Laurel, who has fit in immaculately with this roster. This is a team everybody had on their radar, but they have slowly built it up over the course of the year, are hitting in prime form right now, and it shows. This team has multi-generational players, and now they are absolutely cementing themselves as one of the best teams ever to play the game of Dota 2.
How do you stop these guys? You can't beat them early. You can't beat them late. Even when you have the full advantage, you have full control of the game, they'll beat you on the comeback too. Team Spirit did it every way possible. Nothing is left for them but the handshakes in the end for Gaimin Gladiators, who had an admirable run through the lower bracket. I mean, it was the stuff of great stories, but it comes to an end here with Team Spirit just being too damn good.
Yutoro boss. This man walks out, he shaves his head, he sends a mental message before the round even starts. This is a long due victory for them over the course of this year. They've built up to it.
And for 2 times, the second time in the Dota's history, Team Spirit will claim the Aegis. Team Spirit win the International.
Дайте ко мне, пожалуйста.